by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again. This time, in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
Hello and welcome to the penultimate round of the FIDE Grand Swiss. There are 2 golden tickets to the candidates at stake, and in the open there are 4 leaders who are deadlocked at the top. In the women's, Katerina Lagno clings on to a half-point lead, but in hot pursuit there are 4 rivals. And now, as we're coming to the end of the tournament, the stakes have never been higher. I'm International Master Ivan Kahauska, and I'm here alongside Grandmaster Yevgeny Mirshnachenko, the man who brings life, chess to life, I would say.
Wow. What am I supposed to say after such an introduction, Yoli? Well, let's see if we can keep the excitement going. It's obviously very exciting. It's the penultimate round. That's where things are going to clarify. We will. But I don't know. These are very long rounds, so let's try to keep it entertaining. And yeah, that's my pleasure to join you today.
Absolutely. I mean, it has been a long, grueling road for our players, both physically and mentally. They've been playing long games, but we are now at the finish. The close is in sight. So let's check out the format and let's see what is at stake, because the format, it's a lengthy one in the open section. The players are playing at a time control with 100 minutes, that is 1 hour and 40, with 50 minutes added on move 40. And after that, on move 60, 15 minutes get added to the clock. Whereas in the women, it's a lot more classical, just that 1 hour and a half with 30 minutes added after move 40. And do remember that the players do have that 30-second time bonus per move. But it's there in green that is, for some players, the be-all and end-all. The top 2 players qualify for the 2026 candidates in both the open and the women.
Right, but as we emphasize it a lot, that yes, for quite a few players, it's these 2 spots in the candidates or the tournament didn't happen. So 3rd place is just as bad as the 30th. But let's not forget, it's a really big prize fund on the line. And somebody who perhaps already not fighting for, let's imagine, I'm somewhere in the middle of a cross table. I'm not fighting for the qualification. And then I check the 3rd prize, and I realize that is possibly the biggest tournament prize I've ever competed for.
Exactly. So there's some big payouts for our players. Take a look at what is financially at stake. We have 1st place netting $90,000, 2nd place $75,000, and we even have prizes all the way up to 50th place. And for some players, I'm thinking Praggnanandhaa, it's also not just about the money. It's also getting as many circuit tour points as possible.
Right, we haven't spoken about that a lot, but yes, this tournament, apart from having qualification spot by itself, it also nets you the circuit fee, the circuit point.
And in the women's, it's also a hefty chunk of cash. 1st place nets $40,000, $31,000, as well as a golden ticket to the candidates. And we have prizes all the way down to 23rd place. So much on the line here for our players. And it's round 10 of 11. 2 games left. The players must be feeling excited, nervous, maybe a combination of the 2. We're going to go straight to Charlize, who is live from the playing hall.
It's the penultimate round here at the FIDE Grand Swiss, and boy, is it exciting. On the top boards, we have our top players fighting it out against each other, and we also have some new faces like Yangyi who have joined the red carpet here at the top. Things are getting so exciting here as we're getting to the end, getting to those final moments, and we have our FIDE president here, Mr. Arkady Dvorkovich.
Hi.
How's it going? Do you feel the excitement in the air today?
Yeah, last 2 days it's going to be real fun for spectators, not for for players. They're stressed, I guess, but still, more than 10 players in the open section are for the candidate spots, and in the women as well. Yeah, it's going to be real fun.
Do you think we're going to see decisive games today, or are the players going to play it safe with draws?
No, I'm sure that some will be on the safe side, but not all, since they all understand that they need to win to secure the spot. At least 1.5 points in the last 2 rounds to really compete for the candidates. So some of them will fight until the end.
Well, it's crunch time, and we're all excited here. We'll throw it back to the studio. See you later.
Thank you, Charlies. It is indeed crunch time for our players. So let's look at the state of play as we go into round 10 and pay attention to the rankings, because the players are going to be ordered according to their tie breaks. And this is something that the players will be thinking about. In the Opens, as mentioned, we have a 4-way tie for first place. But who has the better tie breaks? Matthias Bluebaum, closely followed by Alireza Firouzja, Vincent Keymer, Anish, Giri. So perhaps players like Anish and Vincent might go that little bit further in order to secure themselves a win.
Absolutely, and then from players on the 6th place, look, Abhimanyu Mishra with an incredible tiebreak. He's happy to share with literally anyone as long as it goes about sharing the qualification spots. While somebody like Yangyi or MVL, they definitely need to win 2 games.
Yes, absolutely. And even Abhimanyu Mishra really will be looking for that win in order to make sure that he catches up with the leaders. The same is true in the women's. We have Katerina at the top, but it is only by half a point, and she is chased by a very hungry pack of 4, including Vachier-Lagrave, Bibisara Asaubayeva, Tan Zhongyi, and Song Yuxin. And interestingly enough, Song Yuxin, if she wins today and tomorrow, she will get herself a GM norm.
Yeah, quite impressive. And if she wins today and tomorrow, that also means she's getting qualification spot in the candidates.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at the pairings. And it's one of those scenarios where the co-leaders will be playing off against each other. Alireza Firouzja has the white pieces against Anish Giri. Anish has come to this event incredibly well prepared, so we'll see what he has up his sleeve. Vincent Keymer faces his fellow countryman, Matthias Bluebaum, and then we have exciting matches such as Arjun Erigaisi against Yangyi, Abhimanyu Mishra with the white pieces against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. The home crowd will be going nuts for Nordibek Abdusattorov, cheering on as he plays Nihal Sarin. Nihal wanting to come back from yesterday's loss.
Yeah, let's not forget Hans Niemann, another player on 6 points, and he faces the top seed, Praggnanandhaa.
It's excitement all round. We couldn't have asked for a better finish. And let's take a look at what we have in store for the women. Tan Zhongyi plays against one of her old rivals, Katerina-Lagrave, and then we have 19-year-old Yuxin Song playing Bibisara Asaubayeva. Bibisara yesterday coming so close to snatching the lead from Katerina-Lagrave. She fell at the final hurdle. We'll see whether she can use that unfortunate incident just to propel her to play for a little bit more today. And then we have Maria Mizichuk, who hasn't had a single draw in this event.
Oh, really?
Only wins and losses. She plays against Vachier-Lagrave. So we have a very interesting mix. We have previous Grand Swiss champions, Vachier-Lagrave, Alireza Firouzja in the mix. We also have a 2-time European champion, Matthias Bluebaum, surprisingly heading the field. And there also we are seeing Hans Niemann in with a shot at but perhaps securing a candidate spot if he manages to notch up some victories. The tension is palpable, Miro.
Yes, absolutely. And I gotta say, I have very high expectations for the game on board one. Because, yeah, Firouzja against Giri, two top players, but clash of approaches, if you will. Because Giri still wants to be very solid, almost like refined chess. Slight advantage with white if he gets it. Very solid, calm play with black, and tries with black only if he gets the chances. And Alireza is Mr. Creativity, I feel like.
Yeah.
Crazy, absolutely crazy games. And he comes on top of in most of them.
Absolutely. And incidentally, this is our poll of the day. We are asking who will win today's game. Will it be Alireza Firouzja? Will it be Anish Giri? Or will this calmly end in a draw? Well, those are your options. Vote now, and we'll keep you updated on what you guys have voted for. And it's getting serious, Miro. Alireza sitting down, just visualizing what move he's going to play. He has the white pieces. He can control the pace of the game.
Right, what do we expect? I imagine, well, it's not hard to, it's not easy to get, to get anything against Anish's home preparation. And yeah, a lot will depend on first few moves. And we are getting ready for the ceremonial first move to be made on this first board. And D2, D4 for Alireza Firouzja is played by Mahir Mamedov, FIDE Vice President and President of Azerbaijan Chess Federation.
And in the women's section, we have another first mover.
On a board of Yangyi and Vachier-Lagrave. And yes, and this will be...
This time we have Mr. Hussein Al-Houri, the chairman of the Abu Dhabi Chess and Mind Games Club, making the first move. And he goes for E4, best by test. Will Yangyi keep that move, or will she take it back and go for another approach?
All right, and the games are about to begin. Are we excited, Yangyi?
I'm super excited. I literally skipped into the studio and I have the biggest smile on my face because I honestly cannot predict what will come next. It could be Vincent Keymer. We're seeing qualify into the candidates who would do that for the first time. If Matthias Bluebaum wins, it could be him. Playing in the candidates, and he would certainly be a surprising, first up, winner of the event. No one even thought that was possible.
Right.
And secondly, to play in one of the biggest tournaments, the candidates, where the winner of the candidates gets to challenge for the World Championship crown. And we have some first moves. Knight to F3 being chosen, G3. Now, how will Vincent Keymer follow through? Is it going to be Bishop G2? He keeps the pawn structure flexible for the time being, but Vincent is kind of known for his C2, C4 pawn break at some point. So I'm expecting this to occur, and I'm seeing Bishop to E7, and now it's crunch time.
Now it's very important. So D3, and not so long ago I would say D3, and now it's clear it will be the King's Indian attack. But then, after this last move, Knight C3 that he played, you could have played C4 and play some very strange Catalan-like position with the pawn on D3. So this Knight C3 move from Vincent steers the game into, well, not really into unknown territory. It's too early for that. It's only 6 moves, but certainly not the most popular Knight to C3.
Yeah, and Black has a choice of moves. You can play C5, grab that space. You can also go D4 even. I didn't even know that was a move. Yeah,
well, that is the first thing that comes to mind, because, after D4, what does white do? Well, you go back, but then you've lost 2 tempi, and then, black fights for an advantage. Or you go knight E4, and it's always hard to judge those with the double pawns, right? Because, C5, and black gets some form of queenside pawn majority, while white can try to grab a space with e5 and bishop f4 and play King's Indian attack like on the king side.
Well, somehow d4 feels a little bit unconventional because it feels like everyone and their grandmother are playing like c5, b6.
Yeah, fair.
Doing that kind of things. But d4, we might be seeing that if Matthias feels particularly ambitious. But it's also interesting because this is basically white saying, I want to play a King's Indian defense with that extra
with an extra tempo.
Exactly.
Precisely.
And don't really recall Vincent being a practitioner of the King's Indian defense.
No, I don't think he is. Well, and yes, you don't want to play something like very theory heavy against Bluebaum, who seems to be very well prepared. By the way, the stats of the previous encounters for these two, 1 win each with 1 draw. And you'd expect them to have more games played, both from Germany, could have played German championships.
But get this, Keymer lost in 2016 again to Matthias Bluebaum when he was just 12 years old. Now, Vincent was a very, very strong 12-year-old, but still.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's fair.
And the Vincent's win, incidentally, came earlier this year.
Right. So where I was going with, the opening ideas, like why precisely would you choose this? I guess just to get a game, right? And sometimes it's even beneficial for you to get your opponent into this somewhat, I don't know, optimistic, mood with black, because otherwise, like, he plays with black, somewhat lower rated, and Bluebaum, let's not forget, has a fantastic tiebreak.
Yes.
Right, so to provoke him to play for a win, maybe one has to take risks with white.
But having said that, I'm looking at Bluebaum now, and he looks very tense. This is one of the biggest tournament performances he's had in his life, and there's so much on the line here if he wins. And when you're feeling tense, you often have the wrong reactions. Like you try to force it over the chessboard, you try to create those simplifications. So for Matthias, he just has to relax into the game and maybe not take too many risks because, as Miro mentions, he does have that great tiebreak. So we'll keep a close watch on this game. And incidentally, if you want to be following one of our top boards, give them their full attention, then we do have dedicated streams to precisely this. We have cameras just focusing on every single reaction, every single move. And you can check those out in the description to this particular broadcast and enjoy. Let's move on to the top board where we have Alireza Firouzja against Anish, Giri. And a reminder, we do have, of course, our poll of the day. And also another little reminder that if you like what you're seeing, do remember to follow, like, subscribe on the following social media channels and get updated with every little detail, every little bit of news that FIDE Chess have to offer.
Wow, Yovi, we have a novelty played on move 7.
Well, sound the klaxon.
And also,
show us.
But look, it's, first of all, move 2 is already a surprise, right? So you wanted a game with white. You were awarded Mr. Creativity by the commentator. So you go e4, and then Anish is generous. He plays c5. He doesn't go for one of those Berlins or something. So you get to play anything, right? And Alireza chose knight c3, chooses knight c3, knight to c6, bishop b5. So that's not really a close Sicilian, I would say, but, some hybrid with the Rossolimo. Knight to d4, and if I remember well, bishop c4 is one move that you can play, right?
I just wanted to brag a little bit about my opening knowledge in this, and it was back when I was a junior. So we were all doing this because we were showing this variation by Chris Ward, Grandmaster, English Grandmaster. And so we all asked the question, okay, what would happen after knight to d4, and then the bishop would step back to c4, and then I was like, well, what about e6? And he'd go, yeah, it's fine, you just go knight to f3. And then, you know this trap?
No.
Then black goes knight f6, castles. And I was like, yeah, but then black is just simply going to go d5, and it's going to be a fantastic position.
And then ed5.
ed5.
And if you go ed5,
you
then
take.
it's knight takes.
Yeah, oh, you
knight
know
takes,
this one.
right? Knight d4, pawn takes, and queen h5.
That's
or
correct.
rook e1. Yeah, queen h5 you
Queen
start
h5,
with.
bishop e6.
Queen h5, so you attack the knight and the f7 pawn.
Yeah.
Black has to play bishop e6, and then you say,
The key
how
one.
do you defend the bishop?
And the knight.
And the knight.
Yes.
All right. Because g6, you will think, defends the bishop because, yeah, but there is queen takes d5. So too many pins, basically.
Yeah.
So this is pinned and this is pinned. Right, yeah, I've seen it, this one. Yeah, I just didn't know where you were going with it. Knight f3 is a move.
It is. It's an automatic move.
Takes. And then... Oh, well, he didn't take, pardon me. He starts with e6. So the theory I kind of used to know was that you take on b5, and if I'm not mistaken, you could play d5. And then ed5. You cannot take with the queen for an obvious reason, but then you go a6. So basically you first make sure that white takes with the pawn, then you go a6, knight to c3, knight to f6, and the critical line, again, if I'm not mistaken, was d4. White slightly better, but somehow black was able to hold, usually. Right, so black went e6 here, where, yeah, castle's the main move, but you could also capture on d4, and that would be different. Castles, then black captures b5 and goes a7, a6. And now you do have some games in the database. Well, Dubov, Grishuk, Fedoseev, Chigayev, and, you know, it seems like Russian chess players played quite a few games in there.
Well, also, I'm checking again on the online database, lots of games there.
Lots of games there, yeah. And the first game, interestingly, from Igor Zaitsev against Yevgeny Sveshnikov in 1982. It's a very old line as well.
And these two have played each other a lot. And I'm not just talking about classical chess. They've played many, many battles online. And here we see the results in the classical. It is advantage Firouzja, having won 2 games, and Anish not yet striking. But
so this position been reached in the Masters database, been reached 40 times, and all 40 times white played knight c3. But not Alireza. Knight to a3, which looks like a very surprising move. Why would you go with a knight on the edge of the board? But apparently you are planning for knight c4. So now, let's try to investigate quickly. If black was to go d5, e takes, and e takes. So what do you do then? Well, apparently you go check. Now, bishop e6, you might get into like knight g5 variations later. Say you to play bishop e6 and white goes d4, and then maybe knight g5 can happen. I'm still not very happy with the knight on a3, by the way. Right, so...
maybe it's going to do some weirdy things, like I'm thinking c3, knight c2, d4, knight e3.
So I guess, say you were to go here, and then black plays a move, and then you take, black takes, and you go knight c2, or bishop e3. Computer tells me, like, you can go bishop e3.
Well, yeah, because you got queen a5.
A little trick, yeah, like if you take on a3, you do not ruin white's pawn structure. It's actually, white's very happy because it's a check, queen a3, stopping the castle. Right. So... anyway, there was a possibility to go d5. There was a possibility to go b5, which I don't think was the bad move. Okay, once again, restricting the knight. Knight's not going to c4. But then I imagine white goes c4. And now it's b4. Knight goes to c2, and later on white goes d4, opens the center up, and gets some sort of a, I don't know, Maroczy bind type of thing in the center. Or you have to care for this b5 pawn, and that would be like moving the queen early. So I imagine something very original that Alireza analyzed at home. Knight f6. Knight f6.
Very flexible.
Very flexible, but somewhat provocative, I want to say, because now e5 looks very natural, right? Knight here. And then you can think of d4, cd4, queen d4. Makes perfect sense, because now knight c4 next move, white will fight for the dark squares.
And
We'll have bishop g5, right?
black tries to be smart about it and go, hey, b5.
Then you have
go
c4.
c4.
Yeah, then you still have c4, and then black takes, you take, and this looks very attractive for white.
Yep.
And if black was to take on a3, this time you do ruin white's pawn structure a little bit, but then this bishop becomes real power, the bishop from c1. Right? Not only you can go bishop g5, but you can consider going a4 and bishop a3. Yep. So once again, it would have been very dangerous for black.
Okay, so we'll see whether e5 appears. And just to give you a very brief update, Miro, you were right. I was wrong. Matthias Bluebaum did play d4.
He did play d4.
So I just wanted to update the viewers on that. And the response wasn't the knight jumping back, but the knight did move towards the center.
So the knight just went back to b1. So
No, it went to e4.
It did.
It didn't go back. So, okay. So some interesting developments all round, and it could be a sign of nervousness that we're seeing players just try to go for those most direct, most forcing openings. Let's go down to board 3, where we have Yangyi playing against Arjun Erigaisi. Now, we haven't seen too much of Yangyi apart from that loss that he had against Abhimanyu Mishra.
Right.
But he's been very consistent. You know, he's very much from the Chinese school of chess, where the emphasis is on calculation. And here we see their track record. 1 win for Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, 1 win, 3 draws. Yangyi, once again, it's one of those players which is very hard to describe, right? I mean, he has his own brand of chess, but he is, you're right, he is very consistent, usually very strong calculation-based chess. Yeah,
I mean, I find
I'd
that
agree.
in general with the Chinese players that's heavily calculation-based and also very theoretical. They're not like they'll know their main lines inside and out, and somehow it's a little bit concrete, but they're also very dynamic. This is one thing that I have noticed, again, with China and Indian players, is that
Very dynamic.
very dynamic. They're willing to sacrifice material because they hate being cramped.
That's true, but then you have, once again, you have exceptions, like, you know, this generation of Buksanji, Wangyi, and Nihal, and then Wangyi would be like incredible positional player.
Yeah.
Incredible positional player. He had once like a streak of 90 games without a loss or something like that. Yeah, and then you would have Nihal, who would be like an attacker, almost like a madman.
It's an interesting philosophy that the Chinese school of chess have, you know, because they take it very seriously, this whole concept of chess training. And, you know, your Bu Jiangji and the Wang Yue, as well as your Nihal, these are some of the best players in China, easily 2,700 plus. And what happened is that they got to their peak, they reached a certain age, and they were encouraged to start training the youngsters. So it just meant that the groundwork was being done so that the foundations of Chinese chess would keep on growing bigger and better.
Yeah, so they do not focus on kind of individuals' careers, but
it's
like building the
much
pyramid.
And it's really paid off. You know, you had Dingler in the women's scene, you know,
absolutely dominated at some point.
Completely dominated women's chess.
Right. So what we have here is the Nimta, e3 castles, bishop d3, and this seems to be like the topical line nowadays because there is no clear answer. How do you like equalize and like d5, c takes, e takes, knight to e2. This one's very flexible. So basically what white does is white plays the Carlsbad structure with knight g, e2, which was referred to like Botvinnik plan, I believe, to put the queen on c2 to go f3, e4. But in the Carlsbad, you would have this bishop somewhere out on f4, on g5. Here you have the bishop on c1. And the
I was going to say somehow it works.
Somehow it works, and some people even would go and say, you know what, I like my bishop on c1 better, or c1, d2, because it protects the pawn. Because again, in the Carlsbad, you would go bishop g5, they would have a bishop on e7, and oftentimes knight h5 trade the bishops, and it's much harder to go f3 because e3 is hanging, right?
Also, in that Carlsbad, I mean, they're often going bishop g5, bishop h4, bishop f2.
Exactly, f3 and hide it on f2, right? So why don't we have it on c1 in the first place? And then the next move from Erigaisi is quite spectacular, because he goes bishop f8. And I thought you only go bishop f8 if you asked to do it. Like if they go h3, you go bishop f8. Here, like one thing you could do is actually arrange bishop's position on d6. And for that, I'm not sure if you go a6 or c6, because again, the older understanding would be you just go c6. If they chase you, you go to d6. And and you're solid, you play your Carlsbad. Right. But then f3, e4 happens to be a dangerous plan. So now what they do, again, from my understanding, is that they are prepared to meet f3 with c5. Right? So say you went bishop f8, and white, well, does something. I don't know, knight f4, for instance. Now, if you were to play c5 here, well, first of all, it kind of, quote-unquote, blunders the pawn, right? Pawn takes, bishop takes, and white can take d5. But even if he does, let's pretend there is no knight d5. You are getting the isolated pawn position. Not to everybody's liking. Some people can play it, some just can't stand it at all. But if you were to wait for f3, and instead of, say, knight f4, white was to play f3, then, of course, you go c5, and if white takes, you're not unhappy at all, because now that there is an e3 weakness. And having in mind this constant necessity to go c5, and that's why I guess you don't want to be playing c6, simply not wasting a tempo and saying, the bishop still belongs somewhere to f8, not to get in the way of the other pieces.
Yep, well, that's very instructive. Thank you for that, Mira. Let's move down. Because Yangyi, I like that he's playing something very committal. Maybe he'll go f3, maybe he won't. But let's go down to Nihal Sarin against Nordibek Abdusattorov. And Nihal yesterday had a heartbreaking game. Because he brilliantly sacrificed the piece against Alireza Firouzja. Just fumbled on the delivery, you know, could have gone knight to d6 and got a very, very good position, but Alireza just defended like a beast, and Alireza wins. And Nihal is not out of the competition just yet in terms of the candidates.
Much tougher for him,
but it's gotten tougher in the sense that he has to win. And
he went for the Rossolimo.
He goes for the Rossolimo.
e6 castle, knight g to e7, and now people play a lot of different moves here, and I don't think I've seen or seriously considered, even though it's the most popular move in the position, but rook e1. My understanding was rook e1 you play with the idea to go to f1, a6, bishop takes, knight takes. This is something like surprising, because you do have bishop takes knight in this line, d4. cd4, knight d4, and then I believe if they go a6, well, bishop e2 is there, but also you could take on c6. Right, with rook e1, a6, and exchanging on c6. That's some new brand of chess, and if you think of Alireza with Giri, he's done the same in a sense that he exchanges the light square bishop, gives black two bishops advantage, which, well, black, I guess, has to prove it's an advantage, really. And, and pretends nothing happened. It just plays his normal Sicilian.
Which is really interesting, because my understanding on these Rossolimos was that you drop the bishop all the way back to f1.
Precisely. And the
because the pawn has gone on e6, you then go, aha, I can switch to a Maroczy bind. formation.
Yeah, you could either go c4, d4, or very often c3, d4 was the point. Like this awkwardness was rook e1, bishop f1. You have to justify it, and you are trying to build a center.
Well, here's a concrete idea, though. I mean, his plan is to swap off.
So he's doing that.
Everything.
Bishop e7, and now he just taken on c6.
He has. So this is clearly some preparation, just by the way that he confidently made that knight capture.
Right, and you do have some games here in this line. Well, but it's a very old-fashioned line, it seems. So the newest game, maybe not the newest, but one of the newer game was played by Danny Gormali against Gawain Jones, right, in 2015.
And that, if you think about it, isn't that modern. Even though I can remember 2015 like yesterday.
Don't you get this feeling? Yeah? 2015, it wasn't long ago. It's 10 years.
I know. I remember it was the European Team Championships. I played in Reykjavik. I got a silver medal on the board, #1. And yeah. But, well, everything is beautifully balanced here, though. You know, 2 wins apiece, 3 draws. And
the score's level? Right, so what about it? Knight takes c6. So both captures are possible. I imagine if you take with this pawn, then white's idea could be to go queen g4. And then I imagine castling is quite awkward, to say the least. Bishop h6, and if you were to go bishop f6, there is e5, white's winning. So after queen g4, Black will have a tough decision to make. You don't want to be going king f8, losing the castle, right? You don't want to be playing g6 necessarily, because it creates a lot of dark square holes in the position, right? And then white can just go e5 and dream and maybe achieve knight c3, knight e4. Yeah.
yeah.
It's very concrete, you're absolutely right, but also very, very challenging line.
Yep.
If d c6 happens, I imagine white once again can try queen g4. Is it different? Well, it is, because now black can castle, and in response to our favorite bishop h6 thing, black has queen to d4. Queen to d4, guarding g7, attacking b2. I don't know how serious this queen b2 is, but also pinning the e4 pawn so there is no e5.
But I suspect that what we're going to see, if we rewind, is somehow or other a white pawn landing on e5, a knight getting to e4, and zoning in on that d6 square, or f6 square.
I guess queen g4 is good for this. So you go queen g4, castles, and then you can play e5, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, it's actually quite interesting, because if you think of it, yes, if white gets knight on e4 and then gets to trade the bishop, bishop g5, white's very happy landing the knight on d6. So computer's suggestion for the move, the top move is f5, and the second best move is f6. Okay. So that suggests that you'll have to do a damage to your structure. I imagine f5 white takes, bishop takes, and, well, something. Even knight c3 is good, because I don't think doubling these pawns into black's benefit, because too many dark square weaknesses.
Okay.
Yeah, so you go knight c3, you get a fantastic square on e4.
Yeah.
I imagine in a practical game it's very pleasant to play with white.
I imagine also it's quite simple, and it's the kind of game that Nihal wants. Having lost yesterday, he wants to press for the advantage without taking too much.
Right.
Remember, a loss will mean that he will fall out of the big money.
Game over.
Exactly, he won't get that chance at the candidates.
Right.
So let's continue with our players on 6 points, and let's go down to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave playing with the black pieces against young 16-year-old Abhimanyu Mishra. Now, Abhimanyu has had a dream tournament. He has drawn with Praggnanandhaa, beating Gukesh. Yesterday, he held a fortress against Hans Niemann, and he had a wild game against Nordibek Abdusattorov. I mean, it goes on and on and on. He's also got a 60-plus unbeaten game streak.
Yeah, which is very, very cool.
Yeah.
And now, imagine you are teaching young kids how to play chess.
Yeah, you don't.
And you wanted to show.
Don't do this.
You wanted to show a grandmaster game, and then you reach this position, and they ask you, "Teacher, what's with this piece development?" Right?
And you have to give a nervous giggle, and you say, "Yeah."
There are exceptions, right? No, so that's a funny position, funny-looking position. But in fact, just a couple of moves ago, we were in a very kind of theory-heavy line. So it starts with the Sicilian, with e6, and then 4 knights getting developed. Yeah, so there's an invitation for white, I imagine, to go to the Sveshnikov, knight d4 to b5. And there are some sidelines with bishop c5, I believe, but the main would be to go d6, bishop to f4, again d6 pawn is hanging, you got to go e5, and bishop g5, and this is your main line Sveshnikov variation. But white has capture on c6, which I imagine the official theory's opinion has changed quite a bit. At some point, it was considered to be absolutely harmless. Then white was kind of almost winning, and it goes back and forth. Anyway, knight takes. Now d takes. It's just a wash endgame. You don't want to be doing this. So b takes, e5, knight d5, and knight to e4. Again, going after this d6 square. Queen to c7, provoking f4, and then queen to b6. Once again, might surprise some people, but now we see e3 square, so c4 played, and a check on b4.
You can't block that check, let's face it, because if you block the bishop, queen to e3, oh dear.
Queen to e3, and you'll have to go queen to e2, and then black takes here, and can take on f4, like trade the queens, take on f4, get an extra pawn, get a winning position.
So that's why you see...
Therefore, you go to e2. And I gotta say, black, in our game, black has played f5, which is one possible move, but there is also bishop to a6, after which there's been 96 games played, and in all of them, white's move was king to f3.
Yeah.
So that is my favorite position from this line. You just go king f3 casually, right? And you can actually get, after f5, I think you go knight f2, and once again, you get one of those positions where the king is the most developed piece. And by the way, black is in a serious positional trouble here. Yeah.
So, yeah, no, I've seen this position before, because a lot of the time, when the top players have got it and we're covering the show, the producers are like, this is just weird.
This is wild, this is what
the king is out there in front, but actually, it is known.
So there is this line with f5, white takes on f6, knight takes, and I remember there were other moves. There is knight d6 check, there is bishop e3 tempo, and there is knight takes f6. And knight takes f6 was played.
I'm just laughing because one move that you should not do is go king f3.
The king f3 here would be taking it too far. Yeah, king e3. By the way, believe it or not, like I had to input it. Yes, white is in trouble. But black doesn't have an immediate punish. So what black does is capture e4, king e4, and castle.
Exactly. And white would win if it were king of the hill. But,
right.
No, you don't do this if you want to get to the top of the FIDE Grand Swiss. So, of course, you go knight takes f6.
Knight takes knight. Yeah, you go a3, bishop e7, and you go b4. And again, with the king on e2, you would think you'd have something more important to do. But yeah, if white gets c5, I say black played castle maybe, right? I imagine white goes c5.
But do you do that? Or do you go bishop e3 first? Because as a kind of classical player, I get a little bit nervous with having the king on e2. Because it's just blocking in the bishop.
Yeah, but you can do this and go king f2, right?
Okay.
So, like, again, my logic here, maybe it's not kind of very sound logic, but I feel like this is what I wanted to do anyway, to go c5. And again, maybe it's just like the whole concept is wrong, but if the concept is to go c5, that I know I want to play c5, I know the king is on e2 kind of has to move, but I'm not yet sure about the c1 bishop. Like, it can go to e3, but maybe on b2 under different circumstances. So I'm thinking I go here, say king f2, and maybe I can set up this, right?
Right.
So I'm kind of
You're
mindful
thinking
about
bishop d3,
Yeah, yeah, of
then
course.
the queen comes over to g4.
I want to do the artificial castle, queen to
Then bishop
g4 or h5, yep.
Oh, and the big question for Maxim is how is he going to break out of White's clamp? Because the queen side is looking very convincing for White. So again, it's a very tense position, very concrete. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave will have to break out at one point, will have to find a plan of action. So let's go on down to board 6, where we have Hans Niemann on 6 points and Praggnanandhaa on 5.5. Now, here, Hans doesn't have the best of tie breaks, so he does need to win this particular game. For Pragg, on the other hand, he's leading the FIDE circuit. And so it's very important for him to actually finish in those, not the top spots, but he's happy with a top 10 spot, and then he'll collect points, and
then he'll make it
then
on the
he'll
FIDE circuit.
get a candidate spot.
Right. Well,
from
I
that.
think we can talk about this a little bit more later on in the show, because I believe we have some graphics on qualifications and
It
so
just,
on. Right.
I wanted to set the scene that both these players have something to fight for.
Highly motivated indeed. So bishop b5, g6, Rossolimo, and then a lot of players take right here, right now, but not Hans. Castles, rook e1, and Pragg chose knight to d4. Pragg chose knight to d4. Yeah, this rook e1 is kind of a tricky move from what I know, because after e5, I believe you can try the c3 and then d4 gambit, or you can transpose into the proper kind of exchange Rossolimo, just take on c6. Right, knight to d4. White captures, pawn takes knight, c3, e6, and knight to a3. Knight to a3 being rare, and in fact I see only one game here. And the line itself, it's seven games reached this position after e6. So yeah, quite a rare line. Last time played quite some time ago.
Yeah. I'm going to check the online, because I find that there's a big disparity between the Masters database and what is actually being played online. And suddenly I'm looking at the online database and lots of games being played. You know, Black has predominantly played knight to e7, a6 has also been tried, e5, not so common. But okay, knight to e7 has a lot of point. It develops.
I imagine knight e7, cd4, bishop
then
d4.
White has gone knight c2.
Yeah, but if I enter the cd4, bishop d4 line, then I thought we would transpose into something, but not really. No, so White goes knight to c2, and Black goes pawn takes pawn, I guess, or ace. Yeah, you can go a6, right? And if bishop was to go to f1, then you once again protect d4. Yeah, that's a tricky one.
This is the main idea behind it. It's pawn takes pawn, and the position that we have in our analysis. And then after knight takes d4, they take absolutely everything. Yeah. And then they just go d3, if you were looking for fireworks.
It's not very inspiring, right?
No.
d3, locking the bishop on f1, and Black just holds the bishop on d4. Yeah.
It might be, actually, I'm seeing that after knight takes d4, maybe it's not correct. So we go into that line. Instead of, now e5 might be a better try.
Yeah, e5.
You know, grab
disconnecting the bishop from the knight, and then if Black was to take, then if White achieves d4, White might actually have something. And in this particular case, it does.
Yeah, you know, you put control over the c line. So,
right.
Well, we'll obviously keep an eye on this one, because both players have a lot on the line. And from Hans Niemann especially, he probably needs to win this game, I would say, to put him in contention for that FIDE candidate's spot. And shall we take a look at the women, or should we have a look at let's have a look at the women.
Let's move to the women's tournament.
Because there we have Katerina Lagno on 7 points, nursing that half-point lead. She's playing Tan Zhongyi, one of the players, on 6.5 points. And for Tan Zhongyi, it's just a matter of playing and enjoying chess.
What a score. So these ladies played 18 classical games against each other, 10 of them being draws, and then both achieved 4 wins. Right, and e4 ceremonial move was taken back, as you can tell by White's pawn's position on e3. And the game started with d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, knight f6, c takes, e takes, bishop f4. So your classical Carlsbad setup, but with the bishop on f4, not g5. And then, as a lot of things black can do, and the move Katerina played is on less popular side. It's only 6 games previously in the Masters database, and it was c7, c5. e3, knight c6, knight f3, so c4. c4 is quite ambitious, I gotta say.
Yeah, it is, because
Preventing bishop's development to d3.
exactly. I mean, and also it's dreaming about that queenside initiative
Yeah.
and the later stage of the game. So, you know, you a6,
Right.
b5, b4, overwhelm the queenside. So White has to do something. And usually, you know, when you break out with c4, or you commit the pawn structure rather, then e4
e4 is what it was.
is the break.
And look, apparently we've transposed into something, because this position has been seen in 41 games. So that is like, it's a transposition from some other line. Anyway, bishop e2.
You know, it really feels like a reverse Panov-Botvinnik variation. Do you know, when they commit their pawn?
Where they go
to
c5 and bishop b5.
And there you're fighting that with by going bishop to g5, setting up a pin. You also want to break things out in the center. Sorry, not in the center. I keep saying center, but I'm meaning b3.
Ah, the b3 thing.
That's actually what I'm meaning. b3, and just kind of just.
Right,
You
now
can't
it's
do it now.
much harder to do b3, right?
And another idea is to go knight to e4. I also see this in the Tarrasch.
Knight
The white piece.
yeah, like
So you
knight,
go knight
knight
e5,
e5 and yeah.
So like if Katerina hadn't gone
Knight
bishop to
e5
d-
is one of the good moves here.
Yeah.
What I wanted to mention, that if you kind of don't suspect what black wants to do, and as you kind of say play a3, then black strangely is very happy to trade, because this pawn is in danger.
Yeah.
So black would go knight e4, and if you were to play queen c2, all of a sudden g5,
Yeah.
bishop g3, and you can go h5, you can go bishop f5. Basically, it's very hard, very hard for white to achieve this e3, e4, right? I guess h5 would allow bishop takes pawn, so that's why computer wants me to play bishop f5 first, but basically it's a very, very dangerous position for white. So there's h5 ideas.
It's also, Mira, I wanted to say, it's also a defensive idea, believe it or not, this bishop coming out to b4, because if you were to go bishop to e7, which some people might do,
Yeah.
I mean, white normally goes knight to e5. I just want to show this mechanism. And then say you castle,
And then there
knight
is
takes c6,
a knight c6, bc6,
and now
then
you go
b3.
b3.
Yeah,
So this
b3.
is something that you see when you have this pawn structure in the Tarrasch, and you also see it on the flip side
Right.
when you're playing on the...
Yeah, and then let's say if black was to take, then
Yeah.
a b3, queen b3, basically both are kind of leaving white with the better structure,
Yeah.
better prospects. Yeah, imagine here you take with the pawn, and then,
And then
either c5 square, or black has to go c5, and then he gets the isolated pawn on d4. All right.
Bishop b4 on the board, and still, I'm tempted to fight this in the way that I know how to in the Caro-Kann, and that's just to go knight to e5.
Knight to e5 anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. And again, maybe we have to mention that capturing here is not the greatest idea. Well, very often you take with the pawn here, right?
Yeah. But in this particular case, it's also tempting to go bishop
like
takes.
takes and knight e4, and maybe once again some g5 tricks. So knight takes, maybe you just take bishop takes, and then bishop f3, and there will be some pressure on d5. And then if black decided to do something silly. How about we prepare b5 with a7, a6, Yovi? We go a6 and there is queen a4 check. And, you know, like, if white created a threat of queen a4 somehow else, you would never blunder it, right? But it seems like the move itself was always there, but it wasn't a threat previously, and some people might just forget. Anyway, like castle is such a natural move, though.
And Mira, I'm just going to draw your eyes to the screen that we have in front of us.
Knight b5.
I've never seen so many people walking around in a chess tournament.
The players, you mean?
Literally.
Right.
I mean, we've seen just like 20 people pacing.
It's been a hard tournament, and I imagine somewhere on lower boards where like you're fighting for prize 50 or something.
Look at this, you know, the spectators are
the
in
spectators
full play.
as well, right.
And now we have players pacing around. You can tell when it's a player. That's Matthias Bluebaum, I guess, pacing around. And Anish Giri, he's a notorious pacer. And I agree with you, but I also think this is just a result of the fact that we're closing in on the end of the tournament, high stakes. Everyone now wants that good finish, even when you haven't done well.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know if you had this experience, but I remember playing the Swiss tournament, even if it goes terribly and you win your last game, somehow, you know, it's this assurance that you need, well, I can play chess, right? And maybe it was a disastrous tournament, but winning the last game doesn't feel as bad.
Yes, yes. I had an event, it was an all-play-all, and I did terribly. You know, they would have bets, like who would win, and although my husband will deny this, he might be watching, but he bet against me. He said, Yovi, I don't think you're going to win. But anyway, so I had a horrendous tournament, like one positions, I would draw. And in the end, my opponent just offered me a very quick draw. And I was thinking about it, and I was like, I've got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Literally, and I need that reassurance that I can play chess. So I said, no, I said, let's play, and let's see what comes of it. And I won. And I was like...
And then it felt great.
Oh my God, it felt incredible.
Right, so we've got knight b5 from Yangyi.
This one I don't like.
It depends. Like,
because castles, this is what I'm reacting to. So, yeah, okay, obviously there's a threat of knight to c7, but I'm feeling like black is simply going to go castle.
Right, but
next move, a6.
Next move, a6, but then white plays your beloved b3.
Yeah,
and then if you were to go a6, knight to c7, right?
Yeah.
And then white's very happy because this, like, white's going to be taking on e6 and then c4. So a6 now would be quite naive, but
okay.
What can you do? Rook c8, maybe?
Okay, so a few moves. Rook c8, I like, yeah, rook c8.
Yeah, and then my knight is really stupid here.
Right.
I should have gone knight c7, I'm guessing. Since I went for knight b5, then after castle I should probably go knight c7. And rook c8 and take the bishop, pawn takes, and maybe only then I go b3, right? And again, I don't know how I feel about exchanging on e6, because it makes e4 less likely. I've exchanged my c3 knight, so it's less likely that I go e4. But maybe I can kind of go b3 and play the position like that. So I was thinking, if black wanted to keep kind of the same structure, the same pieces, black could have gone rook c8 first, and let's say white goes a3, chases the bishop away, and then white can return to c3 even. And we pretend that instead of bishop b4, you played bishop e7, I played a3, and you played rook c8, and we would have reached the same position, right? Yep, so we don't necessarily like knight b5, but it has its merit.
It does. I was a bit critical.
Shall we check the second board?
Definitely. And again, just to set the scene, Yuxin Song, just 19 years old. In terms of the standings, she has the worst tiebreak of those players on 6.5 points. And she needs to win both her games in order to get the GM norm. So She has to play this ambitiously. And Miro, what do we think about that position?
Equal. I guess
It's a little
equal.
bit too equal, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is. So what it was the Scotch. That's a tricky Scotch that they're playing nowadays. So I think the idea kind of comes from 4 knights d4 variation, right? Where bishop b4, you take c6, you go bishop d3, and so on and so forth. Right. And then I've seen people doing it. So basically, like the main line in this coach would be to take on c6, which she does, and then to go e5, right? But then I've seen Ivan Saric, and I've seen somebody else going either bishop d3 or knight d2, playing the same structure, but kind of in a little bit more clever way. Knight d2, black has no reasons not to play d5, e takes, check, exchange on d7, castles. It does feel a bit primitive, to be honest, but maybe it's just good enough for this little, I don't want to say pressure even, but there is still some venom left. So white eventually is going to go c4, and what's interesting, say black was to play c5, and white would go c4 and d4. Well, in this position, maybe it's not great, but sometimes you get this, and white still is very happy, right? Especially if the knight can get to d3 and you pressure on c5.
Yeah.
So I guess you don't go c4, you just go c3, and the pawns are kind of hanging there.
Shouldn't
Knight
white
f3,
be
rook
playing
e1.
c4? So I'm just thinking of a scenario. So
Yeah, like if black doesn't go
not
c5,
queen d3
right?
though.
But she already done.
She
You
already-
mean
like
yeah,
something-
c4 here.
Maybe not.
And
because
computer
d4
does like it more.
No, but maybe d4.
Computer does like it more. Now, after d4, there is queen c6, physically blocking the c-pawn, and then knight goes to f3. So it might have been a moment to go c. So you're absolutely right. So basically, what white's dream scenario would be something like this.
Yes, that's
Right.
what I was visualizing.
A better pawn structure for free, like no downsides to white's position, but maybe it's still not big enough to claim a serious advantage. Black, by the way, ignores the whole thing, so you're welcome to go c4.
Okay, well, white will do that, right?
Yep. Well, eventually.
Well, do it now. What's wrong?
Yeah,
with it?
do it now. Oops. Yeah. So h6 played, and then c4. I guess taking on c4 is like a bit too cooperative, and instead black has to go something like that.
As well. Okay, but you can.
Well, the
Let's
question
just
is,
take it.
yeah, let's just take it. Knight takes,
Could you do rook takes and double, and then say pinning is
winning.
winning? Ha ha ha.
Well, you actually can, because I was originally thinking queen c2,
Yeah.
but then queen e2 is quite annoying because
It's
you're
stuck on the crossbar.
pinned. Yeah, pinned in every possible way. And
Yeah. Yeah.
so what you have to do, you have to be careful. You go queen b1, and then d1 is protecting. Your next move is you can be sure next move is knight c4. And it is somewhat more pleasant. So it could be, okay, I have a theory. It could be that knowing how good Asabaeva is in, like complex tactical positions, maybe it's part of the plan. So you've seen someone, she plays fast. She basically reached this position on being on 1 hour 25. So she played very fast. And she wants something like technical, maybe with like a fraction of an advantage, and then just to go and go on and on and on and hope for Bibisara to make mistake.
Yeah. It could be her approach. We'll be seeing how Bibisara handles this particular position. And the big question is whether she will go c4 now or whether she will go for something else.
Yeah, so that's the current position in the game.
But as Bibisara, I don't think I would be too dissatisfied. There are more dangerous ways to start the opening with whites. So let's move down where we have Vachier-Lagrave against Maria Muzicic. Vachier-Lagrave, our final person on 6.5 points. Maria on 6. So Maria does have an outside chance of winning if she wins these next 2 games. And well, first I was. Where's the queens?
Where's the queens?
Where
Yeah,
is
precisely.
everything?
Like you have very promising Sicilian structure kind of excitement, right? Like white castles long, black castles short. But where are the queens? Yeah. So what it wasn't the knight as some people would think, but it was the Sveshnikov. The Sveshnikov is knight d5, which out of nowhere became quite a popular line, I believe. e5, knight to b8. And here, if you check the database in this position, you have, first of all, like a lot of different moves. Okay, let me never do math on air, right?
Yeah.
3, 6, 11, 12 different moves.
Okay.
12 different moves available in this position, which are like a4, c4, queen to f3, bishop moves, even g4.
Okay.
And why I'm making such a big deal out of it, yeah, let's not forget, Carlsen Caruana played it in the match, or Caruana Carlsen rather. Nepomniachtchi played it with Carlsen was white. MVL, so it's a lot of Carlsen games. Right, why I'm making a big deal out of it. So 12 different moves for white, and yet Vaishali makes her own. Rook to g1 is an alt. So she needed a 13th option.
Hang on, let me...
Isn't it cool? No, okay, at least for Masters database. I don't believe like it's never been played. But
let's have a look in the online database to see whether... No, there's been some games.
In some games, but very rare.
Yeah, literally. Let's do some 6 games.
Yeah.
On the database, and this online database probably has millions and millions.
Millions, if not billions.
Right, rook to g1 looks...
So rook to g1, I imagine it could transpose into something, yes, because, well, there was an option to go g4 one move early, and then after bishop e7, apparently people just play rook e1. So we are back to kind of theoretical grounds. I just found it funny that out of 12 moves available, you still play an original one. Knight to d7, bishop e3, a6, knight back to c3, and this is something that feels not great, to be honest.
It looks a bit weird, a bit disjointed, like somehow white wants to take space in the center, and then you've done some weird lunge on g4 and rook to g1. Doesn't feel coherent.
So black goes bishop to b5, bishop to g5, exchanging the darks with bishops, queen to d2, queen takes, king takes, and then b5. This b5, I'm not sure if it's like bad, but I'd be very careful playing it because that's not very typical for Sicilian. Like in the middle game, you typically go a4, b4, but here white can actually try to play b4 and stop this pawn and plan for a4 on the next move. So oftentimes you just don't have a choice, right? Your pawn is already on b5 from move 6, move 7, but here, since black had a choice, I would think like maybe start with king e7, maybe see what white does, maybe take time to go h6 here. So all I'm saying, like, it might have been that b6 is much more solid. Like, right. You want to develop the bishop on b7. That's again a question. I don't know.
But can we? I mean, because I find that b5 is super instructive, like how to meet it with this b4. Because a lot of people would be like, huh?
Yeah, before. Yeah, it's not very typical,
exactly.
right? Like
I mean,
moving the pawn to b4 in the Sicilian.
You're allowing yourself, you know, a weakness on c4. But
and then you do this, and white goes a4. Pawn takes, rook takes. And now I want to say that white would have been much better in this position. So, like if you let them finish, let's say go bishop d3, go rook, other rook to a1.
Yeah. No, I mean it's a serious positional advantage, despite what the evaluation bar says.
No. Evaluation bar is right, but in a funny way, because you know what black has to do? Has to say 2 can play this game. And black goes g5 and opens his file with h5, and this is how black is fine. Otherwise, white's better. Isn't it cool, Yovi?
That I was not expecting that plot twist.
So you have the pawn on b5, you said. We all said, but we are not used to see the g4 pawn on g4 in such an early stage, right? But black can do the same thing, so it turns out.
It's actually super pertinent, because if Maria hadn't gone b5, then maybe probably black is...
Yeah, so you start with king e7 to not to allow knight e4, right?
Exactly, and then
start with king e7, and you have this idea in mind, right? So if white is not careful, you can go g5, knight f6, h5, and you are the one opening the files first.
Exactly, you hold the key to opening the line. Beautiful, beautiful idea. So, wow, Maria Muzichuk. Interesting. So she has to see this idea. I mean, the thing is, though, if Vachier goes b4, I'm pretty sure that the cog
so
will start
kind of
turning. And
telegraphs,
goes, well,
yeah.
hang on a second. If you do that, I can do that too.
That's really funny position.
You can so tell we're chess players.
Right. Shall we go back to the open
let's
just
go
to
back to
update?
the open, yeah.
Just to update on board one first of all. First and foremost on board one, because it haven't been many moves played, but there were some, and that's quite interesting. So knight f6 was played, and Firouzja, after spending some time, he did play e5, and he did play d4, c takes, queen takes, and then Anish went b7, b6. So we agreed like b5 would allow c4, b6 theoretically invites knight c4, but Alireza chose to go queen e4 first. Queen e4 with rather transparent threat. Well, now that I'm thinking, it's not a threat, I just realized, because knight c7 guards the rook, right?
Yeah.
I guess, you can't play queen c7, that's for certain, yeah.
You can't also go bishop b7.
Oh, bishop b7. So it stops bishop b7, because, yeah, you would think, okay, now it's the battery, now it's the pin. Know your terminology, right? Right. So the fact that black is thinking is, well, probably it's not an easy, kind of no easy move for black, I'm guessing.
Right.
I'm trying to understand, like, what's so bad about bishop e7? And then, fun.
Exactly, this is queen to g4 business.
Yeah, so you're kind of making a move with the queen, and then in case of bishop e7, you once again move the queen, but bishop e7 is such an unlucky move.
Could you be weird about things and go, I'm thinking rook to b8? I was kind of
It's a good move.
thinking...
That's a good move.
Well,
and then you're planning for bishop b7.
Yes.
And then it will be a battery with the bishop defended.
Exactly, but I wasn't sure whether the rook should go on a7, ironically enough, because I was thinking, in some d6 scenarios, the rook gets ready to swing over to d7.
Yeah, well, computer prefers rook to b8.
Yeah, rook to b8
thinks that
felt
black
like
is
the more
better.
logical move to suggest.
Yeah, so over here, it still remains to be kind of seen why knight c4 was not played. It's such a natural move. It looked like the whole idea is of going to a3 is to play knight c4. And then in case of b5...
Now you can go knight to...
Yeah, you can go knight d6 immediately, and you would get like a very, very strange position here. It's a very far advanced d6 pawn, but then black somehow can play around it.
Yeah.
Or you could enter something even crazier if you were to start with bishop g5.
That looks...
Bishop g5, queen to c7, you drop the knight on d6, bishop takes, pawn takes, you have to take with the queen, and then they take on g7, now rook f8 loses to bishop h6, so you got to play queen f8, and yeah.
Yeah, that's the kind of position that would be right up Alireza's Ali, I was going to say.
Alireza.
Alireza, yeah, exactly. I mean, wow. I mean, it's very interesting already because in the top boards, we've seen a lot of concrete, direct play. But there's plenty of action happening beyond the top boards. And we have Angelica with us following all of the action closely. So, Angelica, set the stage for us. What do you have?
Hey, Ivanka, it's already around 10. I mean, on all the boards, the action is happening. And I would like to show you the game from the women's section, where with white pieces, we have Leah Garifulina against Marcel Yefremsky. As we can see on the board, we have already French defense. And in this position, white played queen d2, allowing the take on b2. So it's a gambit variation. And here it's a choice, of course, for black to accept or not. And luckily for us, black accepted. Queen takes b2, rook b1, and now the main point of black, that black wants to escape with a queen backwards. Bishop b5 was played, putting pressure on black. Knight d4, everything is theory here. Bishop takes, a6, And here, by the way, bishop d7 is a move which usually being played in the most of the games, but the rare move rook b3 was played, kicking the queen backwards. And after bishop a4 here, even black had opportunity to win a piece, but of course, it all was a preparation, since after bishop takes, pawn takes, we can see that after sacrificing a whole piece, all the dark squares of black are very weak. Knight d6 is coming, knight c7. So for sure, black didn't want to go for it. Queen d8 was played. And after bishop b6, queen h4, now we can see that black is trying to do something on the king side, but still there are many weaknesses on in the center for black. Queen g4 is played, knight e4. By the way, very beautiful move in the position. If black would take, there is a nice move, rook c3. And the point is, even if black is playing bishop b4, trying to pin, this rook, queen, and king, here comes rook c8, rook takes, and after bishop d7, king has to step away on one of the dark squares, and queen b4 is coming with a check at the end of the line, and white is completely winning. So bishop e7 was played, not taking the knight on e4. Knight managed to get to d6. Now black forced to take on d6. You cannot stand this knight on d6 any longer. And after pawn gets there, we're getting this very interesting position with two bishops for white targeting black's pieces. Pawn on d6, castle has been played. And after castle, h5, c4. White is trying to break the center. We can see that the evaluation bar dropped a bit, but white is just trying to break all the pawn center of black, and still black is up a pawn. But in return for this, white has this huge activity, and I just love this example from this opening from the women's section. Jovanka, what do you think?
It looks wild. Let's face it, very unbalanced. And I would not want to be playing with the black pieces. Such a tough decision to make. Do you allow white to have a protected pass pawn on d6? No. I mean, Miro, chicken.
No, you take on c4, I guess.
Take on c4,
well,
exactly.
What's interesting, yeah, indeed, it's like a very sharp position, but now that I'm checking it all the way up to move 20, it's apparently been seen previously. So h5 is the first independent move.
Oh, wow.
Strangely. So there is like a lot of, that's a crazy
There's been one game played.
Crazy sharp line, but people already figured out how to play it.
And Angelica, just a question about the whole mood of the other boards. I mean, we've seen a lot of fighting chess already from the get-go in the top boards. Is the same situation happening on other games? Has everyone just woken up and chosen the most aggressive lines to play?
I believe so. I mean, I've seen also on the bottom boards, I mean, everyone is so serious. Even if it doesn't come to the prize money, even if you don't have a chances, you're still fighting for your rating. You're fighting against super strong players. I mean, every single player in the field, in the women's and in the open, is extremely strong. And you want to get this extra rating at least.
Yeah, thank you very much, Angelica. Yes, there seems to be something in the air as everyone has come to the board in a determined mood. Now, we're going to go on a short break, but remember, during that break, we have a Day 9 recap by Saga Shah. Yesterday, it was intense, so have a look, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Nine rounds have been completed at the FIDE Grand Swiss 2025, and we just can't decide who will come out on top. In the open section especially, we have 4 leaders with 6.5 out of 9. We have Matthias Bluebaum, we have Alireza Firouzja, we have Anish Giri and Vincent Keymer. In the women's section, we have a sole leader in the form of Katrina Lagno, but she is followed by 4 players who are just half a point behind her. Let's get to some interesting games and see what happened, because as the games are progressing here, as the rounds are getting, the tournament is coming closer to completion, we are seeing more and more fighting chess, because there are 2 spots for the candidates in both open and women's section and everyone wants it. So let's first look at the game. The top board clash between Nihal Sarin and Alireza Firouzja. In this game, Nihal Sarin pushed his knight to g5. And what was very exciting to see is that if black castles, there's a sacrifice on h7 followed by queen h5 check, picking up the knight. So here Firouzja played e6, attacking the knight on g5, and Nihal very quickly put his bishop, giving up the knight. And the game was absolutely insane. Here Nihal should have gone for the check on d6 when he was better significantly, but he played f4 followed by queen e2 and then g4, trying to trap the queen, but Firouzja was up to the task. He found queen h4 and he defended like a monster here, playing actively, giving back a piece, and then eventually finding his way into this endgame, which should have been drawn. But actually, Nihal went wrong and went on to lose. So very deserving victory for Firouzja, who defended brilliantly and is now one of the leaders in the tournament. In the other game, that was Vincent Keymer versus Parham Maksudlu, I have a feeling that Vincent is getting into the groove here and could very well be on a roll. He, with the black pieces, look at the creative way in which he plays. First, he pulls back the bishop. And then when Parham goes all in, he takes the pawn and here immediately fights back with the move h6, knight f3, and now black to move. What would you do here? Boom, g5. What a move this is. Because if you take here, you take back, now the h3 pawn is attacked, and I'm pretty sure that after knight takes g5, Vincent wanted to put his knight on the e5 square, followed by rook g8 coming, or the queen moving and long castling coming in. This was quite dangerous. And in fact, Parham immediately went wrong, and very soon Vincent was able to take over in the game, and he played a brilliant one here actually. With long castle, black was already pressing. So that meant Vincent also joined the leaders with a win against Vidit yesterday, and now this win, Vincent is slowly coming back, and this was a great win for him. The next game, which I think was a very, very big break for Anish Giri, came against his countrymate Jordan Van Forest. Recently at the Chennai Grandmasters, Anish had beaten Jordan, and here it seemed that the game would end in a draw. It would have if Jordan would have found the move knight f3, attacking the pawn on h2, but actually he went knight c2, and it felt like a good move because you are attacking the b4 pawn, but Anish found this excellent defense, excellent move with b5, and now a check, knight c4. The bishop is attacked and the pawn is defended, but just bishop c3, very strong. And now after knight a3, otherwise I'm just coming in with my king and picking up the pawn. So he went knight a3, bishop takes pawn, knight takes b5, and it seems like the material is even, but actually the white king is rushing in, and here came the move bd4, a beautiful move by Anish to attack this pawn. It cannot be defended, and he won a pawn and went on to win this endgame to join the leaders at the top. So that's how we have 4 leaders in this tournament with 6.5 points. There's another game which was very interesting, which was that of Arjun Erigaisi, which just goes to show that how tactics can happen on the board. In this position against Samuel Savian, he went king h8 and the position was equal here. But king h8 gave Arjun the chance to go knight e5, and it was game over now. Because knight takes f7 cannot be stopped, and if you go bishop g8, which I think is what Savian wanted to do, here is the tactic which was super strong. Bishop takes f7, attacking the rook here, and if you were to take the rook, then knight g6 check and you lose the queen. So that's how Arjun also managed to win and joined the players on 6 points. There are several players who are on 6, which makes this very exciting. There's Abhimanyu Mishra, who's playing the tournament of his life. He's gaining 28 elo points, 2851 performance. Then we have Arjun, Nodirbek, Nihal Sarin, Hans Niemann, MVL, Yangyi. What a list of players on 6, and they can all move into the top spot here. Let's go to the women's section and see what happened there. In the women's section, I think there was this game between Bibisara and Katrina Lagno, which was the most important game of the day. It was played on the top board, and here Bibisara could have won the game if she would have played the move c3. It's totally winning. I mean, rook c6 is possible here, but then you simply go king d7 and pick up the pawn. And yes, a bit of calculation is needed here after, let's say, rook c3, knight e2, rook e3, f4, rook takes e4, but f3, and it's actually going to be a checkmate very soon with knight g3 and rook g2. So that's the reason why Bibisara would have won. But in fact, she went king f8, and Katrina Lagno just got the opportunity what she needed. She chopped the pawn here, gave a check, chopped the pawn on f5, and before you know it, it was already a draw. A lucky escape here for Lagno, who was losing right from the opening, but came back very strongly to draw this game and keep her half-point lead. The other game which was super interesting was Irina Krush getting the better of Stefanova, and here the tactics were beautiful because in this position, Stefanova took on c1, rook c1, and it's an equal position. Maybe taking on b5 would have been okay, but here black went a little bit too aggressive, took the pawn, and this is where the pins began. Rook d1, first pinning the knight here. She went queen a8. Now double pinning it, bishop b7, and now came the move knight c7. A beautiful move. And takes, queen takes e5 here, and seems like everything is equal, but not really. Bishop f7, and you win the rook, and Irina Krush went on to win. In the women's section, Katrina Lagno is the current leader with 7 points out of 9, but we have 4 players on 6.5 points. We have Vaishali, we have Bibisara Asaubayeva, Tan Zhongyi, and Yuxin Song, and all of them are just half a point away. Round number 10 will be played tomorrow, and I'm very excited for it because it could potentially tell us who are the 2 players who will reach the candidates. For now, this is Sagar Shah signing off. Bye bye.
Hello and welcome back. And the opening battles, they are behind us in round 10, the penultimate round of the FIDE Grand Swiss. And it's that time where every move literally can bring celebration or heartbreak. Because for some of the players, as we mentioned, and we're going to mention time and time again as it grows in importance, they just want to qualify for the candidates. If they don't do that, then it might as well, have not played. And I'm also looking at some of the big names like Alireza, Firouzja, Vincent, Keymer. For them, really, they want to be at the top, making those top spots. Yes,
I have big news.
Okay,
I have big news on the first board because Anish just made his move after thinking for 32 minutes, and the move was bishop b7.
The one move that we attached.
So we thought it's absolutely impossible, right?
Right, because we just went
you
c4.
go c4, and you win the piece, you win the game. That's what we thought. However, to my slight disappointment, I want to say, I think we will be seeing the end of this game very soon, if c4 is played, of course, but not with the result that we think. Because black apparently has takes. Now everything loses but knight c3, and queen takes bishop, and there is rook b8, queen a6, rook a8, and the queen cannot escape the repetition.
Okay, let's run through that one
So
one more
c4.
time. C4.
Bishop takes knight, and apparently you don't even have to do it, but it's kind of clearer if you take the knight. Now, c takes, bishop takes is not sufficient because black gets the tempo, and after queen g4 just drops the bishop back to f8, right? So bishop takes knight, pawn takes bishop. The pin is still there, but black goes knight c3. Now, I guess you could have played this position somehow, like going queen d3 or something. Can I do that? Like if I go queen d3, yeah, I guess it's playable. It's not better for
A4.
better for white though. Right, knight a4, bishop c6 will be quite a solid setup. And queen c7, and there is potential for black to even be better. But if you were to take on b7 instead, then rook to b8. All squares are covered, but queen a6, and then rook a8, and again, all squares are covered, but to b7.
Okay, well, it's an intriguing decision, though, from Anish. You know, it's understandable because he's playing black against one of the most fearsome opponents in the world, and a loss would be devastating.
Absolutely.
So I understand that he's on 6.5 points, but you know something?
It also goes like with the colors, right? Draw with black, and then he's, like if he makes a draw with black, he's on 7, and he has this one shot in the last round with the white pieces.
Yeah.
So that's, I guess he would be in a reasonably comfortable situation.
I took the liberty of writing down their tie breaks, the first tie breaks. And Anish Giri, as it stands, has an opponent rating average of 26.49. And he was the last player on that group of 6.5 points.
Yep.
And I'm looking at the players on 6 points, and I can see Abhimanyu Mishra has a rating average of 27.33. So if Abhimanyu wins, then he overtakes Anish Giri. Arjun Erigaisi had 26.76. Abdusattorov had 26.55.
So Anish's tiebreak is not great.
No, it's not great.
Yeah.
So somewhat of a risky strategy, but also dependent on Alireza, because Alireza's tiebreak at the minute, as it stands, was 26.78.
Yeah, Alireza's tiebreak is reasonably good. So Mishra's is outstanding, but then from the very top, it's only Bluebaum's tiebreak, which is comparable and as of now slightly higher than Alireza's.
And
but he beats everybody else.
But it's very weird that we're talking even around 10 about tiebreaks.
Right.
It does indicate that if a draw occurs, Anish Giri, in order to get that candidate spot, will have to win with presumably the white pieces.
Right, but also the fact that the first tiebreak being average rating, it doesn't fluctuate that much, because if it was this Pujols, 2 rounds, with 2 rounds to go, like anything can happen. Yeah. You know, somebody who you played in round 1, maybe they score 2 out of 2, maybe they score 0 out of 2. Yeah. So it's a lot more volatile. With the average rating, yes, it depends on kind of last round's pairing, but still, if you are, I don't know, 50 points higher on average rating or 40 points higher, well, it can't really change overnight.
Yeah. I agree with this, and now the ball is in Alireza's court. Is he going to be going c4 and going for this forced repetition? Will he be doing something else? I mean, maybe he's got no choice, actually, because...
Yeah, in fact, something, if you try like knight c4, seems a reasonable move, but then black goes b5, knight to d6, bishop takes knight, pawn takes bishop, castle's short, and black is just better according to an engine. I guess later on playing rook b8, having some knight jumps, and here on the king side, I guess f6 is what you want to play, just to cover some dark squares, and yeah, the king side safe, and possibly even queen e8, queen h5, you'd be the one like having some ideas on the light squares.
Right, and I just wanted to point out the knight is very nicely situated
on
d5, and this bishop on b7 is primed to strike at the knight and that long diagonal, and also it's only black who has control over that c-line. So I think Alireza probably should be taking the repetition, because bishop to b7 is a maximalist move.
Yeah.
You know, he's not even bothering to prepare bishop to b7. It's simply getting it there and saying, I don't care about the repetition.
So there is queen g4. There is queen g4 there, which might be kind of an interesting attempt to continue the game. And I'm looking at knight e2, king goes. I wanted to take on c1, but then black might be losing the g7 pawn. This one's tricky though. So knight c1.
I was thinking about
g7, and you go rook f8, and they go rook c1, and you go something like queen e7.
And then you castle queenside, and then this bishop on b7, hello, is looking at g2.
The bishop is great. Also, you have a bit of compensation for the pawn in the form of like these isolated pawns, even if the queens were to be traded, some rook c8, you know. So it's not that sad of a position for black, even if he decided to sack a pawn. But at least this looks playable, and maybe Alireza will decide to go this route. But black could also decide not to give a pawn and go king to f8, which I believe is very, very tricky position.
Yeah, but you know something? There's a lot of risk in this particular approach because of those vulnerable queenside pawns. And there's also risk for black, having said all that, because you've got to find a way to rescue that knight on e2. Because, for instance, if white were to go bishop to d2,
bishop d2, I imagine h5 is the move, and then the queen strangely doesn't have that many squares. Well, in reality, it has only h3 available. Yeah, and the computer is very calm. Actually goes queen c7. I imagine rook e1, it'd be taking c4 pawn.
And this is also the kind of position where there's no way back.
Absolutely.
Like white has ruined the pawn structure, doesn't have an attack, and Alireza with a scratch on his head indicates that he's not happy.
Yeah,
it's not a decision you really want to be taking. You know?
Seriously, it's so natural to think that if queen e4 does anything, it stops bishop b7.
Exactly.
Right? That's what we thought.
It's the Sam Shanklin rule. Think about what you want to play and do it anyway. But actually, that should come with a lot of conditions, you know. Only if it works out, only if you calculate it properly, only if you balance and make the correct assessments. But
yeah,
we'll come back to this game and see what choice Alireza makes. c4, and this whole concept of playing queen takes bishop does lead to a repetition, as the white queen cannot escape. So let's move down to the game between Vincent Keymer and Matthias Bluebaum. Both of these players are on 6.5 points. They're very good friends. They're compatriots. They know each other well. Matthias beats Vincent back in 2016 when Vincent was just 12 years old. Vincent repaid the favor earlier this year. And yeah, you got it right. I mean, so d4 played.
Knight e4, knight traded, c5 and e3. Knight to c6, e takes, and Matthias decided to take with the knight. So now knight d2, and computer wanted to go either knight e5 or pawn to e5. And I guess going pawn e5, knight takes knight, queen takes knight would be somewhat more pleasant for white because of, you know, the space advantage. But Also, it gets quite simplified, and black would have queen c7, rook b8, b6, bishop b7, and trade more pieces, and then trade the rooks on the d file. Might have been just like not enough. Therefore, Keymer tries to keep the knights on the board. So later on indicates he wants to play c3, kick this knight away, and so on. So b6.
Said c3. He literally
e5,
played c3.
Bishop a6, attacking the rook, rook a1. Rook e1, rook c8, and he just played c2, c3. So getting the same structure, but there was an extra set of minor pieces with the knights being on the board. So now you have to drop the knight back, either to c6 or f5. Yep, and after knight c6, queen a4, bishop to b7, and knight c4. You get the idea why white wanted to keep the knight on the board. Bishop f4, rook d1, knight to d6.
Yep.
Seems quite pleasant for white.
Looks very nice for white.
Something I wanted to kind of to think about is black forced to move this rook? Does he have to move this rook? Because bishop a8, queen a8 doesn't strike me as like black losing material. It's more of a trade, because with this position being closed, having this diagonal, right? If you compare, as of now, the activity of bishop on g2 and rook on a8, I'm taking the bishops. I was thinking maybe, but then again, what do? You can't really force white to take, right? If the story would be like black goes h6 and white is obliged to take the rook, then I would probably do it with black.
Well, the problem is that c3 is still incoming.
Yeah, c3, and then you just
have to go to f5.
And this is what you want to do. Yeah, I guess it would not mean that black is immediately better or something, but you could kind of hope to complicate the game. Knight drops to a6, queen a4.
And it's just as you said, bishop comes to b7, knight c4.
There's knight c4, and there is another attractive move, which is queen to g4. Queen g4, and only then you want to play knight c4.
Yep.
It's tricky how you could have played queen g4 immediately, right? But apparently queen a4 to force the bishop to drop back and kind of into a pin on the long diagonal. Only then switching to g4 is preferred by the computer.
I was just going to mention, if you were to go queen to g4 directly, I don't know whether it's any good, but it might be good in the future. Bishop to d3 is something.
Bishop d3 is something.
Yeah,
yes.
It's something, and then you flick
Sometimes
the
you
bishop
just
back
go
to
there
g6.
and defend, right? And now with the bishop on d3, you might actually consider c5, c4, because, yeah, c4 here, for instance, it's a silly move. But just to mention that sometimes they go c4 to have a square for the bishop on c5, right? And, of course, reinforce the d3 as an outpost. But it makes the bishop on a6 quite silly. However, if you put the bishop on d3 first, then c4 kind of makes more sense. Right, after queen a4, let's see what
bishop
Bluebaum
b7
does. Bishop b7 seems automatic.
Forced.
Right. Well, theoretically, there is knight a5. I don't think black loses material, right? b4, pawn takes, and there is queen d4, and black is more than fine. Yeah. So that's the alternative. So bishop b7, very tempting, but not automatic.
Right, but if you were to make a move like knight to a5, then immediately you start looking at knight to e4, you know.
Queen g4, knight e4, yeah. So you see a couple of minor pieces are stuck on the queen side, and then you go for the king side attack.
Yeah. Also, you know, I live by the philosophy that when white has a pawn on e5, it cuts the board in half, so therefore it's a signal to actually attack on the king side.
Right.
And so, some hesitation there, some thinking from Bluebaum. Let's move on down. By the way, just to update you on the big news, c4 has been played by Alireza. Yeah. And both players looking away at the distance. It's like they know what is coming next. So okay, maybe we can catch the end of this.
Yeah, let's see. So as I said, bishop a3 was not forced, and Giri actually chooses knight to c3. And I think the reason for that now it absolutely makes no sense to go to g4 because you're not targeting the pawn. The pawn's protected. Black's got to go h5 and just be better.
He's shaking his head.
Knight c3 and Alireza.
Did you see?
Yeah, that's somewhat absent from the board in some outer spaces because I think he had big plans for this game, right? He had big plans for this game. He chose a very, unconventional opening. He wanted the fight, and Queen e4 in his head is a terrible blunder, which allows Black to almost force a repetition.
With his head on the table, nonetheless, you know, he looked very annoyed with himself.
Right.
And this is not the result that he wanted. Do you think he's come to terms with the fact that he probably should be taking on b7 on a practical level, or is he just thinking about maybe?
Is there a way to go on? Because there is theoretically an option of bishop g5. And now rook takes queen, bishop takes queen.
Flicking a check.
Bishop a3 is possible. And then, you're threatening b2, so white has to capture one of the pieces, maybe takes the bishop and black takes on d8. I guess the structure is such that it's hard to imagine white winning, like with all of those pawns being on the open files, even though theoretically white's pawn up for now. So there is that. Or if black wanted, he could, after bishop g5, go bishop e7, bishop takes, king takes, and then there is absolutely nothing white can do.
Nice recapture there. I mean, is there anything in...
Yeah,
the problem is that...
You could take on the queen, and then there is this knight e2 annoying check. Yeah, because I also thought, wait, but white can take a lot of material. No, he cannot. Because, there is always check on e2 first, and only then black takes the queen, and black is just better. So, So this, seriously, bishop e7 stops the game. It's just a draw. It's forcing. And moving the queen away. Now queen d3. Well, it's not a disaster, but black just goes knight e4, and now you're no longer getting to d6. Your knight stuck on a3 because you played c5. So it's just a not wise decision. You can keep the game going, but what for? Right.
And at what cost as well? Because we've seen. If, for instance, you're obliged to go b takes c3 or b takes a3, you've literally ruined your pawn structure. The bishop is a beast on b7, and it's only white that is risking everything. Black is very solid. So, Alireza, he's not happy.
He's not happy for sure.
But he's coming to terms with the situation on the board. Again, any breaking news will come to this, but let's move over to Yangyi against Arjun Erigaisi.
Well, this promises to be a very long maneuvering game. So we've gotten this bishop f8 thing, and white kind of confirming that he would push this bishop to f8 anyway, went a3 nonetheless. a3, a5, and I think I've seen it. a3, a5, b3. And not to put the bishop on b2, as you would think, but rook a2, and then rook swings across the second rank, g6, and then rook c2 was played. I believe I've seen white going knight g3, and that's the move that he played later on, knight g3, f3, and swinging the rook all the way to f2 before going e4. So rook c2, bishop to b7, but the rook on c2, of course, makes perfect sense. h3, knight d7, knight g3, rook c8, and rook to e1. Computer does not necessarily like this last rook e1 move. But basically, all the pieces on the board, very tense, no clear strategic kind of path for for both players. I want to say like black wants c5, but only when it's like when he's sure it's good. For white, it's even harder to tell because now having played h3, like f3 e4 is not very probable.
But it does feel like that's the only harmonious continuation for white, because the knight on g3 isn't on a good location.
Yeah, like sometimes what they do, they go f4 and install the knight on e5,
Yeah.
but there is no knight to go to e5.
Exactly.
The knights are too far. The knights are simply too far.
So either it's more maneuvering or white is just going to go f3, e4.
Yeah, like black can consider going h5, for instance, and not to be hasty with h4, but like always have this option, right? It does not necessarily create any additional weaknesses. So if anything, one of those positions where you do want to commit, you want to play kind of useful moves or moves that you reckon will be useful in the future, and then the question becomes who will be better at like playing those potentially useful moves, so that when the position opens, well, you figure out, well, I was right, my king wanted to be on h2 or something.
And the cool camera shot there where we see Yangyi primed, ready for action. Okay, it's going to be a game of maneuvering and also just making sure that the pieces are getting ready for the ultimate breakthrough. But we're going to move to board 4, where there's a completely different type of game on our screens. Because Nihal Sarin, we saw him play this unusual, I want to say. It wasn't quite exactly standard to capture
On
the knight on c6 and then capture again and
yes, and knight
simplify
takes,
the
pawn
position.
takes, so d6 was played, queen to g4, queen to d4.
I have breaking news.
Yes.
Queen takes b7, played by
Firouzja's-
Alireza.
Right. So it seems that we will be getting an early draw.
Shall
on board
we
1.
take a look at the players just for fun?
Yeah, if you get.
They're not even there.
No one's seated, and I believe all the viewers by now understand that. Yeah, it's not that Firouzja is up a piece; it's the repetition we are getting.
Yeah, I mean, everyone is gathering. I mean, there's something unique about chess, right? It's like the crowd inherently senses the drama.
Right. If you were to speak about like fantasy movies, it's the you feel the energy is gathering around this game. Like suddenly everybody shows up.
Yeah, I know.
Well, someone sacrificed something, or there is like an unusual repetition, or this or that, and people immediately kind of surround this board.
The most surreal experience I ever had was when I went to London to watch a chess boxing match, and the chess was so-so. But the boxing was like a street fight, was really not recommended. But it was a lot of fun because the crowd, who weren't chess players, I have to say, sensed when the players made a blunder. It was incredible. You know, I think it just took one person to go, and then everyone went, and yeah, I recommend it, by the way, because the whole experience was electric. And okay, we have a different position.
So queen d4, knight to d2, castles, queen g3. And now, yeah, once again, white could consider going e5, knight e4, and again getting this, like a lot of control on the dark squares. So black goes f6, but then c3. And where do you go with the queen? I guess, I don't know, c5? Do we want to go to c5? e5 happens, yeah. So basically, it doesn't really matter where the queen goes. I believe white's next move is e5. And it's also easy to understand. Let's say queen d8. If you were to make some other move, black is very happy to play e5, and then he gets everything under control, right? But if white was to go e5, now black faces, I would say, rather unpleasant choice, because after this capture, you could go knight e4, or knight c4. Well, knight c4, I just blundered bishop h4 casually. Knight f3, therefore. Yeah, knight f3, and you want to go bishop e3, you want to take on e5. So black is a pawn up for a moment, but you know, with this kind of pawn structure, and if white eventually gets to capture on e5, positional advantage white.
Yeah, I think that e5, this pawn advance by white is like super important and very thematic because you have to lock this c8 bishop out of the game. Because otherwise, if black is getting in e5, then black has got no problems. So looking good there for Nihal Sarin, who is looking to bounce back from yesterday's defeat. And let's move on down to board 5, where we have Abhimanyu Mishra, just 16 years old, playing against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And, well,
crazy position
whoa. Let's deconstruct this one, because when we left it, the king was an f2, but looked like white was well on the way to getting a bind. There is no bind in the game position, so let's take a rewind.
So apparently MVL also thought that white's c5 is quite an unpleasant position or strategic threat, so he went c5 himself, which unbalances position even further. So c5, bishop to e3, bishop b7, and white, of course, has to move the king eventually. And then castle long happened. Bishop e2, e5.
That sounded like a
crazy,
story,
right?
like a cautionary tale. And then, children,
Castle long happened.
castle long happened, and white found themselves.
Fallen, and castle long happened. Precisely. ef4, bishop takes, queen takes, bishop takes f4, and c takes b4. That's the structure we have right now. And if you'd ask me whose king is safer, or rather more unsafe, my answer would be I don't know. Because this one, well, in view of potential B file being open or A file being open, doesn't strike me as a very safe king on c8.
I have an answer for this. Whose king is more unsafe? I would say one is weak on the lines, the other one is weak on the diagonals.
Yes. Right. Diagonally weak king. Yeah, never thought of it, but I like the sound of it. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, white's king. White also, like a few moves ago, we said that white wants artificial castle. Now I'm no longer sure that G file's open, black king is castled the other way, right? So I'm not even sure you want your king on G1. And then computer goes about it in a very, very straight fashion, wants to go queen D5.
Yeah.
For a queen trade, and also, you know, yeah, of course, the king now will be safe, and as long as the queen is on d5, I imagine I can go king f3 even, right? But Mishra didn't want to see d5, and he took on b4,
and
where Maxime takes on b4. And interestingly, I imagine, yeah, two files open, but like say, if black connects this pawn to the bishop, right? He'd be quite safe for the time being, at least.
And could you do... Okay, so I'm just thinking, you're right. Like, if that bishop were removed from the board, you'd have moves like queen to d6, and...
Or queen d4 and rook b1. Yeah, you'd be quite scared.
Somehow or other, I mean, could white try... The thing is that where is the inroad? Where's the path towards attacking black's
to exchange
king?
the bishop, right? Well, especially with the king on f2, it seems to be hard, right? Because bishop d6 runs into queen b6. Bishop d2 just doesn't feel right.
Maybe you have to take some time out, because I liked your bishop to d2 move.
Yeah,
but I did not like.
Maybe you prepare somehow, because bishop d2 does bishop c5, right? And then what do you do then?
Yeah,
so lifting the queen somewhere feels okay, like d3 maybe. But once again, computer wants queen d5. And basically some endgame like that. a5.
And then
again, it's a crazy position, because white has a check, and you go to b7, and white has a check, and you go to I don't know, b6 or a6.
A6. Just
Yeah.
travel on the light squares.
Right, and the king is kind of somewhat vulnerable, but also like can reconnect with the other group of pieces. Maybe the a-pawn runs up the board.
There's a lot of danger for everyone in this particular position. And if you don't do something like that, then black has a very simple threat of bishop to c5
Yeah,
check.
bishop c5 is quite annoying.
It's
There's
horrible.
g8. So maybe we do this just to
But
stop.
then a5.
Then a5, and then again. I don't want to play queen d5, but I will have to, I'm afraid, after rook g8, play either queen d5 or queen f3, just under much less favorable circumstances.
Yeah. No, I mean, bishop to c5 is a devastating threat, so you have to do something about that. So
Yeah, it's either queen d5 or there is queen d4.
I thought queen d4.
Queen d4, so we stop bishop c5 for now. We are planning rook
Well, I was thinking
I guess.
bishop to d.
d6
Six.
as well, right.
So
I guess
if you go rook to g8, then
Rook g8,
I'm
we-
banking absolutely everything on g3, yeah.
And then, yeah, it seems like white's better if not d6. And the funny line is queen c6, threaten this, and white goes, you know what, welcome.
Nice, nice,
Rook
nice.
b1, yeah, and then a5, I guess.
takes
Rook takes
bishop.
a5.
Oh, okay.
Rook a5, and
Yeah.
again, you cannot take it. Right. So here d6 is the move, and then bishop c5 threat kind of reappears, and a7 is not hanging because bishop c5. And you can have a position like this, bishop e3. Now, I don't know if a5 is the move.
Maybe bishop c5.
Bishop c5
And it
still.
feels like white will be
moves.
begging to swap off queens.
Takes, and yeah, I guess here rook e8. And if you were to take on a7, then queen b2, and this
I told you.
and some craziness.
crazy.
Because what do? I don't get. Can't go to g1 or something, yeah,
I
or
think
f1
you're going
or
to have
g1.
to go there.
Both kings are in a really strange place, right?
Both kings need therapy. I mean,
We'll
danger.
need therapy after the game.
Exactly.
Let's be terrified.
Oh, no, no, no. I preferred your queen to d5.
Queen to d5 at least, like
It's a bit more
clarify.
stable. And think of that like the British. It's a bit more, it's just a lot more stable position. And white can potentially play on
Yeah.
without risk of getting checkmated at least. Okay, let's go down to our final player on 6 points. Hans Niemann against Praggnanandhaa. Hans on 6 points, Pragg on 5.5 points. And remember, Pragg wants that good finish for those circuit points.
Yeah, so c takes d4 played by Hans, and Pragg did not take on d4. He just captured knight c2, knight to c6, and d5 being played. E takes, knight to d4, d3, d6, knight swapped, and queen e2. So now, white's up a pawn, but it doesn't matter all that much, right? The double d pawn. So black should play something along the lines of queen to f6, and I guess targeting f2 and b2. And the principled line, so black is about to get a better position with bishop g4, rook e8. So the critical line is, of course, bishop goes to h6, and I guess bishop g4, hitting the queen, and queen to d2, and rook e8. Guess you can play, right? Rook e8. It's still a pawn, though. I know it's not kind of not the coolest pawn, but still a pawn. Bishop b2 somehow can be stopped, we hope. I don't know. Just don't know, yeah. To my eyes, it seemed that Pragg has to have enough compensation for the pawn, but
Yeah, he's got some good pieces. So and plenty of play. Prague is very much from the school that is way more important to be dynamic.
Right, dynamic and
Yeah.
calculations so
Exactly.
far.
And let's move on to the women's, where we have...
Just one more announcement. The board 11, Shan Saxian and Richard Rapport already made a draw, so that's quite a quick result.
I saw that they were right in the middle of a queen and pawn endgame.
Ah, yeah.
I
One
told
of those
you,
very theoretical lines.
there's always one.
There's always one game.
You know, everyone has got like
always
10
one
moves, and there's always one that's like 30 moves
Yeah.
in game.
Here
Still
we get,
no
yeah,
move.
we get moves repeated. Alireza with Anish. We'll see if Alireza finds one of maybe speculative ways of continuing the game.
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't see any, but
Well,
You
his
never know.
body language tells me that he is more or less
coming to
accepting of
terms,
the
yeah.
fact that this is going to be a draw. I was going to say resigned to the draw, but that
Resigned
felt,
to the
but it
draw,
felt
right.
very strange to say resigned.
Okay, let's switch to the women's section and go straight to board 1, where some peculiar maneuvering took place. So knight b5 from Yangyi, we've seen it, was faced with the castle, knight c7, knight e6, f6, but then, look, knight g5, so symmetrical, somewhat surprising move on the other wing. So knight g5, queen e7, and bishop e5. So now, can black capture the bishop? That's my kind of first reaction. I see I can trade the knight for the bishop. So if knight was to take on e5, pawn takes, and white is much better. And apparently knight d7 runs into bishop g4. And
Okay,
then
yeah.
if you take g5, yeah, it's a check. And there's no rook f7, there is nothing. You have to go here, bishop takes knight, and then I guess even queen takes pawn. No, and this way white would be completely winning. Then rook to d1, pawn to e6, and stabilizing. So I guess you shouldn't be capturing. And you should play a move like this.
H6 makes a whole lot of sense.
6, right.
And now where's the knight going?
Where's the knight going? I imagine if you go back to f3, then knight e4 jump happens. So you might as well capture on f6 first. And then, I guess, queen takes, or...
Can you go rook takes?
Yeah, you can go rook takes as well. Knight f3, and... That's tricky, right? Because
Bishop to d6?
optically, it looks like black is better on both sides of the board.
Yeah.
Like black has some potential for the king side initiative, like possibly doubling the rooks and even like, you know, going g4, g5,
Exactly.
g4.
I mean, the only thing that I feel like you need to be a little bit careful of is any breaks within the center with e4, but that's well under control
Yeah.
because of you know, the e-pawn
Pawn being on e6, right?
and the knight being on f3. And by the way, just to update you, we've seen some repetition in the game between Alireza, Firouzja. He has put the queen on a6.
And
So
rook a8, yeah.
rook a8,
And there we go. That's the end of it. It's official. First board in the open section finished their game in a draw.
and both these players are on 6.5 points, so that means that they end the day with 7 points. And we'll see whether Vincent Keymer or Matthias Bluebaum overtake them if either of them win. They're playing against each other, but there's a possibility that we could be seeing a sole leader by the end of the day. But who knows? We could also be seeing a massive tie at the top.
Yeah, and we've seen Alireza smiling, and yeah, like that's a perfect view on the players discussing the game, like from the camera.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's not what Alireza planned, that's for sure. You know, he had the white pieces. he came in the mood for a fight.
Now you see, when the tension's off, he actually he actually smiles. Right. So it was a moment of disappointment, but at least it did not last for long.
No.
Right, and we go back to Yangyi and Lagrave.
Maybe we can head to, because h6 was played and then knight takes
no,
bishop.
just wanted to say that knight h3, I understand you don't want to accept this knight f3 and so on, you had some idea, but now after knight e5, d5, it just seems that black will be better, because black goes knight d7, there's no way to defend this pawn other than f4, and then you end up with your knight being on h3. Right, and then black can play bishop c5 and start advancing. Black can consider going c3, and this pawn is extremely weak. If you go c3 and say the trade happens, then rook c3. If you need bishop c5, if you need queen c5, bishop a3 fighting for the c file, and white, well, potentially has the majority on the king side, but he's miles away from creating anything meaningful there.
Yeah, and with a victory, I'm just checking, does that mean that
Katerina
Lagrave assures herself a spot in the candidates?
So if she wins and say she beats Yangyi, but then we can have 2 players on 7.5. No, she's still not like absolutely safe. She's still not absolutely. Or maybe she would be. It's a speculation, but yeah. We all understand that this win will be huge for Katerina.
It would be absolutely enormous, right? And I think she's played nearly all of the women's candidates.
He might be the one who did. He might be the one who did. So Women's Candidates was introduced in Kazan in 2019, won by Goryachkin, and Lagrave was definitely a player.
Yeah.
And then, since then, what it was Toronto?
Toronto, she was definitely there. She was also there. There was a knockout system.
In a knockout, yeah, she did play.
She was playing.
She did play. So far, she played all of them.
And she also has a very good tiebreak. She's 24-27. Vachier-Lagrave is the next one with 24-16. So looking great for Katerina Lagrave. And let's have a look at the game between Yuxin Song against Bibisara Asabeba. Remember, so much on the line for Yuxin Song. Just 19 years old. If she wins this one and she wins tomorrow's game, she will secure herself a GM norm and potentially a spot in the candidates.
Yeah, I believe if she wins both, she definitely gets the spot in the candidates. And dare I say it's more important than a GM norm in this particular tournament. GM norm you can have at your resort open in Spain or Portugal or whatever, right? And it's not every day that you're winning a Grand Swiss.
No, and she has. I mean, we can see from where we last left it that White did get in c4.
And gotten this and went queen b1, so precisely like we were analyzing. Knight e5, knight to f3, queen c2, a set of rooks being traded. And it's not much, but combined, like it's a tiny bit more pleasant structure, combined with an extra 40 minutes on a clock. Combined with, the fact that Bibisara doesn't have a direct attack on you, which is a big thing apparently, right? Because then you can get smashed. So it's a pleasant scenario. It's a pleasant scenario. So queen a3 was played. Now, I guess you go queen c2, targeting the c7 pawn, and then you want to go rook d1, and then you want to go knight d4, and then from d4 knight has a lot of potential jumps. That's a pleasant position to play.
It certainly looks very pleasant because it's very straightforward as well. And the human mind seeks clarity, right? You target c7, a7, and for Bibisara, all of her moves, on the other hand, are not going to be that easy.
Yeah, you have to be clever about your weaknesses.
Right, you have to be reactive as well. And it's not an easy task, and that's why we're seeing. Actually, take a look at the clock times, Miro, because it's
It's an
big
extra
advantage.
40 minutes is part of why White's position is better.
And how much like physical advantage would a clock advantage like this translate to?
You mean like
Because I mean, we say this.
half an hour, half a pawn or something
Yeah,
like
exactly.
that.
No, so
Yeah, it's hard to tell, right? But it's also the part of it is like how much time left. Because 1 minute against half hour and then half hour versus 1 hour is not the same time difference, right?
yeah.
Yeah, but
Well,
it
also-
definitely contributes. Right?
I also want to point out that might be a little bit of a false flag because Bibi Sara, she's been a Women's World Blitz champion, not once, but twice.
Yeah, that's
So good instincts.
that's true as well.
So looking very nice for Song Yuzin. Maybe we go down and check on Vachier-Lagrave just very quickly.
The third board, Vachier-Lagrave against Maria Muzichuk. And over here, after b5, remember I said like Sicilian way of doing things here is to go a4. And that's what was played. So a4, b4. But now black apparently is quite happy. King e7 and a5 is kind of the whole point of going a4 from what I understand. Because if you let black play a5, then black is probably just better. So a5, stopping the pawn on h3. Now, needless to say, computer wants to go g5, even at the cost of a pawn, because then apparently some counterplay. Anyway, knight c5. And this is the change of the structure we are getting. And white was supposed to take. Anyway, f3, bishop to d7, and now white captures here, goes bishop c4, king d6, and rook to e1.
You know, we still could be seeing this G5 idea in operation, but I would say both sides have their pluses and minuses.
I would think black potentially can dream. Well, there is a 6 pawn, because what I was thinking, you go G5, you open the H file, you trade as many rooks as you can, and then you are able to surround the D7 pawn. Right, but the fact that you have a 6 pawn hanging maybe is not that
not
great.
ideal.
So it could be still like around balance. That's white's weakness, but black has a weakness of his own in the form of a 6 pawn.
Well, we'll see how this game develops. And for a key moment from elsewhere in the hall, we're going to be turning now to Angelica. Angelica, what's the latest?
A lot of action, as always, happening. I mean, this is the round before the final one. And for that reason, we have so much drama on the board. This is even though it's the lowest board, like it's board 22 in the women's section, when Tika is facing Quelle, the opening showed us some interesting moves. And the moves are with the knight, starting with knight g5. So now, what Wantika is doing, she's placing knight to g5, potential pressure on the king side, and she wants to go f4, fighting for the e5 square. a6 was played. At some moment, b5 will be a threat, but for a moment it's not a threat due to the pin to the rook on the a file. f4 was played by Wantika, and here another knight is jumping in. Now knight is coming to b4 from black. Suddenly there are threats in some positions on c2. And here was a moment where Wantika made a mistake. Here she could have castled and continued normal development, but she went for a very sharp continuation. She played a3. It's not even so clear at the moment why it is bad, because the position is extremely dynamic. Here b5 was played, bishop takes b5, now black is giving up material, queen takes on a8, but because queen was defending this c2 square, now knight c2 is coming in, king f2, and at this moment a third knight is coming in and jumping to g4, knight g4 check, which apparently was not the best move, and the best move here would be e5, very beautiful resource by black. And now the big question here is, looks like white can take on e5, though after pawn f takes on e5, there would be knight g4 and queen would take on g5. In case d pawn takes on e5, there is bishop takes e5, and suddenly bishop on d2 is hanging, queen is coming in to the position. And if white is playing some calm move, like removing rook from a1 to c1, then pawn would take on f4. Here, if white would take on c2, there is again this knight g4, queen g5 idea. And if white is taking on f4, I love just this position because there is a move bishop c5. You know, there is a pin on the d file. Bishop is attacking the pawn on d4. Queen is coming in. Position is completely lost for white. And that's why in this position, this e5 move would have sealed the deal probably for black. But knight g4 was played. And now again, we can see that there is this fight. There is sharp position. King e2 was played. Now finally, black is taking back an exchange on a1. Rook a1 is played. And now e5, but not with the same power like move before. Pawn takes on e5. Now bishop takes on e5 has been played. Apparently not the best move because here queen e4. It has not played yet, though this is the current position, but queen e4 would be a very strong move, threatening a checkmate, also attacking all the pieces. But super sharp position here after bishop e5, and also not so clear what to do for white.
Yeah, razor sharp, wow. And I love the earlier move where black had the opportunity to break out. Like that move is, like, two pawns cover that square and yet...
You still go for it.
Exactly. And I mean, there's still like the knight is going to be loose. I mean, and white's king side is falling apart. Unbelievable move.
Yeah, gave me, you know, this line where black was going bishop c5 beneath the d4 pawn reminded me of Viswanathan's immortal games, Arjun versus Anand in Miran or anti-Miran variation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a famous game of Viswanathan, something very similar.
Yeah, very sharp on all the boards as we're mentioning, not only top, but also lower boards. Everyone is fighting and giving all the best.
Everybody wants to win. Thank you very much, Angelica. And as we can see, the battles are in full flow and we're just getting started. We're going to step aside for a short break, but don't go anywhere because during the break, we do have interviews from yesterday's dramatic day. We have an interview with Maria Muzichuk. We also have Arena Crush and Alireza Firouzja. So enjoy that and see you in a few minutes.
I'm here with Maria Muzichuk, who has just won her game, but is also, I think, the only player in this event who has had only decisive games, no draws. Tell us about that.
Yeah, true. I don't remember such tournament where all my games were either I win or I lost. So, but no, it's interesting, and every game there is a lot of fight, and I like it. So there are no quick draws in my case.
What do you think is the reason for this fight? Is it from your side, the players you're playing? What is this no-draw kind of results?
I think because of the tournament, here you should qualify to the candidates. Yeah, and in order to do this, you need to win. And let's say in Grand Prix tournaments, it's good to make a draw, but here, not really.
And how do you assess your performance in the event so far, overall?
It's okay so far. I could do better, but all right. My state probably isn't the best, so 2 more rounds. I hope I will manage to play well.
And how are you enjoying Samarkand?
It's my second time in Samarkand. I played here Rapid and Blitz Championships. So it's okay. Unfortunately, I didn't go to the excursion on the free day because I didn't feel well, so I decided to prepare for the game. But okay, here we have like, let's say, closed territory, and it's okay. I walk in the evening, so it's fine.
Being in a good mood has proven to be quite important in this event, especially after losses, after setbacks. How do you ensure that you're in the best mood possible for your games?
Okay, now it's very difficult after the lost game to recover, I mean, and to play the next game as nothing happened. But anyway, now we are professional sportsmen, we have no choice, and we just prepare and do our best.
Well, thank you so much, Maria. I hope you will have good luck for the rest of the games.
Thank you so much.
I'm here with Grandmaster Irina Krush, who's having an incredible Grand Swiss, particularly in the second half. You're quite in form, would you say? Tell us about that.
Yeah, well, this summer I started out playing a few tournaments, and I'm happy that the third tournament is shaping up to be the best one. So I think the practice that I got earlier in the summer helped. I mean, we saw each other at the World Cup in Batumi. I was out pretty quickly after I lost to Carissa. Then I played like a 9-round Swiss tournament in Abu Dhabi. That was nice practice, but I performed like at my rating. Nothing like I lost 1 rating point actually. So then I came here, and that was on like after this series of practice, and I think it really helps me. And I don't know, yeah, I think that makes sense, right? When you're less rusty, you play better.
But one would also think that it tires you out playing so much chess and traveling between all these countries. How do you keep up with that and not tire yourself out?
Yeah, well, actually, I haven't been home to New York since May, so I have not been going back and forth to all these countries because, indeed, the travel would be pretty exhausting. So I've been in Europe since that time, and actually in kind of like central locations where it's easy for me to get to here, get to Abu Dhabi. So that's one thing. The other thing is that it's not really a lot of chess, I mean, I played a tournament that ended like about a week before this one started. That's hardly too much, right? Like it's a 1-week break, and it's basically perfect to just get some practice.
And this Grand Swiss is a very tough tournament. Even when you don't do well, you lose, you play against another strong player. But you seem to be one of the more relaxed players. I see it in the way you walk and you approach the board. Do you think that's important with the stress?
Well, I'm definitely pretty relaxed because I have, I have goals, like I would like to play well, but really the first goal is to like enjoy this experience, right? Like I'm at a stage in life where if I'm playing chess, it's basically like for the enjoyment. If I'm not enjoying the process, I could just go and do other things. I could go and sit at home and teach my students, right? So I am trying to enjoy this experience. In general, I really like to play. All the preparation that you have to do here for these like stronger opponents is actually the challenging part, which makes it like kind of less fun, more tiring. But still, it's my first Grand Swiss ever, actually. Somehow I haven't played this tournament before. This year it worked well, like schedule-wise, like my final stop for the summer before I go back to New York. Also good practice for the U.S. Championship, which is in a month, right? So I decided to come here and try it. And I have to say, I really love this event. I think it's great to have like these sort of kind of, you call them elite open tournaments, right? Which is so rare. So you're seeing like a lot of upsets, you're seeing, just great battles. I don't know, I really enjoyed this event. I think, it's good we have it at least once every 2 years, but I just think the format is good for chess.
Well, thank you so much, Irina. That was a really good note and so positive. Hope you enjoy the tournament end as much as you did the beginning.
Yeah, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing and enjoying it.
Thank you. I'm here with Alireza Firouzja, who's one of the final boards to finish in today's game, beating Nihal Sarin. Alireza, a crazy game, but let's start at the beginning, right in the opening. Move 2, you think for 10 minutes. Were you surprised by Alapin? What were you thinking about?
Yeah, it's a line to play for draw, so I was trying to think what are the best chances I could get out of the opening, and I decided to go with what I like, and it was a very tough game, complicated game.
And when he sacrificed his piece, were you surprised, or was this something you would also play?
No, I completely missed it, and it's so creative, this sacrifice. I don't know, I have to see if it's good or not, but probably it's good.
Yeah. It was good, but his follow-up wasn't correct. 96 earlier was better.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Then my king has to go to center, yeah.
Yeah. So overall thoughts about the game, also going into the end game, he fought for so long. We were wondering, is it going to be a draw? Are you going to win?
Yeah, it's a draw probably, but it's so hard. It's like until the end he has to defend very boring positions. So that's why he wanted to force things and it didn't go well.
And you both really used all of your time, and that was also stressful for us watching you going down in the clock. Are you happy about this long time control enabling you to play so much longer?
Yeah, I mean, I rather play faster time controls, but it is what it is, and now 2 more games and we'll see.
And other than about the games, I have 2 questions for you. First of all, you are one of our best dressed players usually. People in the comments always comment about that. What is your opinion on the dress code for FIDE tournaments? Should we have it?
Yeah, I mean, it might be a bit strict, but now slowly they're making it better. So I'm happy that it's not such a restriction now, at least.
And secondly, I don't know if you have your badge with you, but last time we spoke about the picture that you have on your badge being such an old one. Well, we have a little gift for you, and that is an update of the badge, the picture.
Now I need to carry 2 badges.
Yeah, well, you can use this one instead, but yeah, a more recent picture. Okay, thank you so much, Alireza. Good luck for tomorrow. Hope you get some good rest.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back. And it's a real mixed bag of positions here in round 10, the penultimate round at the FIDE Grand Swiss. As especially important because the players are jostling for those important points to finish at the top. And I mentioned it, we have very complicated positions happening in the open sections. We have some players who are actually worse, fighting to keep their hopes alive. So let's dive in. We've already seen a result. On top board, it was a draw between Alireza, Firouzja and Anish, Giri, which means that they're finishing the day on 7 points. But let's kind of work our way logically through the standings, and let's go to our players on 6.5 points. Vincent Keymer against his fellow countryman, Matthias Bluebaum. Now, here we left it with the pawn on e5. We were liking Vincent's position, and
so queen a4 was the move that we've suggested, and it was played. Bishop to b7, queen g4, and white's advantage, I want to say, is somewhat crystallized, right? So it's the space advantage and going for the king side, and then Black has to do something as well. I mean, that's a problem. If you could sit and wait. So b5 taking control over c4 square, but allowing a to a4. And a6 played, knight to f3, already threatening bishop h6. King goes here, and queen h5.
Yeah, and with the queen sniffing around h7.
Queen h5.
Exactly. I mean, you can even see like h4, knight to g5 coming in.
Yeah. Our thinking, can black go queen to d3 and try to, first of all, defend the h7 pawn and also maybe drop the queen to g6. And apparently, in this case, white's advised to trade on b5 and go knight h4, where all of a sudden the knight is pinned again and bishop e4 is the big threat.
Interesting.
So, right, so you can try to go queen d3, but you can't really stop. The queen is not getting to g6, that's the bottom line. Because over here, apparently you could think of going queen d3. So it might have been that king h8 is not the best move. So here, queen d3, it does not equalize just yet, but you would have queen g6 as the reply to bishop h6.
Right. But it's a case of shoulda, woulda, coulda, because king h8 is on the board.
Queen h5, and yeah, to be honest, it's not a pleasant position for black because you have to start making some awkward moves, like rook to c7 is what computer recommends, and then a, b, bishop f4. So white's moves, if anything, are very, very kind of logical, natural. You go bishop f4, you want to go rook d1, as you mentioned, h4, knight g5 are your ideas. Very pleasant position for Vincent, and let's not forget, if he wins, that means he's going to be a sole leader going to the last round.
Yep, if he wins, he will take the lead. So let's work our way down to board 3, because the situation has drastically changed from when we last left it, and this is board 3.
Yep, board 3. Right.
Because when we left it, there was a black pawn on d5.
Yeah, and it was, remember I said, like, it's actually hard for white to find the grip, sort of. And black went knight to e4, where after knight takes, pawn takes, bishop c4, which was still okay for black. But then black underestimated d4, d5 move. Because apparently, now I'm checking, it was the computer, apparently black was supposed to go c7, c6 to stop d5, or like to prepare for d5. And it's not kind of the first move you want to make in this position, shutting down your own bishop. Knight f6 seems to be much more logical, but then after d5, computer claims advantage white, plain and simple. Bishop d6, and now it's not easy to understand why white is better, but I imagine rook d2 and bishop b2, like playing on this diagonal, and basically the bishop on b7 is not the great piece. Well, so after bishop d6, I think rook d2 was just played, yes. And yeah, Black cannot play c6, and without c6, the bishop on b7 is quite passive. White, I imagine, in some cases goes knight b5, and then either exchanges on d6, or if the bishop is moved, just goes d6, goes in with d6.
I like this plan of just getting rid of the d6 bishop, because then you give yourself on a plate all of the dark squares.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, no, it's going to be really critical for Arjun Erigaisi here. And I mean, how can he fight this? I mean, does he need to get this bishop out from d6? It's not really doing too much.
Maybe you go bishop e5, right? But then again, after knight b5, how do you stop d6? So you're unlucky. Say rook f8, and if white was to play something, I guess you would have knight e8, knight d6, and that would, like if white skips couple of moves, which white will not do, right? This seems to be much more solid. Like if you've gotten bishop on e5, knight on d6 with black, and you can even play f5 defending the e4 pawn, that is playable. But no one's going to grant you two tempi. After rook f8, a4 is the move, and then bishop comes from a3. You can consider d6. An unpleasant position for Arjun. Definitely an unpleasant position for Arjun, and Yangyi in a very good spot. Nihal Sarin against Abdusattorov on board 4. And this one, whoa, something just happened. I wanted to say Nihal Sarin has control over position and more pleasant or advantage, but it's plus 2 points for Yovi.
Wow.
Apparently his position is completely winning, and it wasn't so just a few moves back. So after c3, out of all the squares, Nordibek chose to go to c5, which is one of the possible places for the queen. e5, king h8. King h8 wasn't played. King h8 was the engine suggestion. So bishop d7, knight to b3, queen b6. Bishop h6, rook f7, rook a d1, and now apparently Nordibek had to go queen c7. So the trick would be like this. Queen c7 for now pins the pawn if you were to take on f6. Black is in time to trade on g3 first, and then take on f6, and the rook from f7 defends the bishop. In which case, white is still better, but the game goes on. Now, after rook d8, white has ef6, bishop f6, bishop e3. And this is, so this time, the c7 square is under control, and black has to start playing really, really awful moves like c5, because queen b5, knight c5, and keeping in mind that the queen can drop to c7, like black is in such a bad shape here. What do you even do? Well, there are threats to trap the queen with b4, a4. There is, it's not a pin really, but you kind of can't move. So let's say I go bishop c8 to unpin myself, right? Rook takes, bishop takes, and now you fall victim of queen b8. And this bishop, the queen is very awkward on b5. These bishops cannot be saved after rook c7. I guess knight e6 or, rook d1 just wins.
Yeah. It looks very convincing. So
it's a disaster, and also it's quite straightforward. You take on f6. You take on f6, which is a logical move anyway, even if you kind of don't win immediately.
Right.
So bishop takes, and now you have to drop the bishop to e3.
But all very forcing moves, and it's just based on this whole motif that the queen has to give ground.
To give c7, and you have one square. You have one square as well. You go to b5, and then knight c5 once again, very straightforward. Awful.
Yeah, and just again, a win for Nihal Sarin will put him on 7 points. And that means that he would either be in shared first place, or half a point behind either Vincent or Matthias. And talking about Vincent and Matthias, let's go back, because I just saw the evaluation bar shoot up in white's favor in that particular game.
But before that, can we stay on this one for a tiny bit? Because bishop e3 was played, and this gives I imagine, a lot of advantage back. And this is kind of a recurring theme, or with his yesterday's game against Firouzja. Remember, he had to give a check before playing a 4 straight in the opening. So once again, mixing the moves order. Bishop e3, but the queen can go to c7. So now black goes to c7. You could try this, but after queen g3, I don't think this capture works. No, it doesn't.
Unfortunately.
Black moves, you take, queen takes, and black is okay.
I did like that one because it just reminded me of the saying. Do you know that there's that saying, everyone is playing checkers, but we're playing chess. But here is the other way around. And
right, so yeah, so after queen takes g3, white will have to take, bishop takes f6, and black is kind of okay for now. White is still better, no questions
But still
asked.
there's knight c5 in the air, and
Yeah, or bishop b6 followed by knight c5. Maybe white still wins a pawn, but all I'm saying, e takes f6 followed by bishop e3. He would have just like won the game. Now Nordibek quickly identifies, yes, I can drop to c7 and still be in the game. Board 2.
Board 2, I mean, I'm going to direct us here once again. I know that we just come from this because the evaluation bar shot up, and
Queen.
this is a critical game because whoever wins this one will snatch the lead.
Yeah, so queen e8 was played, and now it seems knight g5 has to be met with bishop takes g5. Well, there's a question, like how bad is h6?
Well, he's thrown in AB.
AB, yeah, always a possibility. AB, I guess, yeah, there's nothing but AB. And then, again, the question would be like knight g5 with not so subtle threat. And bishop takes and bishop takes. What do we think about this one? There's an unpleasant pin. White controls the d file, so now you don't have the knight to plonk on a d6, but there could be rook on d6, which is like very strong.
Also,
Again, very
like,
unpleasant.
the queen on e8 is almost without squares. Like, I'm just thinking, well, the rook can slide over to d1 and the queen on e8. It might be insignificant for now. Also,
I imagine it's f5 is what the idea, right?
I actually wanted to...
Yeah.
Ah, okay. So you want to go... So you want to meet bishop to e4 with f5.
Yeah, maybe you want to go f5 here, like using this funny en passant, kind of the idea that you can only take en passant on the very next move here, f5. So now your queen is hanging, and when you trade it, you no longer can take on f6 because it's too late, right?
Now,
so
that's a rule
trick.
I would change.
That rule you would change?
Maybe.
For no such rule. The pawn can go f5 and it cannot be. It's on f5, it's not on f6.
Yeah, somehow. Hang on a second. There's a result there in the background. Maybe we can just quickly check in on that.
And Mishra and MVL,
it's
a draw. It's a draw, and yeah, I guess we can review it right up. Well, that's quite a fast exchange of all the pieces. After queen d5, which apparently was needed for white, black went a5, rook b1, black trades here, goes d6, king d7, bishop d2, traded everything, rook a5, and draw agreed.
And
I guess, yeah.
Well, that puts an end to the hopes of qualifying for the candidates for Abhimanyu and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Yeah, because they are on 6.5 points. We have 7 points.
If Abhimanyu wins, though, he'll be on a 7.5 with the best tiebreak. So then it means for him not to qualify, 2 people will have to score 8.
Well, the problem, though, is that we have Yangyi and Nihal, and if they win, they're on 7 points.
Right. So
and
how many
there is a I'm not gonna.
That's still tricky. So imagine we have 4 people on 7, or maybe 1 on 7.5 and 3 on 7, and they all finish in a draw. So somebody runs away with 8, with 8.5, right? Yep. And no, Now, I'm getting confused.
Yeah, I mean, it's confusing,
Anyway.
but you're right. There
Yeah, I
is
don't
an
think Mishra
outside
is out of
chance
the-
that
yeah.
Abimanu can still qualify if he wins tomorrow.
Yeah. Let's call it this. So now his qualification depends not only on his result tomorrow, but also on results of the other games.
Yep.
Would he won 2 games with such a tiebreak, we could say he absolutely guarantees himself qualification. Now it depends on other results.
Yep. Okay, so let's go back to that Keymer game because
Keymer,
it was looking very critical.
Keymer captured on B5, and he went bishop G5, which apparently is not as strong. And why is it not as strong? Okay, I guess now.
What about your
Black
F5
does
plan?
something. Yeah, maybe F5 here. So queen takes queen, rook takes queen, and yeah, there is like nothing in particular that is like going for black here. It's just that he's not as bad as after knight G5. So I guess white doesn't have a pair of bishops. Maybe that's the reason. Because over here, and that surprised me quite a bit, if black was to go F5, white actually happily trades and goes bishop E3, targets this. And after C4 goes F4. And I imagine it's not an eternal pin. You can actually unpin immediately, but then you are getting this horrendous knight on B7, and white would go rook A6. That's the weakness. The knight is terrible, rook D1, or if you choose to do so, you can block the D file and go after the A file, so white would be dominant.
Yep.
Now still white's position is of course much more pleasant, but no such devastating effect.
Totally. But there's one thing I just wanted to point out as a tactical motif. Now, it doesn't work as of yet, but it could very well be in the air. And these ideas are going bishop to F6 at the right time.
Was white.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't work because there's a bishop on E7, but again, I just wanted to put that pattern out there.
Yeah. Rook D8. Well, actually, this one. No. I don't know how I'm calculating these lines, but I thought bishop G2 to E4 was.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing that is,
you basically
in the
have to get rid of this knight on F3, but
Yeah.
like give it for free, right? But it doesn't work just yet,
No,
right?
no.
But there could be ideas of bishop F6, right? No, but I'm thinking how bad. I guess it's bad, right? If I was to take, then you take over here. H7 hanging, and now the knight gets to D6. So basically, he wants to trade the bishops and land the knight on D6.
Also here, the knight F6 motif is also
knight
very
F6,
strong.
Right, but strangely, I would kind of agree that it always works in a sense that black cannot take. But without the dark square bishop, you are not threatening
No.
right? You have the knight on F6, but there is nothing to sacrifice on H6.
Made a move?
He did make a move, and the move is F7, F6, forcing the queen straight. Forcing the queen straight, queen takes queen. I imagine rook F takes E8. Yes, and EF6, GF6, and you just get to play a position like that. White drops the bishop back, and yeah.
Yep.
White is better. Black hopes to somehow hold this one. This could be a very long game now.
Well, Vincent will give it his all to press home that a small advantage. So let's move on down to board 6, or should we check in on board 4, which is no move has been played after queen to C7, so we're still waiting that. Okay, so let's go to board 6, where Hans Niemann is another player on 6 points, and he's playing white
Prague, right.
against top seed Prague.
After queen E2, bishop D7 was played. Bishop E3, rook E8. Well, it's not such an exciting position, to be honest. Queen F6, rook C8, and rook to C4. So Hans is trying to dislodge this bishop from D4. Okay, maybe to mention that if you were to take on B2, you actually can, I just realized. you can take on b2. I was thinking d4 would be quite unpleasant because you kind of cut off the bishop and it'll have to go to a3, but there is a trick, right? The bishop d4 and e1 rook is hanging.
Hanging, yep. Okay,
So you can even
balanced.
take on b2.
But does he want to take on b2? That's also
Well,
another
you
question.
have to react somehow.
No, I'm just
right?
thinking after bishop takes b2, you have moves such as rook to b1.
To b1, yeah, well, maybe. So rook to b1, well, you have bishop c3 with the tempo, and then you're going to go b5. Yeah. Kind of the rook from c8 kind of sees through the rook on c4, and that makes bishop c3 possible. So there's no rook b1. There is, like Compi says, there is like some annoyance with bishop to g5. And if you wanted to be funny, you could go queen h8 and say the queen is safe on h8, but it's not the greatest move. If Pragg wanted to be safe here, I'm thinking, can he just trade the rooks, take on b2, and now if white wanted to go bishop g5, there is queen d4, there is bishop c3, yeah. So not much is going on, it seems.
No, not much. But I would say it's hands. After bishop takes b2, that has to be careful. Let's, just as we were going to the, moving on to the hands game, I did see that Nihal played a move.
Nihal
so
played
he
a
did
move.
not take on f6.
So we go to board number 4.
Yeah.
And Nihal said, well, he plays it in a pure positional manner. So bishop e3, queen c7, and bishop to c5. He wants to trade the bishops. He wants to keep either the pawn on e5, or basically kind of wants to control the e5 square. And I can see it. I can see it being like just like slow but very, you know, very straightforward positional play. And then you go, I guess you want to control e5 once again with your knight. So you go knight d2, f3, or... Well, computer wants to go knight a5. It's not the move that kind of...
Go knight c4 and then knight
go
d6.
knight c4, right.
Okay, that makes sense.
But then it's, again, it's like black somehow starts getting some squares for himself as well. Rook d5, and now if you go c4, you kind of, well, yeah, the knight's hanging.
Yeah, so Nihal being presented with an opportunity to get an advantage and somehow missing the exact move order. E takes f6 would have been very, very good for white. Let's move on to the women, because Tam Zhongyi has decided that attack is the best form of defense, and the g-pawn is no longer there on the board.
Right. f4, that's what we've seen. f4, bishop c5, and I think c3 would have been stronger because black gets to play the same idea, but after spending a bit more time. So first bishop c5, rook f3, b5, and then bishop b6, and only then black plays c3. So now pawn takes, rook takes, and white gets to play g5, so creating some threats over there. H takes, knight e5, obviously. Yeah, the pawn is hanging. If you take back, then the knight on g5 is lost. Rook g3. Black's the pawn up, but white amassed a lot of, like potentially a lot of pieces on the queen side, on the king side, right? Bishop d3, queen h5 has to be counted for.
White
right?
has the
To
skeleton of an attack on the king side. So, okay, knight to f7. Now, I don't think you should be sounding the retreat as white. So instead,
it's too
time,
slow, right?
use that time to go knight takes knight.
I guess.
But
And rook takes, right? And queen takes at an end, and then you put the bishop on d3. But it's still like queen h5 is always answered with
exactly.
the capture, right?
So the rook has
It's
to
not yet-
remain on c3.
It's kind of not yet there.
But you do have like moves such as queen to e2,
E2, bring the
double
other
on the
rook.
g-line.
Maybe go rook h3 even, and only then you
Yeah.
go. Oh well. So if I wanted to show some silly line like rook h3, which is not a great move, but if black chose to ignore it, then you win with rook h8 and queen h5, and yeah.
Yeah, beautiful.
Checkmate on h8.
You got to put the checkmate on our screens,
H8.
Mishra. Yeah,
Right.
beautiful.
So yeah, that's beautiful. It's like it's too telling. Like when you went rook h3, it's such a move that your opponent has no choice but to care about the king. It's clear, right?
Exactly, and also rook h3. Yeah, I mean, whenever I'm like teaching my students about this type of move, I always kind of say to them, "Well, is this attacking move? Does it have another purpose? Does it benefit your position?" And if the answer is no, and if it's easily fended off, well, don't play it. But I like this queen e2,
queen e2
doubling on the g line.
Very nice. It kind of improves your position overall. Plus, you bring the other rook. So queen e2, and then rook to g1, and we see what happens. But still, black has to be objectively under control and maybe even somewhat better.
And Katerina Lagno, she is nursing that half-point lead. She's on 7 points, Tan Zhongyi on 6.5. But Tan Zhongyi has already qualified for the candidates by virtue of her third place at the World Cup earlier this summer. So she can just relax and enjoy the game as it is. And here, these are our current participants of the 2026 candidates. They've all qualified, and there you see there's Zhuzhina and Alexandra Goreshkina. They qualified by virtue of the Grand Prix, and Divya, Humpy and Tan, because they finished first, second and third at the World Cup.
Yep.
So it's quite nice to be able to play in a tournament, knowing that everyone is stressed about making that qualifying spot. Right. And Tan is like, yeah, well, I've already done that, so I'm just simply gonna...
How do you feel about not having a place for World Championship participant in the candidates? Because it kind of makes sense. So you've played the match. Why do you have to start from the candidate? I mean, the one who lost the World Championship match. Because to be honest, I thought Tan Zhongyi qualified as the kind of participant of the last World Championship match.
They took away that.
They took away this place, and like it makes sense on one hand, but also if you have one player who is kind of outlier. You have the world champion somewhere here in the stratosphere, and then you have the second player who is like by a huge margin better, like a clear second. So he makes it all the way up to the World Championship match, loses the World Championship match, and gets sent all the way back.
Down.
So
like
you have to qualify. And all the world champion has to do is wait for this guy to climb again, to get like extremely exhausted, to knock him out again.
Right, there is that disadvantage. But on the other hand, I mean, no other sport do you get that kind of right?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, in the Olympics, if you come second, or even if you come first, I mean, the next race, you have to start all again with the heats, etc.
Yeah, if anything, I'm thinking like maybe world champion doesn't have to get such privilege, like that he only plays the world championship match, or theoretically.
Well, you have the challenge for the crown, so I can understand why they're playing. By the way, we have a result. It was a draw between Song Yutzin against Bibi Sara Asalbaeva. It was just completely fizzled into a queen and pawn endgame where ultimately black's weak pawn structure didn't really count for much.
Doesn't matter, yes, it is. Like there was a little something brewing, but never materialized. And we have a draw on board 4, which we didn't get to talk about a lot. But anyway.
Well, that means for Irina, she's now on 6.5 points.
6.5, and that probably means with her tiebreak. Well, her tiebreak is not that bad, right? But still, very likely she's out.
Yeah, but okay, big chance for her to finish high up in the prizes. And let's go to board 3, where Vachier-Lagrave, she is on 6.5 points. she ideally wants to win. She is playing against Maria Muzichuk. Now, Maria is a player, as mentioned, that has not drawn a game in this event. She just either won her games or lost them. And what is concerning in this game for Vachier-Lagrave is that she is once again down on the clock.
On time, yeah, but that somehow happens almost every game. So Maria did play g5. Remember, I was mentioning this plan that maybe black can try to go g5, next move h5, and open the file, the h5 for himself. h4 was the reply, g takes, and then f4. That's crazy. Look, I mean, now I don't know if there is any other move but to take, and then black is, for a second, like 2 pawns up, but has 2 sets of double pawns and potentially 5 pawn weaknesses. All of the so out of 7 pawns, like you're only happy with 2 pawns, c5 and b4, and all the rest are kind of weak.
Yeah. And for those players, for those people that don't know Maria, I mean, I know that, I think you've worked with Maria Muzichuk.
Yeah, there was.
She was women's world champion. I mean, what would you say is her trademark style?
Well, used to be kind of, dynamic positions, and she would be the player who senses like attacks out of nowhere. So something very, very even and no big things going on, but whenever there is an opportunity, the moment she would go for it. But this, I believe, like this style is very hard to maintain. Like you always have to be focused, fresh, and then whenever you're out of shape, this type of players, they usually struggle more compared to somebody like with down to earth positional play, and then like on your bad day, maybe okay, you don't get this slight advantage, you get an even position, right? So I'd say she's a bit volatile when it comes to kind of stability, but of course, brilliant player.
Yep.
So f4 played, and I reckon ef4 and white. It's no joke being 2 pawns down. White actually has to start winning those back. And say rook f1. And after rook f1, apparently it's h5.
I was going to say that.
So if the h-pawn survives, white might regret this h4 move, right? So h5, what do you do? If you were to take, then rook h5, rook f4, and I guess f5.
f5, and then there's h3, and then h2.
f5, we just blind rook g6, I believe. Yeah, I thought f5 not to allow rook f6.
Just go.
Yeah, maybe you just push the pawn, right?
Yes.
You push the pawn, and then rook f6, you're not that scared because you have a tempo on this rook. And eventually you'll paralyze one of the rooks with h2.
And can you double up on the f line and then bank everything on d6?
Yes, it's this anyway.
Oh my God.
Yeah, well,
that's
d6
cool.
king, yeah, but it's a queen. That's a queen.
There is that.
Yeah, so you take and it's a queen, and yeah, what do you do? So this is one check, bishop e8, but that's about it.
But you got to have ice blood in your veins,
of course,
just to push that h-pawn,
right.
because you think, well, there's 2 rooks and a bishop coming at my king.
Yeah, so apparently it's stronger to go rook e4, and it's not easy for me to understand why. But
why h5?
Yeah, but
Same
still,
stuff.
still I have the same. Yeah, h5, g5 now, and I wanted to do this. But then rook f4, rook f6 is actually quite annoying because the rook on f6 will be defended with the pawn. So rook check, king e7 is not a tempo, and then white just goes d6. Yeah, black also has to be careful. So once again, takes here, goes here. h3 is an option. Rook takes and rook a to g8. That's what computer recommends.
Oh, just to go after the g-pawn.
Yeah, go after the g-pawn, drop the a6 pawn, and say, okay, it doesn't matter anymore.
And if rook f6, you just always go king
f6,
e7.
You go king, wow. This time you go king e5, which I would find a bit scary, but on the other hand, maybe the king is safe. And it's super tactical, Yovi. So rook f7, and then you take on g4, and after this check you go, well, king d4 you're getting checkmated, but king d6, and then, again check and you go to c7 and somehow black is better thanks to this h-pawn. But it can be anything, right? In practical game, like it can literally be anything.
Absolutely. And Vachier really doesn't have too much time on the clock to figure out what is the most accurate answer.
I just realized, because I thought, what you've mentioned, she was down on the clock, and I think it was I was in a position that is a couple of moves back, yes, here. And you know, the board would tell me she's on 20 minutes, right? But apparently she spent all of her time, and F4 was played with only 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, she's only got 2 minutes, and she still has a whole load of moves to make.
F4 is not yet there. Yeah. So Maria thinking she just went below half hour, while Charlie is on 2 minutes only.
Yep. Well,
very tense.
Incredibly tense. So let's go to another game, which I don't quite know what's happening, but it looks comfortable for white. Yangyi against Arjun Erigaisi.
In the open, right?
Yeah, it's back to the open, because here I'm seeing that white has gone in with the knight.
It changed quite a bit, right? Oh, whoa. So rook to d2 was played, and black replied with bishop e5. That's pretty much the line we've analyzed. Knight b5, black went rook b8. And now d6 immediately was strong. a4, queen d7, d6 is still fine. Bishop a3, rook d8, d6 less efficient, but kind of works. Knight to c7. So now, what's happening? Now, first thing first, I do not think black is interested to invest 2 tempi to take the rook, right? You will get checkmated on this diagonal. So somehow black has to figure out the way to, I don't even know what, to get rid of this knight.
Can you
go c5?
I was going to say, can you do small things?
Can you go c5? And the answer is you can.
But then the knight comes back.
Knight goes back, but then the bishop on a3 is kind of shut down. Maybe it's not so bad, in fact. Like you go queen f5, and maybe you start kind of preparing to.
You've got bishop b2. I'm just thinking bishop b2. Get rid of that bishop.
Well, then black trades, puts the queen on e5 and starts surrounding this d6 pawn. Because black has rook d7, other rook to d8, knight to e8, can attack this pawn with almost everything. And now that there is no bishop, king g7, you know. Yeah, so
okay, not so
very intricate.
So you have to play accurately. So I mean, c5.
c5 and knight to b5. And now, what did I say? Queen at f5. Here. Then it's funny. Funny in what way? That white's strongest moves are queen c2 or even queen b1. So I suspect you want the queen on this diagonal for whatever reason.
Maybe you want.
I went queen b1, and I know maybe you just want to defend b2, and then you want to go bishop b2 and take with the queen. Yeah, that's the point. That's the point. Also, you're planning to double the rooks to defend the d6 pawn.
Yeah, and white has solidified there, and that's actually very unpleasant.
That now I just come to realization that, yes, if we trade the bishop and this pawn stays, it's almost like an extra pawn, right? Because on A, B, C files, white's 2 completely neutralize black 3 pawns. Black can't really move anything. Yeah, so still better for Yangyi.
Yeah, and it's very difficult to do that kind of approach as well, where you voluntarily go into a position where you're literally going, thou shalt not pass, like Gandalf. So, okay, that's difficult. Let's also check in on Nihal against Abdusattorov here.
Board 4. Nihal Sarin against Nolibek Abdusattorov. Bishop c5, bishop c8, bishop takes bishop, queen takes bishop. That's what we had. And there is no any move in particular that is like better for white than the other. And like say you can go h3 and be at 0.8. That's what computer says. So basically it's just a more pleasant structure, better position, but yeah, nothing dramatic goes on. So once again, to repeat, that over here, Nihal Sarin, that couple of moves, 3 moves back, Nihal Sarin missed a big chance of taking on f6 first, then going bishop e3, and this way the queen would not have a square on c7. And after queen b5, knight c5, white would have been winning thanks to this pin.
Yeah. Perhaps, Nihal saw this, but he just was focusing in on the queen to c7 jump and was thinking in that direction.
Yeah, well, maybe.
Sometimes the mind gets fixated on small things.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, black would not have any alternatives here, right? After ef6, bishop f6, and like, why would you like not play this one?
Well, I think you would play this one, but I think after queen b5, I mean, maybe queen to c7 is the move that he thought about.
Queen
and just
c7 and queen c7
you
somehow
see
doesn't really work.
Exactly, it doesn't work.
Yeah, makes sense.
Because
so he wanted to make this one work, and it didn't work, and therefore
he rejected the whole idea.
Right. And knight c5, you would win, but black has bishop e8.
Yeah.
So it's even trickier then.
Yeah.
It's even trickier. So the black has bishop e8 and...
Because this is what I think. I think there was a reason for him to just simply reject this line. And often you have tunnel vision in your calculations and you're only seeing that as opposed to... And of the young Indian talents, Nihal isn't the one who does a lot of calculation.
Yes,
he's not your Pragg or your Gukesh.
Natural positional kind of senses.
But I can tell you, he sees things very quickly. I once played Nihal Sarin when he was, I'm going to say, 14, 13 years old. Mm-hmm. It was disconcerting, the speed at which he played. And then at some point...
These young players, they simply operate on very high speed. Yeah. I've discovered, even some of my students, which I'm probably still much better player at the board or something, like solving puzzles, they just go tick, 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 very fast. And they calculate a lot of unnecessary things, but because they are so fast, they can process a lot of variations.
I see that with my nephew, he's, I think, rated 2000. And if I were to do a puzzle competition with him, for sure I would lose. Yeah. Because I'm taking my time and he's like, done. Okay, so he takes f6.
Yeah, so he traded a set of rooks on d8, then takes on f6. Now apparently queen f6, knight c5, white's much better, and, well, white much better anyway, but rook f6 is kind of a stronger continuation. But then again, white has advantage, and it seems to be such a stable one. Let's say you go queen e3 to defend d2, and you want to go knight c5. And for the rest of the game, your structure's better.
Yeah, it is better. And okay, I just made that noise because I know that Vachier-Lagrave is ticking down to 40 seconds on the clock.
Wow.
And Vachier-Lagrave, she's on 6.5 points. She really, I mean, she has a good tie break, but she doesn't want to drop the point.
Yeah, I feel like this is, this time of the run where we have to kind of dedicate more time to the women's tournament, because they already have time troubles, right? So the difference in time control is such that it's like it's.
And
already...
she's losing control.
Wow.
And we discussed this position. We thought it was very sharp, because Vachier-Lagrave gambited a pawn. And take a look at what's developed.
Maria Muziciuk went with f6, and then f takes e5, f takes e5, and rook to f1 would have been okay. But Vachier-Lagrave kept insisting on breaking through. Takes on f6, but now rook f8. And rook takes f6, and Maria could have gone with the other rook, but she cared about the a6 pawn. I imagine, you just take on f6, and then your pawns are running faster than white's f6 pawn. Now, the other rook goes to f8, and white has to
rook g7
go to e7, e7 or g7, and again, don't ask me why. But rook e7.
You want to take on h7, and
right? But why not with the other rook? That's a good question, and it's so hard to decide yourself on any of these moves. Rook e7, the best move, okay.
And she's found it.
She found it, but still, say black captures, you take h7, and black goes f3. So for now, the pawns are alive. The pawns are alive, right?
And hungry.
And quite hungry. They're actually moving forward. Yeah. So apparently the reason to go here with this rook, that you'd be using the king. And then if you had a g1 rook on h7 and the other rook on e1, that'd be a check rook trade, and yeah, and black would get there. Anyway, rook e7 and Maria's to move.
Yeah.
Does Maria have liberty to?
Well, if she goes h5, which I was thinking about,
h5
now you're
rook
inviting,
g4.
yeah, you're inviting moves like rook to g6, rook to g7. I like rook g6. And do you feel like this one could be just a brawl? And you don't want to be getting into that.
Again, it's a crazy position, because now one would think, well, what's the threat from white? Right? What happens if I go h3? And then it's f7, king takes, d6. You sacrifice the rook, you go f7, then d6, and then rook g8.
Yeah.
So it's a rook sacrifice, and white just wins.
Yeah, beautiful.
This one you can actually miss, yeah. Anyway, very, very tense and intense game.
Absolutely intense. And Vachier-Lagrave is going to be pushed to the brink. She only has 1 minute to reach the time control. Well, sharp scenes there at the top in the women's section. Anything can happen, but I'm going to go straight over to Angelica and see, well, she's keeping an eye on some of the other games that are occurring. So what is the critical moment in this game?
Indeed, I mean, this is a game played, it's not on the lower boards, but it's board 16 between the US Grandmaster Samuel Savian against Edis Gurel, who, as we know, also beat Gukesh in this tournament. And in this position, Edis decided to push his pawns forward, pushing g5 and going with the idea of pushing g4. The point here is that queen can, for a moment, still not take on b7 because there will be always this tactical motif. So the pawn there is defended and black is trying to do something on the king side. h4 has been played now. He wants to challenge the pawns, and after queen e7 trade has happened. And this was a key position. Knight g3 was played. At this moment was the mistake done by Edis. He played rook e8. He missed something very, very difficult. Here he should have started with bishop g3, first taking the knight on g3, pawn takes, and then play a rook e8. Why is that? Because after rook e8, there was bishop takes on g5, sacrificing a piece. Knight takes, queen takes, and here bishop takes f5. Now there is a pin on the rook, rook steps back, defending the rook, and after takes, and now we can see that suddenly the pawn on b7, which was earlier defended by this tactical motif of bishop h2 with queen on the 7th rank, is undefended. And even though white is giving out so much material, white is going to win back the rook, and also all the pieces of black are stuck on the last rank. Bishop takes g3 now with 3. The second piece is being taken by black because knight was defending that bishop. Pawn takes, queen takes on f5, and here rook e1 is played. For a moment, black is up 2 pieces, but we can see that rook is hanging and also pieces are not so active. So after a couple of moves, we can see that there is a rook against 2 pieces, and not only a rook, but also 1, 2, 3, 4 pawns. This is the current position. Knight a6 has been played. We can see that the pieces are not so active, and rook and 4 pawns are indeed so great for Samuel Saban with a winning position.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but it's really given me the vibe of Para Maxidlu against Vincent Keymer from yesterday. I mean, the same piece in balance. And that's a rare one as well.
Yeah, but he should have paid more attention, because that is, I believe, kind of a standard motif in here, in this line of Petrov, that the b7 is protected indirectly, but you know, you blink and your queen's deflected and queen c7 wins. There have been games like this, like not precisely the same scenario, but you really have to be very mindful about this.
And Edis blinked.
Yeah, and he did.
He did blink, and as you see, there are consequences. Thank you very much, Angelica. Oh, what a start to round 10, the penultimate round of the FIDE Grand Swiss. Well, the middle games are getting sharper and sharper, and we're going to step aside for a short break. But when we return, get ready, because time trouble is looming. We're back, and of course, is that final stretch as we're in the penultimate round where the stakes have never been higher. And we have Angelica here with us, ready to share with us one of another critical moments in the game, because as you mentioned earlier, everyone in these final 2 rounds wants to win.
Board 50, so it's pretty lower than the rest of the field, but we see that players are fighting. This was a moment in the game between Grandmaster Muradli from Azerbaijan against Bassem Amin from Egypt, the top African Grandmaster. And in this position, Rook C4 has just been played by Black, and there was already a setup trap with F4 coming in the position. That's why White should have played F4, stopping this pawn march on the king side from Black, but Knight C2 was played instead, and that's why Bassem continued with a4. Now he's opening up the king side. Knight A3, attacking the rook on C4, but here intermezzo, take on G3 has been played, White took on G3, and Rook D4. And I believe here is a trap which White apparently wanted to set up. Bishop H3 was played. Now, Bishop is attacking the knight on E6 with a check. So if Rook takes on D1, Bishop takes on E6 with a check. And other than that, if Knight is stepping back, the Rook on D4 is hanging. But here comes the move. The move of the game, Knight F4, jumping in under attack of the pawn on G3. Now the point is, if you take on D4, Knight is jumping with a triple fork on king and 2 rooks, and Black is going to win back material. But in the game, he took on F4 the knight. And after Rook took on F4, now we see that Black is down a piece, but there is a strong D pawn, and also all the king side is open. Now Rook D2 trying to defend, D4, pawn is marching forward. The next step would be at some moment to D3, Knight H2, trying to defend everything because the Rook is not hanging yet due to the pin. Queen G5, check, Rook G2, Queen takes on E5. Now we can see that there is extra 1 pawn, only 1 pawn, by the way, for the piece, but all the pieces looking at the king side. And after Knight C4, Queen C5, Rook C1, this is a current position where Black is completely winning due to all the pins on the king side. And the pieces which are apparently trying to defend the king are also not staying so well. It's looking pretty awkward. Pawn on F3 is hanging, D3 is coming, all the threats are in the air, and looks like Bassem Amin is winning.
Yeah, positional domination there, but what a shot. Knight to F4, you know, threatening Knight to E2. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And yeah, creativity all round as the players, they are jostling for those all-important points. And there's a lot of money at stake. Let's not forget that in the open section, there's prizes up to 50th place.
Of course, and that's what they're trying to fight for as well.
Yeah, oh, thank you very much, Angelica. And for some players, it's a race against time. So let's go to the women's section, if there's no objection, and peek in on our friend Vachier-Lagrave. And Vachier-Lagrave, she was down to under a minute, but Maria Mizichuk finding the correct moves, but it's also costing her time.
Right, so now H3 being played and King E2, and by the way, those were the moves recommended by the engine. So Vachier-Lagrave is down to 50 seconds only, but Maria Mizichuk is also, her time's ticking now, and she's below 7 minutes. Well, the thing is, apparently it's a very intricate position, because Black is better according to an engine, but the moves are not easy to play. So Bishop F5, I imagine you could find potentially. And then, yeah, so what it does, it kind of pushes White Rook to choose where it wants to be. And Rook B7 would be something I'd be interested in, like to go to B6 and so on. But then H2 happens.
Wow.
And Rook H1, Rook H8, and a check on B6 is just one check. King goes to E5.
So Black is basically gambling everything on the H-pawn.
In many of those lines, right? It's the destiny of H-pawn. If it reaches somewhere, or if it, then Black's okay. If somehow White manages to win the H-pawn, Black could be the one in trouble.
Yeah, well, also is White threatening to go Rook to G7? double up on the 7th?
Yeah, well, it's hard to tell because I'm yet to find kind of a plausible way of losing a tempo with black. Like anything black does seems to be proactive, right? It's either f3 or check on e8 or bishop f5. Yeah, like for instance, check on e8, king f2 and something like rook e3. I'm thinking rook e7 could be like a realistic idea.
Right.
Because it's so annoying to have those rook on the 7th rank.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, so
and this is a nice way to clarify things, because that's what Maria wants. She wants to initiate those trades.
And then apparently if if white was to trade, then black would be winning again, because he'd be the one to go h2, to put the rook behind, and then the g pawn, the h pawn, the f pawn, too many pawns for white to handle. So in fact, after rook e7, white will have to keep the tension with rook h8, and then one of the things computer does actually goes rook e8, and rook h7, rook e7, which is very often the case with the machines they want to draw. I don't think any of the players wants a draw in this game.
No, definitely not. Certainly not Vachier-Lagrave, because she's the defending champion. Ideally, she'd love to win this particular event. But it's definitely a real scrap. And talking about a battle, let's go to Yangyi against Vachier-Lagrave.
On board 1.
On board 1, because Katerina in the lead, leading by half a point. And this position, black is a pawn up.
Yeah, but a lot of stuff
the light squares are
right?
weak, and the black is very active. I mean, there's so many issues here.
F6, yeah.
I'm just thinking white goes queen e4.
White goes queen e4, it's this. Plans for queen h7, which, by the way, is not like a devastating threat, but still you have to keep in mind. And it's not impossible that this one fizzles out, to be honest, because potential for further trades, right? And yeah, at some point you might, so now, for instance, after I've given the engine a bit of time, you know what it does? It goes queen c6, it says, trade my queens, take back your pawn on b5 and let's be friends. So it's no longer that optimistic about black's position.
Well, okay, well, a draw for Katerina puts her on 7.5 points, and that means that
She wouldn't mind a draw,
exactly,
right?
and it means that she can only be caught up by Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah.
If Vachier-Lagrave were to win. So it's nice to get into the final round with that half-point lead. And also Yangyi is a direct rival on 6.5 points. So, but the question though, is still quite tricky for white and black, you know.
Right.
The king on h3 isn't great.
I just came to a realization that apparently a draw, or rather like, is available for white if she wants it. Queen check, and then if you were to go to f7, it's a check. I mean, basically, you don't want to do this. You're lucky that it's just a draw. You can do it.
No.
You don't lose, but with the king on d6, like white, at the very least, takes the pawn on b5, and you cannot possibly be better with the king on d6. So that means after queen a8 check, very likely you just block with the queen c8, and then white gets to trade, to take on b5, and it's like opposite colored bishops with the rooks and 3 pawns each should be an easy draw. Now, the problem is that I imagine Yangyi doesn't want to draw. And if she finds like any attractive continuation, kind of alternative to going for these simplifications, she will have to go for it. But they're burning the clock, 3 minutes each.
Well,
move 33.
The thing is, though, if you do go queen to a8, is there any way to block the check? Okay, well, hang on a second. She's gone queen h5.
She's gone queen h5, this direction. And now after queen h5, what happens? Oh, okay, I know what happens if I take on
but
f4.
show it.
There's a checkmate in one thread. Because like with queen h5, you look at queen h7 typically, right? It's a threat of checkmate in one. So black has to be careful. There is queen c6, there is queen c8. So these are two moves that I'm thinking black could play potentially. If you were to go queen d7, it's a check here, king f8. Now you have to be ultra careful, right? Because king e7, you think let's run, but king e7 you actually lose. because rook g7, bishop takes, queen takes, and then white takes the rook on c3.
She
But
ran with the king.
back to reality, queen h5, king f8 is played by Katerina Lagno. So now, after this check, you will be able to go to e7 because the rook is still guarded by the queen, right? So rook g7 won't win. But white can, at the very least, can try to take the pawn on b5. I guess it leads to further simplifications, right? They take on b5, you do threaten the checkmate, but now the rook's getting traded, and black can play queen f7, I guess, and that'd be probably the end of, you know, the end of this game. So they'll just simplify.
Very tense game though, and we'll see whether Tan Zhongyi, she wants to play for more. I mean, can she try to push the boat a bit?
Yeah, but
With another tricky move.
I guess you could give a check, king e7, and then take on b5.
Yeah.
I mean, this one, well, black apparently can take on f4, but I say black doesn't see it and just trades on g3. It's still so solid, right? There is like, you get a lot of checks with white, but how can you like make any progress? You'll have to like win the e pawn or something.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. This one looking like it might just fizzle out.
Bishop b5 was played, Jovi.
Bishop b5. Okay, so rook takes rook.
Yeah.
It's big threat of queen to e8 checkmate. So
you have
Katerina,
to address, you could take the rook or queen f7 immediately because white rook is pinned to the king and cannot escape the exchange.
And again, I'm keeping an eye on the game between Vachier-Lagrave against Maria because that one is super crazy. I know the evaluation bar is saying that it is equal, but there are different types of equal. And is this what we're seeing on the board?
No, queen f7 wasn't played yet. That's the position. You can actually go king e7 as well and start running.
Yeah. But okay.
Yeah, it still goes on. Let's switch
on.
to Vachier-Lagrave and Maria Muzichuk. Wow, it's simplifying the h-pawn. The h-pawn is gone. Bishop f5, rook h4, and Maria decided to go after the c2 pawn. Rook h3, bishop e4. Apparently bishop e4 drops quite a bit of an advantage. Bishop a4, and then to b5 was needed. So bishop e4, king f2. You can't really take on d5 because rook d1, I imagine. King e5, b3.
Yeah, but still, it is Maria here who has that small nibble. And what is she? She's made a move.
She's made a move. We don't see it yet. Well, I get rook to d8. Rook to d8. Now she's getting ready to take on d5, but white can play rook e1.
Vachier-Lagrave responding instantly.
What did she do? Like in the classical game, we get the moves.
She's too quick.
Yeah, we
not
get
yet
the moves
registered.
with a delay.
Rook to e1.
Yeah, and now the problem is it's very hard to unpin for black. So computer suggests that you go king d4, and after this check, you go back, and white actually repeats the moves.
Could you be ambitious here and go f3?
Well, you could, but then again, like various pin stuff, like bishop d3 or rook h4.
Right.
And I'm somewhat, you know, being pinned is not the most pleasant feeling here in this position.
And I was just hoping to meet rook h5 with rook f5.
Yes, you can do it, and I guess, yeah, this, you do this, and then white goes rook h6 and threatens e6. And here, for instance, you already have to play rook f4. That's the only move. Otherwise, white is, well, much better. So it's very tricky. It's actually quite sharp, and it can be anybody's game still.
So probably the most realistic continuation is just to go king to d4, unpin, and then we have this dance shuffle. And Maria, now ticking down to 1 minute and 13 seconds. So it might be finally in round 10 that...
First draw case.
Exactly.
Well, and that would mean, by the way, that we on first 4 boards we'll have draws, which is quite uncharacteristic for women's tournament.
And that means there's no change in the scenarios
In
where
the
it would be
standings, yeah, there'll be
Katerina
Katerina
in front and 4 chasers, and everything, and I mean everything, will
Will be
hinge.
decided in the last round. then.
Exactly. And what? No, F3 has been
was
played.
Yeah, F3. Well, she's ambitious, of course. F3. So now, what do you say? Like you can go check, Rook F5, Rook H6, Rook F4, Rook takes A6, Rook G4. Like computer says it's equal, but it's, if anything, it's crazy position. And then check and king to d4, and then you have to stop rook h2, so it's bishop to f1. Now, I refuse to look at it at these computer variations. Let's just stay with the game.
Yeah,
So now the king is in check, and rook f5 is the only move. Otherwise, you just lose, because king d4, you. Well, rook h4 is the move. Yeah, rook
And
h4
then if rook e8.
and rook e8. Rook e8. White has d6.
Yeah.
d6, rook takes, and then a check here, king e5, and then a check here, and finally take the rook.
Maria finds rook f5, only
Finds
move
rook
to
f5,
survive.
Yes, now if white was to trade, I believe black is, well, not so much. I thought black is like really better after that, but yeah, white can take a6 and somehow maintain the balance.
But still, it's not an easy position for whites to handle if you swap off a set of rooks.
Yeah, if you swap the rook, so basically the danger is that black's going to go king f4 and somehow go rook h8, rook h2, like coordinate all the pieces and go for the king hunt.
And Vachier-Lagrave making rook h6 with just 12 seconds on the clock. Again, finding all of the right moves. And
now I repeat, rook f4 is the only move for Maria. Otherwise, and she goes king d4, and this loses to rook h4.
yeah,
So now rook h4 wins for Vachier-Lagrave. Will she find it?
and it's an important point for Vachier-Lagrave because a win would propel her almost to the top.
So rook h4. And in a likely scenario that Lagnon makes a draw, Vachier-Lagrave will catch up with her.
Exactly.
Yeah, rook h4 is needed for Vachier-Lagrave to regain the lead pretty much. And what does she do?
What has she played?
She played something and...
It will appear.
and it will
I'm
appear
expecting rook
eventually.
h4. I'm expecting
D6.
d6, and this
D6.
misses the win.
This misses the win, but still, it's better for white. Black has to be careful. So the moves are bishop c2, rook f4. So once again, rook h4 threat is pretty much there. So you have to unpin. And I imagine bishop c2, and then black wants to infiltrate with the king. So then white will have to be careful and play rook e3, stopping this possibility. It's a crazy, crazy game still. So d6, a win missed with rook h4, Vachier-Lagrave could have won. d6, Maria makes a move again, and we are getting all of those moves with a delay. Rook g5, back to being winning for white, because guess what? Rook h4 once again.
And black just has one check on g2.
Yeah,
that
rook
is
h4.
it.
You have a check, king f1, and now it's mission impossible because the bishop will be hanging and the d pawn moves. So rook to g5, Vachier-Lagrave again made a move that we don't see. And
She
it's
finds
rook
it.
h4.
She holds her nerve and she finds it, and there's a shake of the head from Maria.
So now, if I was to play rook e5, do you know what move wins? Like, apparently white is winning, but rook e3, threatening rook d3 checkmate. It's a devilish trap.
Can Vachier-Lagrave find it?
So rook h4, Maria might as well go for a check. No, she doesn't. She goes rook e5.
And now rook e3 is the killer blow.
Rook e3, well, apparently d7 wins as well, because this is a dead pin. You cannot really unpin. So white can go d7, and then whenever black captures on d7, it's rook d1, and you take on d7. But rook e3 would win the game on the spot. And it's move 39, 20 seconds for Vachier-Lagrave. She plays a move, and the move is...
Rook e3, she finds it. Rook d3 checkmate is the threat. And with that, Vachier-Lagrave secures the win. Wow.
plus 7.5 is the evaluation of the computer. So, well, black totally fell apart with this king in the center, and it felt like it was okay and even correct to activate the king, but some caution was required. So Maria makes her move number 39, and I don't think she blunders the rook d3 checkmate. She goes back to e8, but now you can go d7. You can even take the pawn on a6 because black is completely paralyzed.
Totally. d7, a beautiful shot there. You can also go bishop to f7.
Yeah,
Ask the question to the rook.
Can I be like bishop d3? Well,
you can do that.
It drops quite a bit of my advantage, but still, like it's a very direct move. Like give me the bishop on e4, right? But d7. Or bishop a6. Well, bishop a6, he also wants bishop b7, right?
d7 found.
d7, very good.
And
let's move
that,
40.
Exactly.
At that curtain. So she will get half an hour time on the bonus after move 40, and the position is winning. And I do not see a chance for Maria. Sometimes, one side is completely winning, but there is still some chance, some crazy chance to fight back. Here, black is totally paralyzed, and there is no way back for Maria Muzichuk.
Nope.
What a dramatic game, Jovi.
Absolutely, and one move just changed the evaluation. Well, fantastic news for Vachier and her fans, as she looks set to win against Maria Muzichuk. And if we take a quick glance at the game between Tan Zhongyi and Katerina,
this one looks like as even
as can be. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, so this means if Katerina draws, Vachier wins. It means we once again see a two-way tie at the top. Let's go to the open section because the clocks are ticking down there. I can see that Praggnanandhaa against Hans Niemann. Pragg has just under the minute, but Pragg has that fantastic ability to play insanely good moves with no time on the clock. But here,
hang on a second, isn't he in trouble here?
He's in trouble.
He's in trouble, right? At some point it looked like Hans going to win a pawn. He didn't win a pawn, or maybe he did, and then he decided to return it. However, white has a very favorable structure. So even in some endgame, A and B versus A pawn is good. Then all of white pieces are kind of better placed. Black had to go f6. So now, something like a3, surprisingly, is possible because black has a check followed by a check, but after king f3, you ran out of checks, and now white's turn to go rook b7. So after a3, you better not go for any of the active counterplay, just move the bishop back and accept the fact that white is better.
Right, and it's interesting because why would you play a3? I mean, is it just
to defend the rook to take the bishop? I mean, my point was very silly. Yeah, I would like to take the bishop on d3, but my rook is hanging.
I hadn't noticed that basic point, but yeah, no, a3 played?
Can we track it a little bit back? So apparently here, Hans could have saved the pawn. Hans could have saved the pawn with bishop c4, but he went queen e4, bishop d3, check here a3. Right, so once again, pressure on Pragg. Under 1 minute, there's still long way to time control. It's only move 31.
Hans Niemann on 6 points. So with not a great tiebreak, he really wants to be winning this one. And taking down the #1 seed would certainly mean that he finishes on a high note. And I'm also keeping an eye
on the upper board,
on the other boards, but Pragg doesn't have too much time, so let's wait for Pragg's move.
At least for one move, yeah. Bishop to e2, and he wasn't in the top moves. So bishop e2, apparently, okay, it's not that apparent, but h4 is very strong here. I don't know why do you need to move the h pawn, but h4 is very, very strong. And I'm trying to understand one thing. So you go h4, and let's say black goes queen c5. How bad is that? Well, it's not the end game. It's just like some queen e4, rook b8. I guess like white comes from different angles, and maybe you need h4
to hide the king on
precisely
h2.
not to be checkmated after queen c1 in this line.
So bishop e2, perhaps
e2.
weaving a net around the white king.
He wants to go, he wants to go queen c5 and trade off the queens. Then maybe white is just marginally better in the endgame. So Hans definitely has to make a window for his king. King g2 is my kind of alternative suggestion. But then once again, there's queen c5. And if you were to go queen e4, black has, well, bishop b5, which is, well, not so easy to see why.
Because you'd assume after bishop to b5 that you'd go queen e6.
Yeah, and that's why you need h4, I guess. Like that's why h4 is. You'd go queen e6 and then queen d5 and bishop c6, and that's why you wanted the queen on the king on g1. Wow! So I deliberately, in my line, moved the king to g2, and this is how black gets this absolutely fantastic resource. Wow! So then it's very deep, this h4 thing. But I tell you what, h4, you could play it simply because it's a useful move, not kind of seeing all the, tactical tricks.
All the intricacies.
You might just you might just say, okay, h4, that's what people do anyway. h4, maybe h5 one day. And that is, because the second best move is h3, and h3 is you really have to understand like all the tactical tricks in the position. h4, you might just get lucky. Okay, let's move it, let's grab some space.
Yeah, no, h4, very deep idea, hiding the king on h2, but some calculation is needed.
So shall we check the other games then?
Yes.
Bluebaum.
Let's go.
Keymer. Okay, it's gotten so much calmer, this one. And, well, in fact...
Hang on. He's reaching for the h-pawn.
Hans was reaching for the h-pawn.
He's got h3. Is this not the same thing?
It is the same thing. It's just that how do you play h3 and not h4? I'm still amazed. So, once again, after this and this, now you cannot go bishop b5 because queen e6 finishes you off. Right. So, you will have to go queen c1 check, queen c1 check, king h2, and you'll have to go back to c5.
Queen c5 played, queen e4 on the board, big threat of putting that queen on e6, and everything is working like a dream for Hans.
So that's a check, king goes, and queen here, which computer suggests. And what's wrong with queen e6? They take on f2.
They take on
f2.
f2.
Have to block. Yeah, you have to block. And
so now you block.
So apparently you just take, they take, and you take the pawn, and this is how you're better. This is how you're better. And I think that, that's kind of the whole point.
And then any queen, I mean, is there any possible counter attacks from black, such as rook c1?
But then you trade, right?
Okay, and then that's a winning.
Yeah, that's two connected pass pawns and so on. So I'm yet to understand like why h4 was like half a pawn stronger than h3. Like
maybe it's to do with an endgame or something.
Maybe even in the endgame, maybe you want to have h4, not h3.
Just 11 seconds. He puts a queen on f1.
He went queen
f1.
f1, and after queen f1, queen e3 is absolutely devastating. And I guess it's because you go queen e3 and there is no counterplay. You go queen e3, you threaten rook e4, and so on.
Well, dramatic game, and
queen f4.
Absolutely, and we early on saw Vachier-Lagrave win her game against Maria Mizicic, and she's right now with Charlie's.
I'm here with Vachier-Lagrave Ramesh Babu, who scored an important victory here in the penultimate round against Maria Mizicic. Vachier-Lagrave, it was so crazy towards the end. You're going to move 40 in time trouble. Tell us about the game.
I was just very lucky to get this point. I must be lost at some point. I had a very nice idea in this opening, especially to go rook g1 and g4, but later I didn't continue it well. after bishop g5, I know this bishop g5 queen d2 endgame should be like slightly better for white, but after b5, I spent a lot of time, but like I could not find a way where white is having edge. Yeah, maybe I just misplayed in the opening. I was not sure. Yeah, there I spent a lot of time, and anyway, I didn't continue it well. And yeah, she played this g5 and trying to open up with h5. I don't know this h4, f4 was right or wrong. With less time, it was just a gamble. Then I was like a pawn down, and she had extra time also, like a lot of time, and yeah, I was just lucky. Towards the end, I got this mating net with rook e3, d6, like rook d3 mate. It was very nice, but I was just very lucky that she blundered into it, and yeah.
And coming into this penultimate round, trailing Katerina by half a point, a victory is very important. How did you prepare for this game?
Yeah, I prepared well. I thought, like, I had a nice idea. When she plays one of the main lines, she plays is Sveshnikova, and yeah, I didn't use it properly. I mean, it was a very nice idea. Like, maybe for bishop g5, I could continue with queen d2 and so on. But I know somewhere like this endgame, it's good for white. Like, it's pleasant for white. But maybe it's not here. You have to check this opening. Yeah.
And although you don't seem completely happy with your play, how do you feel with this victory as a confidence boost going into the final round?
This is a very important win, yeah, because okay, if I had lost, I mean, no chance for tomorrow. And yeah, I think in this tournament so far, this is like only game where I played bad and where I got this lucky point. Other wins were very smooth and convincing. Yeah, the play could have been better, of course, but I'll take this win, whatever. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Vaishali. Congrats on the win and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Incredible stuff happening here at the FIDE Grand Swiss in round 10, the penultimate round. We have a result. Hans Niemann winning against Praggnanandhaa. In the end, it was a fantastic attack. Miro.
No, that's a fantastic series.
Can we
starting
quickly
with
show
h3.
How things developed?
c5, queen e4. Check here, and the only chance to stay in the game for Prague was to go back with the queen to c5. He chose queen f1, seemingly attacking move, but that allows white to drop the queen on e3, and then the rook gets to f4 or e4. So bishop back to b5, rook e4 threatening rook e7, king to h8, and queen d4. King g7 and rook to f4. There is no stopping to queen f6, checkmate. Prague resigns, and that means Hans still keeps chances. He is in the race. He's on 7 points.
He's on 7 points, and he's still in contention to finish in the top 2. But this game is exceptionally critical. Both players in the lead with 6.5 points. Whoever wins this will snatch the lead and could find themselves in a very good position.
And there have been ups and downs in this game, and at some point it looked like Keymer giving away all of his advantage. Like here, computer literally says that position is even. Bishop g2, king g2, rook a2 was fine, knight e4, rook takes pawn, rook a1, king to g7, a very natural move, was actually a first mistake. And then after rook a7, he had to go king f8. He went bishop f8, bishop takes, knight takes, and there is no defense. e5, knight goes to e4, knight d6 is threatening, and if king g6, white goes rook a6, then takes the pawn. If you were to go here, knight d6 check. Well, knight d6, pardon me. What was the move? Knight f6. Yeah, knight f6, back to d5.
And you're weaving a checkmating net around the black king.
This king is not safe at all. Anyway, after knight e4, Bluebaum down to 2 minutes. 4 more moves to play, and in a dire situation.
Totally. We see Parham checking in on this most important game. Matthias, unhappy, shaking his head, but there is no way out of this. The best of a bad lot is probably to step up with the king to g6. If he just steps back with the king, then knight takes pawn.
Yeah, knight takes pawn, and like all of your 4 pawns will be falling, and then white puts the rook behind the b pawn, so there's no counterplay you can generate realistically on the queen side.
There's nothing to be done. And Vincent Keymer is going to win.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to win, and it's so, I understand Bluebaum's frustration because he found himself in an unpleasant position. He worked his way out of it. And when he went for this rook a2, I imagine he thought, okay, the worst is over, and I can win the pawn maybe, and who knows, maybe I get the chance to play for a win. But then like 1-2 careless moves, and he finds himself once again in a lot of trouble.
Shaking his head. It's move 36, and Bluebaum under a minute, and he cannot find a satisfactory solution.
Wow.
The strain on these players is it's starting to take its toll. This has been a grueling event. Matthias Bluebaum, two-time European champion. He's played some remarkable chess.
And he goes king g6.
He goes,
yes. An immediate answer, rook a6 from Vincent Keymer, who already has everything planned. Now, king f5, and white wishes he could go f3 within the mating net, right? So for if the king was anywhere else but not on g2, right? So rook a6, and what do you do? What do you do?
Okay.
You give the pawn, do you go king f5? I guess like you probably should try rook c2, but then it's a check, and wow, that's actually not trivial, Yovi. I thought, yeah, like you can go rook c6, b2, rook b6, rook c4, and you go knight d2 or king f3. Well, actually you go king f3, and there's no way to save the pawn. So this will mean this game will still go on. It will be 3 versus 2 with rooks and knights on the board, but black's pawn structure, like having the pawns on h7 and e5, it's probably
well, they haven't quite made the move 40.
To defend.
And we're expecting just a very simple knight takes f6.
Well, knight f6 as well. I don't know why, by the way, I took with the rook. I thought it was a clever thing to do, to give a check.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess knight takes is a better move. Yeah.
I mean, you have at least a discovered check.
So I believe now the situation has clarified. It's move 37, but like looking at Vincent, he's very calm. Very calm, so he's going to take... It's not as dramatic as, say, in Muzichuk's game or something, but anything can be lost with one move. So let's quickly check Yangyi and Arjun.
Okay, there on move 39.
Well, this one solidified so much. That is potentially our longest game of the day, I feel, Yo, because white is better. White is better, and he will be hovering, maneuvering this knight back and forth. It's one of those positions where it's hard to tell how to win, but you can easily lose it with black.
Yep. And what about Nihal Sarin against Nordebek? That looks like it's going to be a draw. It's a rook and pawn endgame.
Is it? No, I still. Do you have the right position?
No, I have the wrong position. That was. Apologies for that. That was Maxi Vachier-Lagrave against Mishra.
But that has already finished.
Yes.
Right. Well, when he said it might be a draw, I thought Yovi's not wrong, because in comparison to how it looked, right, black definitely made progress in kind of leveling the situation. So here we are on move 39, so one move each to play for the players. I once again think that they will cross the time control. I mean, they will reach the time control. They will cross the 40s move mark, and the game is going to go on.
Yeah. Okay, but we've got to cast our eyes to what would be a sensational result. Vincent Keymer taking the lead.
Bluebaum. So
if he defeats Matthias Bluebaum. So
he spends his time here and now takes with the rook, and apparently knight takes was a better move again. Your move, not my move. He made my move. Rook f6. King back to g7 and rook c6, but that is like so understandable why you do this. Right. So now, it's probably forced that you get 3 versus 2. I think, yeah, like if black wanted to, and probably black has to do it. So he goes b3, rook b6, rook takes pawn, king f3. And again, defending this is such a nightmare, because you can't really, even if you somehow trade the knights, the resulting rook endgame might just be straight up lost. So move 39, and if Matthias chose to play b3, then it means like they automatically reach the time control.
And
b3, yes, there is no other sensible move. Well, I guess c5. I'm making stuff up. You don't let this pawn go to b2, never, right?
No.
So you go there, and well, actually, if black was to go to b2, then you kind of maneuver here with the king, and you make them take on c4.
Yeah.
Yeah, the knight is awfully placed on f7.
And also, it's just the pawns as well, you know, e5, h7. I'm assuming b3 is going to be falling at the same time.
Precisely, yeah. Rook c4, you have king f3. Next move, you take the b3 pawn. He went c5, doesn't change anything. So c5 now, apparently, as a bad move, because rook c4. Okay, bad move as in not as easy winning, because now I imagine king f3, rook b4, you don't want to see. So you have to be, now you have to be clever with your like knight d2.
Rook b4.
Knight d2, rook b4, rook b6.
Rook b6.
And then it actually works. Yeah, and then it actually works, because apparently, yeah, if you trade, you lose the b pawn. Yeah. So, that was clever, in fact, then. And b2, rook b6 would lead to the, in principle, the same setup.
The time control has been made. b2, rook to b6 played. I think the players will be taking a big sigh of relief as they manage to survive that critical stage. We're going to keep our eyes on that. But earlier on, we saw Hans Niemann take down the #1 seed, Praggnanandhaa, to keep his candidate dreams alive. So we're going to go straight to Angelica, who is with Hans, to show us the critical moments of what was a spectacular game.
Hans Niemann, it's very nice to have you here with us. I mean, such an impressive victory against such a strong player, Praggnanandhaa, and we would like to see some of the tense moments in the game. I mean, of course, it was decided in time trouble, but you were pushing throughout the game.
Yeah, in the opening, sort of a semi-surprise. I knew this line, but he plays this sort of e6, knight d4 stuff sometimes, so I was happy that he was a bit ambitious. I think the first interesting moment, it was quite here. I almost played queen b3.
You would like to switch?
And it's quite an insane move. Bishop takes f2. And if takes, he has queen h4. Can't go king e2 because bishop g3 here. And I almost blundered this. And here, I think I have to go queen d1 and rook e7. And I don't see how, it's coming very fast. I didn't see how, bishop g5, f6. So I almost, because I was thinking of some way to stop queen a5. But then I found queen e2 because of queen a5, I had bishop h6 and rook d8, queen e8. So I sort of got some slight pressure. And here he could have played takes. And I can't take because of queen g5. And if he goes rook c8, I go rook c1. You know, it's probably a draw, but this bishop isn't that great. This pawn restricts it quite well, so there's certainly some play, but obviously it's equal. Then there was, okay, here is, I didn't like rook c8. Like, he could have, this loses to this. I thought he might fall for this. And if he takes, my idea was here, bishop queen c1, and then rook b6. And I thought this was difficult. Anyways, yeah, g3. I always had this sort of g3 idea, activating the bishop, and this was the critical moment. He should have probably played rook c1, but now I had a very strong move, a3, which looks a bit innocuous. But the problem is that if I take queen c8, he has queen e1, bishop f1, queen e7. He defends everything. So a3, it's kind of unclear where.
Where to put the queen, and there is no check in one going.
Yeah, for example, this is something you could easily blunder. But at bishop b5, bishop b4, f5 check. And then back to c4. So maybe that's what he missed, because at some point he's trying to liquidate. I can also take on b7, but anyways. Yeah, so here, yeah, queen a5 is quite ambitious, but he's just sort of giving away a pawn. I don't know. I really liked this queen e1 move. Because of bishop b7, I play bishop c6, and I have these threats. So I wasn't sure. It seemed, and his king is so weak. Bishop b5. I saw this, And at this point, first of all, I thought King H6, I have G4.
Oh.
And this is winning because of F6, H4. And I give my king some lift, and this is forced mate. F6, I sort of underestimated, and then I was so happy with this move H3 because, oh no, A3, yeah. And then H3 was quite precise because it's instinctive to go H4, but I want this square for my rook sometimes if I'm mating.
Yes.
And H3 sort of gives my king lift, and then at some point, rook B8, the queen is quite passive. So, yeah, this was, he went in, but now after queen E3, I'm too fast, and my rook is coming, and after F6, his king, my bishop dominates. So I was really happy with this, and of course, his time pressure certainly helped me win. So yeah, I'm very happy with the game.
Wow, what a game, Hans. I mean, the final game is tomorrow. What are your ambitions?
Well, hopefully I play against someone who needs a win as well. If I play with black against someone who needs a draw, it'll be quite difficult. So hopefully I get a good pairing. But after the draw yesterday, I didn't think I had many chances. So I'm glad that I at least keep them alive theoretically. But it's such a tough tournament to make it to the Canada. So I'm just happy to be playing good chess.
Arjun, thank you so much. Ivanka, Mira, do you have any questions to Hans?
I don't feel like we can keep you here waiting because that's a fantastic game.
Fantastic.
And you have a very important game tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
I'd like to wish you the best of luck for that, and thank you for joining us here in the studio.
Thank you.
And we saw there Hans Niemann with such a fantastic victory over the #1 seed Praggnanandhaa. Now, after the time scrambles that we've seen, we've seen the kind of evaluations change to and fro. We're going to go on a break, and when we return, we are going to break down all of the action that has gone on. So stay tuned. Welcome back. And just before the break, we saw there were some intense time scrambles. We also saw that there were some results. Anish, Giri, Alireza, Firouzja in the open section made an early draw, but it was Hans Niemann who overcame #1 seed Praggnanandhaa that completely stunned us. Fantastic game. And in the women's, Vachier-Lagrave, she took down Maria Muzicic, and so now she is on 7.5 points. But there was a lot of action on the boards on the open section. So I'd like to kind of rewind, go back in time and take a look at some of the things that we missed, because there was a lot of nuanced details. So maybe we start with board 3. Yangyi, Arjun, Erigaisi.
Arjun, Erigaisi, because we didn't watch, didn't check it for a substantial amount of time. I believe we've seen it back there somewhere on move 25 or even earlier, knight c7, queen f5. So apparently here there was a way for Yangyi to keep his advantage. Instead, he went queen c2, allowing knight d5, and this is almost not better for white at all. So knight b5, rook c8, so Erigaisi is fighting back, goes d4, takes on d6, and we get into this situation, that's a known pawn structure, where with you have this eternal knight either on d4 or f4, but objectively, black should be able to fight.
Yeah.
So bishop c6, queen d6, and it was still kind of okay. Here, check, well, check didn't happen, queen f6, h5, king h2, bishop e8. And move 40, and black would have been okay after bishop b7, but yeah, you understand that the bishop seems to be very silly on b7, so bishop e8 to keep it, you know, closer to the king. But then, watch the evaluation bar, it climbs because of queen d8. So queen d8 would pin the bishop, and now king f8 loses to knight d5. And why is that? Well, knight f6 is a threat, but also, if you think what move black can make. The queen is stuck defending e7, right? The king is stuck defending the bishop. So I'm arguing that it's quite possible that black is in Zugzwang. Computer goes king g7, just, yeah, like you can't take the bishop yet, but then a check on f6, king h7, and queen d4. Oh, okay, maybe he missed this queen d4 thing. Queen d4, threatening knight f6, and if you were to trade, you lose the b6 pawn, and I guess also the 5 pawn later. Anyway, so that was a big chance for Yangyi on move 41. Yeah. But he, even though he's gotten the increment, he did not play queen, not the increment, but addition of 15 minutes, theoretically. He was no longer in the time trouble. He played h4. And h4 is an okay move, of course.
It makes a lot of sense.
It makes a lot of sense, but the momentum, he missed the queen d8. There was one time opportunity.
Right.
And after queen c7, we are back to this situation where white is obviously better and gets kind of a free push, but it can go on and on and on.
But what I'm thinking when I particularly see this pawn structure of pawns on f7, g6, h5. As white, I'll be looking at going g4. I was going ahead of myself there. g4 takes, and then once the king gets out of the pin, you got ideas of going h5 in the air.
Well, g4, believe it or not, but a very serious move. Then h5, even here.
Oh, you can do it immediately.
And when they take, wait a second. Will we just pull a Nigel here? Because king g3 apparently is an idea. And then black is kind of getting stuck. So if you try to run away with king f8, we do a Nigel. We go king h4. And then knight e6 is a threat. And if you go here, well, knight d5 to e7 just wins the game. Well, such an amazing idea, Yovi. And I believe g4 deserved to be played. Queen back to d4 played by Yangyi. So he's trying to, you know, to win it in a kind of minimalistic fashion. not committing to anything, just waiting. But, you know, it will be hard to crack Arjun's defense if Arjun kind of shapes up, right? So bishop to c6, for instance, stopping knight d5. You actually have to stop knight d5, even though for now it's an impossible move, but you have to take care of knights appears on d5.
Yeah.
And the
also
pawn on
bishop-
e4 thing.
Exactly, and that really just does invite bishop to c6.
Yeah, you go bishop c6, and oh wow, so after bishop c6, white has this motif of going to g1 and pinning.
Okay, this is
There's no check, right?
this is so bizarre that we've seen two positions where the theme is like advance up the board with the king, and the second one is no, go
Go
down.
to g1, yeah. No, but I imagine again, I'm a bit kind of a lot affected by seeing the evaluation, and then of course you look for the move. But the players, they don't know. All they know, white's better, and it's a long-term advantage.
Yep.
Right, and maybe you, Yangyi, will be playing it this way. So just like maneuvering, do this, do that, prepare for next, I don't know, 30, 40 moves. And it's quite depressing to defend as well with black, because
Right.
you can't really have any active counterplay. It's very hard.
It's interesting, right? This kind of style, though. You know, that's the best thing for white is to go ultra technical, keep it solid. Whereas for me, the instinct is g4.
No, well,
Get the
maybe
king up the
g4 is a move here as well.
Well-
So g4, pawn takes. And what happens if I go king g3?
Yeah, this is what I was thinking.
You can actually take this guy. And apparently it's immediately equal. I don't know why, but...
But it's really tricky, right? Because
Right.
like
And it
h5 is
it
coming.
says check, and then king g5,
Oh,
they have a check.
Yeah, and then you have to block with the queen.
F6, and they have a perpet like that. Like we are almost winning, but they have queen f8.
Yes. And that's how I would draw the game.
Right. Going after the beautiful idea.
Going after the checkmates, you know, that's my style.
Anyway, so this will go on for some time. Then we have Matthias Bluebaum and Vincent Keymer.
But before we look at that, can we just have a look
you
at
wanna
how the
see
action broke down in
Nihal Sarin against
Abdusattorov? Because
Well, this one, not sure. Remember us talking about how stable white's advantage is? Somewhere here.
Yeah.
Taking on f6, rook f6. But then, strangely, Nihal somehow couldn't really put enough pressure. So queen e3, b6. Then he started, apparently it was a time to kind of relocate the knight. Eventually, the knight has to end on e5. And instead, he kept kind of trying to swap the queens and went rook d1, allowing black to go e5. And then queen d8, I believe, was thoroughly calculated, and it didn't work, right? So he went back to e3, and then the whole thing doesn't make much sense because he just like spent a lot of time for nothing. c5, now you can't even take on e5 because rook e6, queen d5,
Yep.
and queen to d7.
oh, beautiful.
Some tricks here. Well, actually,
Get queen to
I thought
d1.
it ends, yeah, but there's a check. King f7, and it's not. I thought there was some sort of repetition because computer said it's equal. Apparently, it's just not better, this one, because now you have threats on the last rank, or the first rank rather. Rook f1, black goes a5, and the knight's completely dominated. White controls both files, and I guess black gets compensation for the pawn. Anyway, Nihal went with knight d2, queen d7, knight f1. Well, don't really kind of sense that something's not right. Black went with e4, h6, and strangely, you can't really win the pawn, it seems. h3, queen f7. So again, an attempt to be like very technical. So in a way, resembles the Yangyi approach. Queen here, then get the knight on e3, a4.
But this feels like
c4.
white is making big progress.
Well, he does, but again, like he does and he doesn't, because like the momentum has gone, and now he almost like has to. His position is better, but he has to prove again that well, how to break through, how to convert the advantage.
Yeah.
White is still better, of course.
And white can do this with almost zero risk.
Yes, that's true. So in a way, the games on board 3 and board 4 are quite similar. So zero risk, better knight over worse bishop, and the game can go for a very, very long time.
And talking about a better night, well, for Vincent, Keymer, if he wins, it will be a very good night for him because he will take the lead, but only if he manages to win this particular endgame. So when we last left it, it was very clear.
C5, B2, rook to B6, but apparently it allows black, or rather he allowed black something. Knight D8, and he did not spot this king F3 to E3 to D3, because this would have just won the game for Vincent Keymer. Instead, well, he felt that he needs to take the B2 pawn somehow. So he went with the knight, and that allowed black to bring the knight to E6, bring the knight over. Knight F5, king F6, knight to E3, rook takes pawn, and H5, rook B4, and knight to D4. And interestingly, white is up a pawn, but it's no longer that simple. It's no longer that simple. Black somehow didn't fall apart immediately.
Yeah. But still, the black king is going to be driven.
So check,
one
and
rank.
you won't be able to go forward.
No.
Well, there's always a question, like, how winning is that?
Oh, I wouldn't even touch that one.
And king F3, right?
Yeah, exactly. And king is going to come to E4.
I guess.
You feel like somehow, if there's going to be a way to draw it, keep the rooks on.
Yeah, fair point. Yes, so then it's a check, king F7, and wait, if I go after this one? Apparently there's like a lot of contemplate with E4 and maybe even like some ideas like that.
Let's break down this endgame in terms of concepts. So first up, if we exchange of knights.
Exchange the knights.
What do we think? How?
That really depends, right? Because so many rook and pawn endgames, 3 versus 2, are just like theoretical draws. You can't do something. You can do anything, I mean. Here, who knows? I mean, the pawns are too far apart from one another.
Right.
So I can imagine, I say, knight's coming off, and then king H3, and you have to stop king H4, and then like attack one pawn, attack the other, but maybe something like falls pretty much by force.
So it's a possibility. Because I'm just thinking this knight on D4 is pretty annoying.
It's a very good piece, yeah. It's a very good piece. And it's not only that, I believe like our knight on E3 is terrible, now that I realize. Like, imagine this knight on E4.
Yeah.
And then some knight G5s are in there, and so on and so on. So maybe white's task is, in fact, to try to relocate this knight somewhere.
But how to do it? I mean, you have to go back to knight F1, knight D2.
Then, from black's perspective, if you could play H4 and not be worried about white capturing on H4, then you probably should do it, right? How to achieve that, it's another question. And say white passes. Do you go H4? Yeah, H4, well, G4 was annoying. G4, and then they probably go here, but take it as well.
Well, he goes H4.
He goes H4.
Okay, so that means that what black doesn't have to worry about this whole plan of going king H3, king H4.
Yeah.
Which was potentially in the air. And he has new sets of concerns because rook to B6 still might be played, followed by a G4, H4 run.
Even like if your king is like getting somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be an idea. So yeah, you were absolutely right asking if the rook endgame is good, because I don't know what black does. Let's say pass. That's a bad pass, by the way.
Yeah.
But anyway, what I wanted to say,
this.
rook C4, and
Rook
then
moves.
if you trade, we assume white is winning. So rook moves, and then we go knight C2.
Yep.
And if black takes, white takes, and that's 2.7, 3.6, so apparently white is winning somehow. And I guess you go to the 8th rank and you come with the king and like too many things to guard, right? Rook getting to g5 is devastating because you'll end up with the king on h6, like all the pawns being weakened. So yeah, so we figured something out. It looks like if the knights are traded, Bluebaum's position is beyond saving point.
And let's go over to board 1 in the women's section, where we have Yangyi seeing whether she can make progress against Katerina-Lagno. And there has been a check on e2. And could the game end pretty soon? First up,
a check here.
Yep, queen f1.
And if you go here, it's a check here.
Exactly, and then you're not escaping from the...
And you could go to g5, could
But you're playing with fire.
It's a check here.
King goes up.
King goes here. And you have queen e4.
Yeah, and now the king goes to 7, and then...
And if you wanted to, you still have a perpetual check. b7, and yeah, I shouldn't be going to e8. And queen a8. And kind of the longest checks available, right? Queen h1, king g8, queen a8. Yeah, so it seems just giving checks on light squares should be enough for Katerina to save this game.
Yep. I mean, she will go into tomorrow, sharing the lead alongside Vachier-Lagrave.
And that will be
7.5 points.
Very tricky pairings, Yovi, because both Vachier-Lagrave and Katerina, they would have played with like nearly everybody on top of the cross table, right? So that'd be, I believe they both played Asabayeva. They quite possibly both, okay.
Yeah, they played Yuxin Song.
And Asabayeva.
And they both have played, has Vachier-Lagrave played Yangyi? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's a question. Has Vachier-Lagrave played Yangyi? The answer is no.
Okay.
So that would be, in case this one is a draw, yes, it almost automatically makes it Vachier-Lagrave with Yangyi, and Lagno will have to search for the opponent out of those on 5.5, I believe.
Yep. Okay, well, she might be playing someone like Irina Krush.
Well, Kostyniuk has won her game on board 8. How much does she?
She has 5 points, so that would mean that she's on 6.
She's
but Irina Krush would be someone on 6.5 points. And Guochi, she's on 6 points.
Yeah. If Giri or Fatalieva win, they would be on 4.5, on 6.5, pardon. There is a game going on board 5. I'll just like quickly show it. White's better. Ulvia Fatalieva is better against Olga Giri, but yeah, it's too early to tell. There's a lot of pieces on the board still. Material equal, and you know. Yeah, so that is, like, we are searching, it's too many ifs, right? But we are searching for the opponent for Katerina-Lagno, if she makes a draw, and yeah.
Yeah, and again, I see that
could be Ulvia Fatalieva.
Carissa Yip won her game. And also, when it came to the Open, it was a draw for Divya Deshmukh against Alexander Indich.
Indich,
sorry, yeah.
I believe, yep.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And
then back to the open section, by the way.
Yes, this is going back to the open section. And Gukesh managed to break his run of bad luck, and he won against Gabriel Sargsyan.
All right. So now, what we have here is h4, king to e6, and the check on b6. So now the big question is, well, the king goes to e7, and what happens, they ask, if the rook went to h6? Then e4, and somehow computer says, you know what, there's not much.
No. He has this, does he have the idea of going knight to f3 and getting that rook to...
Here?
Yeah.
Say, first of all, I'm not sure what I'm doing, but say I return back.
Okay, knight to f3.
Does have this counterplay.
Yeah, and then
knight f3.
If you're not careful, There's
I
a
say I'm
rooks-
not careful. I go to the third rank.
Yeah, rook
And you
c1.
go rook c1, and
You have to
you're
go knight
not
f1.
threatening. You're not threatening a checkmate, but you're threatening a perpetual, right?
Yeah.
Rook g1, rook h1 would be a perpetual. And this one, by the way, computer already says it's a draw because after knight f1 there is still. No, I thought there was a check. No, you just can't make progress. King f6 after rook f1, after knight f1.
Okay, so it's very tempting to go after that pawn, but what about the plan that I mentioned, which is g4?
Yes, let's try.
Let's
g4 pawn takes pawn.
run.
And do you take back?
And we have a result.
We have a
there
result,
on
and it's
board one.
a draw,
It is
right? Lagno with Yangyi. I believe
Yes, it's a draw.
Draw
Okay.
confirmed, right?
That means that Katerina walks into tomorrow sharing the lead alongside Vachier-Lagrave, and Yangyi is chasing them down alongside Song Hyun and Asaubeva with 7 points. So still a big question, who is going to get that spot into the candidates?
Yeah, then it's incredibly tense, and you play. Imagine like you play 10 very hard rounds, and how hard it is. Like your first thought when you're entering the tournament is like, I want to fight for it, and then for 10 days it's such an amount of suspense, and then everything will be decided on the last day.
Yeah.
In a way, I feel like maybe it's easier to lose your chances beforehand than losing them on the last day.
Yeah.
Even though you get much better prize, of course, even if like, you take third or fourth, but how heartbreaking it has to be.
And incidentally, someone like Bibisara and Song, they've played each other. I mean, they've all played Lagno. It was only Song Yutsin who hasn't played Lagno.
All right.
No, she's played. Sorry,
she did.
she's played.
No, Lagno, we said we don't know who Lagno's opponents.
No,
will be,
it's
because he played
Vachier-Lagrave.
Everybody.
So we're expecting Song Yutsin to play Vachier-Lagrave.
Ah, right. She didn't play.
Yeah. So we could. What I'm trying to say is that, in a clumsy way, was that Lagno will be playing independent opponents. So will Bibisara and Tan
so will
Zhongyi. And so we could see a situation where Lagno
and that actually makes Lagno's situation worse. I just figured it out, because you play somebody half a point behind and you hold them for a draw, and problem solved, right?
Yes.
But now you make a draw and somebody wins and they catch you up.
Exactly.
And you have no influence on their result. Wow.
Exactly. I mean, so we could be seeing, it's a big fight between these 5 contenders, who is going to be qualifying for the candidates. But one thing for clear, Tan Zhongyi has already qualified. She can relax.
She can relax, and then since she's playing an independent opponent tomorrow, they will be figured out. That means, wait a second, that means that theoretically you can come third, but if Tan Zhongyi is in front of you, and that still grants you a qualification spot.
Yep. That's exactly what happened in 2023, that Tan Zhongyi got the spot because Anna Mizichuk had already qualified.
Right.
And she came second. Okay, going back to what is going to be a marquee matchup between Vincent Keymer, Matthias Bluebaum. They're currently in the lead, but if Vincent manages to win this one, he will be the sole leader going into tomorrow.
So knight to f1, and we checked, and I think we agreed that the rook endgame. Okay, not that we agreed, but computer told us that rook endgame will be winning. So it's part of what Vincent is doing, is like knight f1 to go to d2 to go to f3 or e4, but f3 would be okay. If he stopped from going to d2, well, but then black rook leaves the 5th rank, and you can go after the h pawn. So after knight f1, black can't really prevent knight g2, it seems.
And it's a good idea.
Your g4 was a very, very good move, I think. g4, h5, but it's hard to decide, because you like exchange a pair of pawns, right? And what happens if it ends being not enough?
Exactly, and I was going to say that the grinders out there, the endgame grinders, would not have approved of g4. Their philosophy is keep as much tension on the board, and
So now knight
F1.
f5, and you gotta go knight d2, and there's no way of stopping knight e4. Because if you were to go knight d6, and I thought of it briefly, like to go knight d6, stop there, but then rook takes d6 wins. Rook d6, king d6, knight check, and all of a sudden it's a king and pawn endgame, which does not require much calculation other than seeing that g4 and the king is not in the square. So that is easily winning. Knight f5. Yeah, so you just go knight d2. And what does black even do here? Vincent, though, look, so calm. He senses a chance, of course, and that is...
Yeah, this is the perfect endgame for him. And we've seen time and time again that Vincent is a player who is prepared to go the distance in order to pick up the points. He's had long endgames against Robert Hovhannisyan, also against Vidit.
Against Masoudlu.
Masoudlu as well, and...
Wasn't maybe necessarily an endgame, but kind of a longer game.
As well. I mean...
Did he have any short wins?
I don't think so.
Yeah, so he's a fighter at heart.
Yeah.
Right. Shall we check all the games in top 10?
Yep.
Just to see what we are presented with. By the way, in top 20, like most of the games are finished other than in top 10. Like the lower boards have already finished. So I want to look at board 10, where Vidit facing Ivan Saric. On board 10, Vidit an exchange up, but like the position is still somewhat of a crazy one. I'm not sure why doesn't he make a move. E takes f5 seems to be rather obvious, but I imagine this came from something very sharp that, you know, like looking in this position suggests that the game was already quite sharp here.
Yeah, it's...
So apparently you just take like that.
It feels like the white king is almost on the verge of getting checkmated.
Check here
King
and
gets
go
to run.
here. Hit this one. Black captures. You go king f2. And black is winning because he swings the rook across here.
And if king g2?
And if king g2, I guess just take this guy and check and get
the king is behind.
So 2 rooks sometimes, and I tend to forget it a lot, that 2 rooks sometimes do not need the king in the end.
That is true. That is very, very true.
So that is Vidit's game. Then we have on board 7, Jan Nepomniachtchi against Nordibek Yakuboyev.
They're still fighting.
On board 7, they're still fighting. And it's hard to tell what's going on. I imagine Jan is trying to squeeze, which I would describe something out of nothing. Maybe it's no longer nothing, because g7, you know, if white ever gets to take g7, he wins the game, right? Well, the question is, how do you do it? And I thought Jan was getting a bit unlucky with his opening choices, because he must be very well prepared, but then, like, you check at least last few of his games, and after 20 moves, like, pieces disappear, and it's another draw and yet another draw.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it yesterday, you know, how well prepared Jan actually is, you know, just reeling out a whole load of moves. And in the end, I think for one small moment, he had the advantage, but Saric was game on for the fight. So this is the problem in one of these big Swisses, you know, it's okay that you're undefeated, but you also need to rack up those points.
Yeah. Anyway, so there is that, and we have, of course, Erigaisi with you, Yangyi, Nihal Sarin against Abdusattorov, which can last for prolonged amount.
Okay, but the one that's most fascinating is the one between Nihal Sarin and Abdusattorov, because suddenly I find that the White King has put his running shoes on and run to the middle of the board. I don't know what's happening.
It was good. It was
here.
us controlling the D file, and I felt like the king on G1 was perfectly safe. So Nihal has his own vision, and he goes queen to C2, and he goes rook to D1, and after rook G6, he starts running rook F6 and king to E1. And then, well, I imagine if you could do all that, you'd probably do it. But then, even then...
I mean, how do you cover
Like, first of all,
F2 square?
how do you cross the second rank? Yeah, it's a big question. But let's say black allows it. Let's say black allows it, and no, not to E2, but you go here, and you go here. But there's also a check from A1 that now, for instance, I've lost the game because of check on A1.
Does this, and now suddenly the Black King has moved to G8. I mean, I was also wondering whether both sides are perhaps stuck for a plan.
Looks like it.
Like, you know, okay, well,
Looks
improve
like
the
it.
worst place piece, seems to be the king. Let's go.
Absolutely. But what's mysterious to me that here, computer was, well, quite happy with White's position and did not approve on going queen C2, rook D1, basically starting, you know, moving backwards. So king G8. Now the good move is king back to F1. Return it where it was. Yeah, I guess it's hard for White to break through. Like where do you open up the position? You've built what seems to be like a perfect setup in terms of like fortress. The knight's very stable. Knight defends the G2 pawn. G2 pawn defends the H3 pawn, and so on and so forth. So you have no weaknesses. But how do you break through?
Okay, I have
A theory.
a theory. It's very, first up, rook to D2.
Yes, and okay. I want to know your theory, so I'm just cooperating.
Queen to B2.
Queen to like to go for this endgame.
And
Well,
that's already...
Yes, no, but that's because of like some. So let's say in principle, if we traded the queens, what does it do? It makes White's advantage greater. And I think, but if we, now I'll make a silly move with White, and the rook is here, and we've traded the rooks. But then if you traded the rooks, there is absolutely nothing.
Really? Can you not
Well,
go
it says
king to
equal.
E3?
King goes here, knight D5, and black can take. Okay,
You
the
can
fact that black can take is it really
but I'm just
depends on where the
thinking-
pieces are.
Okay, so there's a few things that we have to establish. First up, that you can trade off all the heavy pieces.
And
If
black
black,
is still kind of okay.
yeah,
If black
but-
doesn't lose immediately to knight D5.
but if the Black King is close enough, this is all hinging on
precisely.
that. Okay, and so we have that, and it's going to be difficult to organize an effective queen trade for Sarin because of the black counterplay with queen to H2. So we're seeing rook to D8 being thrown.
You went rook D8, king
H.
goes back, but then how do you make progress again? Like it's so
Okay, queen to D. No,
many
I don't really want to.
checks from
Rook to D2.
rook back to D2.
Oh,
Where the rook was on D1, now it's on D2. So it goes to D2, defends F2 one more time. Maybe our queen B2 will actually materialize.
well, you still have the problem of queen H2.
Yeah. You go. So the queen on C2 attacks the pawn.
Exactly,
Right? And
so
when you go
there's
queen
no-
B2, queen H2 would be quite an unpleasant move to face.
And here, if Nordebek is satisfied with a draw, he's going to go king G8.
Yes, but also. Right. And now if I go here, and you go,
Can I?
say here, and I go king c1. I still want the king on c1. What?
Yeah, and if you throw in a check on a1,
Throw in a check and queen blocks.
and then go back
And
again.
you give another check, right? And then white. I don't know if white wants the king on b2 or a2, but even if he wants, he can't get it.
Well, but it's an interesting moment because is Nihal playing for the win, or is he just simply saying,
Well,
I think it's okay?
He's gotten stuck for sure, and what's like it's it's so surprising. Well, I mean, it's possible that you don't win this position that he had after the middle game, and you can just misplay any position. But the fact that he kind of never ever came close. So he always wanted to be on the safe side, sort of.
Yeah.
Not to calculate too much, not to engage too much into like the tactics and so on and so on. And eventually his advantage petered out.
Right, but there's so many positives that he can take from this event. Like yesterday, he made the right decision, to go for that knight sacrifice. It was just simply finding the right move order to continue that boldness. And here, it was very, I would say, almost effortless, the way that he managed to get himself a very good position to put the pressure.
Almost like a decisive advantage.
Exactly, and it was just those small margins, just not quite finding the right way to put the boot in.
So imagine the same level of play shown in any other Swiss tournament. It could have been, your Sharjah Masters, your Dubai Masters, whatever. You just crush it, like you score 8.5 out of 9, right? It's just that the level of opposition and the willingness to fight from other players, this makes it so tough to win even a single game in this event.
And also, it's so rare where you have, like, how many participants? We have over 100 participants in the open section, and they're virtually all grandmasters, virtually all above 2600. I mean, this is the creme de la creme of chess, and this is actually what's made it so unexpected and super exciting. Like Matthias Bluebaum. Obviously, I've known about him for many, many years. I actually came to hear about him when he was very young. He was part of this young princes group that the German Federation had. It was together with Rasmus Svaner, Alexander Donchenko, and the German Federation said, you're going to get support, but we expect you to become a grandmaster by X date.
Yep.
And Matthias did it. Yeah, they all did it.
Yeah, speaking of how strong the tournament is, I just realized, imagine the first tiebreak is an average rating. And you've played against an opposition of 26-30. And that makes your tiebreak very, very bad. Because people played much stronger tournament. That's ridiculous.
Like Abhimanyu Mishra.
That's ridiculous, right?
Like, what was his? 27-36 or something. I mean...
Now, okay, I'm here, so since we are here for a long one, I'll question you on your opinion about the tiebreaks. Because we've discussed with people from the broadcast and so on, and I imagine people are curious to know. Because recently we are getting used to everything being kind of played out.
Yeah.
If we share, me and you, we share a place, we have to play a tiebreak match. Right now, my argument is that you cannot really do this in a Swiss tournament. And first of all, the question is when, because there's long rounds, and you'll have to have a separate day, and maybe more than 2 people share. But also, the argument is people play different tournament.
Yeah.
If we share in a round robin, that's okay. If we are playing the elimination, it's the only logical way of resolving. But here, why Mishra, who played 27-50, right, and somebody who played 26-20, if they're shared, why not go with who played the stronger tournament? So
I completely agree with you, and I think actually, because of the grueling nature of this particular event, where in the open section, the players have had to play with these 3 time controls, right? So I just think that it's too much on the players. It's an 11-round event as well, so we're used to actually
Very
9 rounds. So I just think it's just too exhausting. So I agree with this tie break as being the way to go. And by tiebreak, I mean the average rating of your opponents. So what did we have from Nordebek?
Rook to g6, which doesn't change the position much.
Okay.
Again, computer says white's better because he can play rook d8 and the rook just returned from d8. Or you can go king f1.
But the king has just come from there.
Yeah. So there's not much. There's not much. I imagine, yeah, you have to shuffle somehow. But wait a sec. But that means Nordebek kind of refuses.
Or it could still be. I mean, it could still very much be a draw in the sense that they're just shuffling.
Yeah, yeah.
But the thing is, in order to synchronize that shuffling, it's very important to make eye contact with your opponent and go, are we on the same page here? Because I'm not going to shuffle my pieces in a useless way if you're not on board.
Yes, yeah, if you're planning on playing this one on. So now, apparently queen b2, well, it actually is possible. I was afraid of queen h2, but now with the rook on d2, you can actually do it. However, in this case, the game can take a twist because doesn't matter what you do, you probably have to move the king and say you go to d1 in order to go to c2, black 1 in order to go to c2. Black will have rook takes pawn, knight takes, queen takes.
Okay.
And even though computer claims it's equal,
it's a different type of equal.
It's a different type of equal because now every move is of much higher price. Like you make a mistake and you can get checkmated with white, or if the queens are traded, maybe you lose with black immediately. So that is like makes it much sharper.
And talking about hard task, let's go back to board 2, where Vincent Keymer currently in the joint lead alongside Matthias Bluebaum. And these two are fighting it out, and it looks like Vincent has made big progress. He's relocated the knight to a fantastic square on e4. The knight on f5 doesn't have anything to target.
So it's important not to go king f3, this much I know, because then check and yeah.
Well, you don't lose.
You don't lose.
How unbelievable.
Surprisingly, you don't lose, right. It's actually going to be very similar. Okay, it won't happen, but it will be very similar to Lagno with a Survivor game yesterday. White's going to take the h-pawn. It's almost identical. Right. But white, of course, doesn't have to play knight f6. Knight f6, apparently, is a very strong move, targeting h5.
And how do you defend said pawn?
Yeah, it's hard to do anything, because if you were to play e4, hoping for e3, I guess knight d5 check is one move. There's also king f1, push the rook away, and then collect the e4 pawn. I mean, I think that's the easiest. That's what you do.
And I was just going to point out that you don't really want to be collecting h5 for the time being, if after e4. Because
yes,
after king
this
f1
one would be inaccurate.
Because of e3.
E3, right.
But also in the situation where white were to play king f1, and then the rook moving.
The rook
I mean, it's kind of stating the obvious.
And then if you take
then
there's
e3,
like e3 and then black, that's something you want to avoid, right? Black getting counterplay, your king getting awkward, like caught on the last rank or something.
That was all I wanted to say.
Yeah,
it's a basic point, but it's important. Knight.
Go here. And let's say black's waiting. Can we take the pawn is the question. Well, apparently we are not very happy taking the pawn because e4 happens.
And it's the same thing.
It's the same thing, because now knight f6, you go e3, and if you were to give a check, king d7, and yeah, this is it. You will have to take on e3 and play 3 pawns versus knight. You still have to be careful. So you go knight f6, they drop the rook to a2, and now, like computer claims we are winning, but yeah, I guess knight d5, and then the king cannot go to the f-file because check. And the king cannot go to e8 because check and take the pawn, so king is forced to d7, d8, d7, and then you go rook f6, and I guess dislodge this knight. And then there is no longer this e4, e3 business.
Yeah, and can you go for the
Yeah, you
H
go
pawn
knight
after that.
d6, and then you go for the h pawn with the rook.
But
and
then the knight
will be
jumps in.
chopped. Knight jumps.
It's still super tricky.
E4, right? And then you have knight f6. So it was the rook endgame all the way. It was the rook endgame all along. Yeah,
No, but it's beautiful, this variation.
But that's a beautiful way. But it also makes it tricky because, you know, these are somewhat of a kind of elusive. This I have to trade. This one I have to do this. So you really want like one plan that works 100% of the time. And it seems like the ways White is winning in our analysis, it's almost like, you know, surprising,
Yeah.
a bit random. This time I win the e-pawn, this time I trade the knight.
But it's also really geometric in some ways. You know, sometimes, as you mentioned, it's those crafty knight forks. Other ways, you know, it's just being about to just kick away the rook from its principal square on e2. But I was going to say, I mean, this whole concept for black of going from e5 to e4 to e3 is quite a key defensive resource.
Well, so I'm trying something new. I go to d2, so I do not allow knight d5. And then, tricky enough. Okay, White wins with a very strange knight g8 move, but I guess we are coming. Yeah, we are coming to the same line. So apparently, I don't know how easy it is or how hard it is to realize that black is in the Zugzwang here, and then you either leave the second rank, or you leave the d5. I feel like black will be, or white will be taking on h5. If you say, if you leave the second rank, I can take on h5. If you leave a 5 square, once again, I can take on h5, because e4 now is not as threatening, right?
Now you've got knight to g7.
F6, right?
Oh yeah, or f6.
Yeah, knight to f6, attack this, e3, and another
Knight
check.
to d5.
There's a lot of knight forks.
Yeah, and it's everything hinging on the fact that the king actually isn't that well placed in the middle of the board.
Yeah.
Who'd have thought? Wow. So Vincent Keymer making all the right moves just to increase his pressure against Matthias Bluebaum. And the big question is, will he be able to do it? He does. He will take the top spot going into tomorrow's final round. Dramatic stuff. But, of course, we've got several other games happening in the tournament, and it's going to go over to Angelica, who's got something special to show us from one of the other games.
Indeed, Johan Kamin. We have living legend playing here at the Grand Swiss. Vasily Ivanchuk with the black pieces against Jonas Bier. He received this position, and here, as we can see, there is already a knight standing on f5. Black is having initiative. So what White tried to do, White tried to kick the knight with a g4, but unfortunately it also weakened some of the squares. So Ivanchuk went with a knight to h4. And after knight e1, trying to block the squares on f3 and g2 as well, queen f7 was played. Now bringing the queen on this file, we can see the rook is occupying the b file, the queen is occupying the f file. Rook b1 offering a trade. Still, as we can see, position is objectively equal, but we feel the pressure of black. Rook a3 was played, giving white the b file, although the pawn on a5 suddenly is hanging. In this position, rook b8 should have been tried by white, and then after king h7 pushing g5, trying to either block the position on the king side or target the square on h6. But king h2 was played, seemingly stepping away, but it also weakened the f2 square. Now bishop is pinned to protecting of the square on f2. Rook takes on a5, Ivanchuk is taking the pawn on the queen side. Rook b8, now already one move too late. Bishop f8 was played, queen b1 now stepping away with the queen. He cannot take with the bishop pawn on h6 because f2 is hanging. And this is the moment where g5 was played by black. Now suddenly all the dark squares are being under control of black. Knight g2, trying to offer the trade of the knight, but of course Ivanchuk is not trading. Knight f3 is coming in, attacking the king on h2. King g3 is stepping forward, and now rook a3. Suddenly rook is getting activated on the third rank. There is also extra pawn on the queen side for Ivanchuk. Queen b2 has been played, and it was the last mistake here. He should have started to play h4, offering the trade of the pawns and also the knights potentially. But queen b2, after that there is rook d3 move now, and after rook b7, queen f6. He's just putting the pressure, stepping away with the queen to f6. And queen a1, by the way, this is the current position. And here, as we can see, all the pieces are looking at the king. Rook is on the third rank, queen is on the f-file. Currently, knight d4 is the move which is completely winning for black. And Ivanchuk is taking time at this position. What do you think? Will he find knight d4? Or is there even maybe a better move for him?
I'm really liking the way that he's playing, like taking control over the game. So I suspect that knight to d4 will be the move that he plays, centralizing that knight, threatening queen to f3.
You cannot take.
Exactly. If you take that one, well, okay, well, a new piece arrives on that square. Oh, fantastic game there from Ivanchuk.
Yeah, that's amazing. It's such a tough tournament, and he's not a young man, right? But he keeps fighting. That's really the love of the game. I want to say about these people, like Gelfand, Ivanchuk. They're really passionate, and I wish I had the same kind of appetite for studying chess,
And one of the best things in chess, actually, I would say, is asking Ivanchuk to analyze the variations. I mean, have you all seen that? He just fires out these long variations, goes quite happily on for 10 to 20 minutes, just discussing everything that went on in his mind. It's really quite the talent.
It's amazing to see those legends playing still and delivering these masterpieces. And also, if I recall, against Zewidit, he was defending this endgame in Grand Swiss, and he managed to defend the endgame.
Right, absolutely. So, well, we wish Vasil the best of luck, and hopefully he'll be able to convert that. Thank you very much, Angelica, for sharing that with us. Well, it is getting serious for the players. It's the endgame, and the big question is, will they be able, for some of our players, to withstand the tension, withstand the pressure, and hold firm? Or will we see Vincent Keymer push forward, press his advantage, and snatch that sole lead? Well, we're going to go on a short break, and when we return, we're going to break down all of the action that has happened. So stay with us. Welcome back, and we are coming back to breaking news because we have a result. It was a draw between Nordebek Abdusattorov against Nihal Sarin, but we have seen an incredible blunder occur in the game between Vincent Keymer and Matthias Bluebaum because Vincent Keymer fell for a big trap, and I can understand why, Miro, because it looked like everything was safe, everything was under control. But it was not.
Yeah, wow. And I'm still kind of in disbelief that this could happen. So instead of going knight f6, which we know would have won him the game, knight c3. And it's still a good move. It's just that after rook d2, he had to change his mind and go back. Rook check, still fine. After king e6, go knight e4, and maybe you have to start a bit over. You don't win the h-pawn immediately, but white's position is still winning. But he went rook h7 after the h-pawn, completely missing, I believe, the only hope that black had. Knight takes g3.
But I mean, this is so unexpected. Like, I can imagine
Absolutely.
that this is something that you...
Yeah, you watch out for all those e4, e3s. Maybe you calculate like knight here, but knight g3.
The mirror.
And the picture says it all.
Totally.
The picture
Vincent
says
had
it all.
such a golden opportunity to take this one.
What do you even do? And it's not like it doesn't give the part of the advantage away. It's all gone.
Okay.
Yeah, the game, there is no way to continue.
Well, there is.
Yeah, well, there
King
is.
takes knight.
King takes
we can
knight.
go into the rook and pawn
We give a
maybe.
check.
Okay, step back with the king.
And back with the king.
And then
Rook takes, and rook h5.
Okay, and the game.
Yes, fair, but you know what? If I was turn the database on and told you that king f7 is a draw, because f and h pawns do not win. Of course, nobody plays king f7, but it gets to show how drawish this position is, despite white having an extra pawn.
You're right.
So the game will continue this way, very likely, because you don't get much more here.
But let's just do an action rewind, because look at this. Like, the knight is on f5, and you just think that everything is beautifully covered, you're going to be winning.
So if this check, the plan was to go here, and after knight g4, you would have knight e4, or even
Rock solid.
takes pawn. Even rook takes pawn works, because now if knight takes f2, you have a check here, and then
yeah.
King goes back, and you go knight e4, and you have your winning endgame, I believe. Like 2 connected pass pawns. Maybe not the clearest, but this has to be winning. Knight g3. What a shocker.
Total shocker. And yeah, you can feel the upset.
And now
Vincent is feeling right now. You know, he was so close, Miro, right?
Wait.
So close to the dream of...
That's incredible. So now I have to check on the cross table. So we had, going to this round, 4 leaders. And if we assume that Matthias and Vincent and Matthias make a draw, and then Firouzja and Giri made a draw as well. And out of those below them, Yangyi against Erigaisi also seems to be, well, not heading towards a draw, but equalized. It could be that only Hans joins the leaders. It'll be 5-way tie, going to the last round for 2 spots only.
Right, and Vincent doesn't even have the best tiebreak.
No, he doesn't.
Matthias Bluebaum has a fantastic one, so does Alireza Firouzja. And, you know, if Abimanu Mishra also wins his final game, he has the best tiebreak of them all, with an average rating of 27-33.
Right.
So, I mean, and he's just half a point behind. So it's still very much close.
Yeah.
Nothing has been decided. So, yeah. And the pain is real. I mean,
Such a miss.
chess is a cruel game there.
Such a miss, Jovi.
Yeah, but knight takes g3. Such an unexpected blow. Because it's been defended not once, but twice.
Yeah, precisely. And even like, why do you take on g3? It's because the knight accidentally ended up on c3. And after knight g3, black doesn't have any checks, so you would think, okay, there should be an intermezzo with a knight or this or that, but everything's covered. Like, there is no e4 square. Like, knight b1, I imagine, black just goes rook b2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Vincent really can't quite believe it. In fact, how do you get over a situation like this? If the game finishes in a draw, you go back to your room.
We play tomorrow, right?
And you have to forget everything that happened and come in with a fresh perspective, but it's going to be so difficult because...
I wouldn't be able.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be able to play normally. I mean, I've been in such situations. It's very hard.
It is hard.
Shall we check board 3?
Yes.
Because there...
Can we, before we do that, can we just do a little action replay and find out what happened exactly, or what didn't happen in Nihal Sarin and Nordebek?
Nihal Sarin, the one that...
Yeah, I mean, how did they shuffle? How did they make that agreement?
They shuffle, but there wasn't much. So rook to g6, king f1, rook f6, king e1, king g8, a check, and rook went to d2, rook g6, king e2, and then queen to f4, and king to e1, and queen to e5.
And in the meantime, another result.
Another draw. I was expecting this one to go for a very, 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 very long time.
Yeah.
Because it seemed that white had a safe and, safe and long-lasting advantage. But somehow they've...
Do you see? Look at the direction in which Arjun Erigaisi is pointing. First up, he's indicating g4. He's also indicated queen coming to d8.
Yeah. So Arjun clearly seen that he was lost.
Maybe we could pull up the position that they're probably discussing.
So I imagine they discussing position right after 40 moves, because queen to d8, and after...
They're actually kindly recreating it for us.
Yeah. Queen to d8, and then queen to e5, and yes, h4, f6 they discuss, and let me tell you that g3 is winning here. G3 is winning here because apparently white gonna be taking the pawn on b6, just like that. So at the very least you get kind of similar position, but one more pawn for white. Yeah, and the other line apparently after queen e5 is that you can play g3 immediately.
Okay, but
without going h4. And once again, it's impossible to defend at the same time b6 and the bishop on e8.
And the queen also, they're pointing out that it could capture the pawn, so on b6.
So I guess this one's okay, and then after king g7, you just capture the pawn. And if g5, you're not afraid of g5, you capture, you take it. Yes, you take it, you go knight f7, knight d6, pardon me, king f7, knight d4. Well, I guess you can be worried about this one.
Yeah.
And then the king gets open and you think, okay, what if I don't win? Maybe I should keep more pieces on the board, but computer insists on this being absolutely winning.
Right. But it's fascinating that the players have honed in on that precise moment where Yangyi had that golden opportunity.
Right, and it turns out it's quite quickly, the moment black king escapes to e8, there's not much. Because in fact, black's bishop on d5 constantly targets the b3 pawn. So it's a fantastic bishop on e5, guards both pawns and attacks b3.
Yep.
So queen to d6, knight b5, queen b4, queen b8, queen c5, guarding the pawn and both squares here. Knight d4, queen c7, queen h8, queen d6, and they've given an eternal shuffle. So that makes it 4 out of 5 games on first 5 boards finished in a draw, and we have a tragedy on board 2 ongoing.
Yeah. Vincent Keymer, I mean, he still was going to press. But he's just coming to terms with the results and...
No move from Vincent.
No, I mean...
And I don't think he's calculating the line with...
No, he's just simply kicking himself and just thinking, how could I forget such a thing? And Matthias Bluebaum will be very thankful that he received a gift such as this. Oh... What makes it even worse, though, I think, for both of these players is that they're teammates, they're good friends.
Right, yeah, this is...
From the same country.
It'll take some time to actually kind of get over it.
No.
That is such a painful miss.
But I would still argue that there is still some fight
There is still a
left.
play, of course, yeah. So you do this, you go back, and you take on h5. And then black probably has to think of, like, how do I hold this one? But my question is, like, how do you even play for a win here if black doesn't do anything and just waits? Right.
Okay, I have an idea.
Yep.
Rook to g3. Let's go for that shield.
Yeah.
And now king to...
Yeah, of course. I mean, you can.
He hasn't taken the knight. He's thrown in a check.
He hasn't taken a knight. He gives a check. But I guess it's, yeah, it's kind of the version of the same. In fact, black can now go king f5. Well, if king f5, then you take, and then you can play f3. So maybe it's kind of an improved version. And then you take king f6 and
then get the king up to g4. No, you can't even get your
always
king
get
to
a
g4.
check. Right.
The problem, though, is how to...
I mean, this is a draw as well. I mean, that is.
Yeah, but this is
the problem.
It might be a draw.
But you don't want to get.
You don't want to get into it,
right.
and there's certain technicalities that you have to face there. So, I mean, I've seen grandmasters lose that one. So.
Of course.
And for Matthias, he's reaching for the king. He steps back.
He goes to f7, and there is nothing wrong with going to f7. We're basically gonna get the same position here. Now, what you could do is go here, and then rook goes to b2, and then you take, and rook takes, and you take on h5. But yeah, but how do you make progress still remains mysterious to me.
And so this finishes in a draw. We have 5 people sharing first place.
Hans Niemann winning against Prague matters a great deal then.
Yeah.
So it'll be 5 people sharing the first place. And I don't think any of them will be satisfied with a draw. Because if you make a draw, you risk that somebody from the group wins and Mishra wins, and you are overtaken by Mishra immediately because he has a huge tiebreak, and then that who wins from the group overtakes you as well. So it's like 5 people playing, and no one is like super happy with a draw. I mean, it can occur naturally, of course, but yeah, that will be such a dramatic finish to this tournament.
Well, I think it's only fitting that such an exciting event like that has been absolutely filled to the brim with some high-quality chess should be decided in what is going to be an epic last round.
Right, but there've been instances of like Grand Swiss which were like clear. Okay, this person qualifies when there was 1 round to spare, right? I think, yeah. Here, not even like whose chances are the best. Like,
I mean,
we don't know.
I mean, if you ask us, or if you ask me, like, who do you think will win? I will tell you, I honestly do not know. Anything can and has happened. So, Vincent. So upset with himself.
Of course. Rook takes h5, all of that played, and it's what, move 58. We are reaching the second time control.
Yeah, so the
Right.
players will get that extra 15 minutes on the clock.
Check to b3.
And the question, though, is how good is Bluebaum's technique? He throws in a check on b3, but I would be tempted to step up with the king, and then I guess you'd be
He's going to go
checked
with another
again.
check.
So
He's gonna go with
Vincent
another
takes a
check,
step
right.
back with the king.
So check, go back, and king f6, I guess.
It-
Well, you know what you could do? You could go rook b4 and kind of claim that it's an immediate sort of... But how do you make progress here? So I'm toggling the pawn. If you go to this third rank, I give a check. So it could be an immediate kind of automatic...
Yeah.
You don't have
He's
to
doing
think
that.
type of... Yeah, you kind of don't have to think type of thing. Because you go to the third rank, it's a check which you cannot block because e4. If you were to go forward, it's another check. And if you were to go forward even further, then rook f4 and black gets to take the pawn. So how do you even play this one?
Yeah.
I guess rook f5, just king attacks the... Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's game. Okay, f3 in order to go king g3. Okay, that's my kind of new theory. And if you were to go e4, yeah, e4, f4, and maybe rook e5, and somehow... But again...
But you know, could you not just go king e6, king f6? Is
instead of
enough?
e4, yes, you
Yeah.
can, but then at least king g3 and rook h8, and maybe white gets...
Then you're going to go
away for a
rook
little bit.
b3.
And then you again go rook b3, and you're threatening your e4.
E4, and then...
Right.
And every
right,
time
and
you
if you give
step
4,
up,
you give a check.
Yes.
And here, and you go here. And if
Yeah.
king goes here, you once again give a check.
Yeah.
Right. So it's wow. He even doesn't get to play with this extra pawn. It's just
No.
an immediate draw. It is just an immediate draw, Yovi. Wow.
It's,
I feel
it's very
exhausted, like-
unfortunate for Vincent. You know,
Wow.
one mistake.
Exactly. But that's the cruelty of the game of chess. Doesn't matter how many brilliant moves in a row you played. One mistake. And it's
that's
gone.
it. It's all just fallen apart. And
I don't know what to say, seriously. I mean, I feel the pain, literally.
yeah, I think we've all been there. We've all been in Vincent Keymer's shoes. So close to going into the final round as the sole leader. And you can see that Matthias Bluebaum doesn't quite know what facial expression to pull. I mean, he's happy because
But,
he's
yeah,
saved a
he
lost
also-
position,
yeah.
and he still is now within contention. But it's his friend, Vincent Keymer, who is suffering.
Yeah,
I was
I imagine
so
like
close.
part of you feels like Vincent deserves this win
Yes.
because he played so well and outplayed you. And yeah, because I imagine right before this happened, it was Bluebaum who was coming to terms that yes, okay, this game didn't go the way I wanted it to go, and yeah. All right, so king g3, and now you're right, Yovi, rook b3, and yeah, there is nothing you can do.
Yeah.
It's relatively,
Just can't.
relatively easy. You can't really, you simply can't stop e4.
But you can't even kind of have your fun with your king coming up the board.
like keep
He's
all the
rook b3.
all the pawns on the board and just try to hover around and maybe like give checks from here, from there. No, there is
He
nothing.
throws in a check.
b3, check, and you go to f5. Well, you can go anywhere, but
F5
f5, and
more or
you
less
threaten
gonna
e4.
close the deal.
What a miss, I have to say.
Yeah. One careless slip up with so much consequence, Mira.
Right. And gotta tell you that most of the games in top 20 have already finished. So we have this one going. Nepo with Yakuboyev, which seems to be like this never-ending game, bishop versus knight with the rooks, unless it changed. And then Vidit, who, last time I checked, came close to defeating Ivan Saric. Once again, we'll be updating you on these games as well, but not before this clarifies.
Yes. King F5 indeed played. Yeah, if you were Matthias' shoes, you just don't know whether you should laugh or cry.
Yeah, right.
It's what to do.
I guess just finish the game and start preparing for tomorrow.
Tomorrow, and remember, tomorrow's game starts 1 hour earlier, which is a really interesting scenario because the players usually have their routines. You know, you wake up at a certain time, you do so many hours of prep, you have lunch at another time.
So check, and the king goes back to f6.
He's offered a draw.
And
it is a draw.
He offered a draw, and that means first 5 boards end in a draw.
Absolutely.
In the open, so nothing changes at the very top other than Hans-Mocke Niemann, who defeats the top seed. Praggnanandhaa joins the leaders.
And we have a 5-way tie for first place, setting up what is going to be an epic clash. Who is going to win the FIDE Grand Swiss? Who is going to get those qualifying spots into the candidates? Well, that's going to be all decided tomorrow. But for now, all we can say is expect the unexpected. It's been an event full of twists, turns, surprises around every corner. And what a sensational day it has been.
Wow, what a... Yeah, well, at some point it looked like most of the games in the top 5 could finish with a result, right? Like, I mean, it was a crazy opening in Mishra against MVL, and those 3 games from second to fourth board at some point all looked close to decisive advantage in White's favor.
Well, we see the storylines have been set for our leaders. 5 leaders tie for first place. But in the women's, all the games have finished.
So we can update results and the standings, right?
Exactly. Have a look at the standings and also have a look at the results. So we start by looking at beautiful scene of the playing hall.
Well,
probably we should bring up the results first, because what did we see in the women? It was a draw on the top 2 boards, but Vachier-Lagrave, her defeat over Maria Muzicic means that she now joins Katerina Lagno in the lead with 7.5 points. And there are 3 people half a point behind: Tang Zhongyi, Yusin Song, and Bibisara Asaubeva. The battle for the candidate spots is more or less locked into those 4 players. And I say 4 because Tang Zhongyi actually already has a qualifying spot, courtesy of her performance in the World Cup. So it's going to be between Katerina Lagno, Yusin Song, Bibisara Asaubeva, and Vachier-Lagrave.
Right. Ulia Fatalieva winning, though, and being on 6.5. I know it's only a theoretical chance, but she last time I checked, has a fantastic tiebreak. She played some super tournament. Let me check it again. So Fatalieva with... Now I don't find her in the standings at all. 24.65. And this type of average rating of opponents is nowhere to be seen in the entire standings. So simply best tiebreaker in the tournament, played strongest tournament.
So even she is in within.
Well, theoretically, for this, she needs kind of both leaders to lose, and maybe she'd be taking one of them against, like tomorrow playing one of them.
The problem, though, is that Vachier-Lagrave will probably be playing Yusin Song.
Maybe it's mathematically impossible.
Okay, and well...
So what's that? That is Wow.
This is the
we
game
just had
between Ivanchuk
Ivanchuk's
and
game.
Mr. Biera, and it is a win for Ivanchuk.
is a win for
Earlier on, we
Ivanchuk.
had Angelica sharing with us the beautiful middle game, the way that he outplayed his opponent. And it's so nice to have a living legend playing in this event and scoring all these points. Miro, maybe you can show us exactly what went down.
I don't know. I think that there is a chance. There is a chance we will get some explanation from Vasily himself. Maybe he'd be kind to, you know, to do an interview. So basically, I think Angelica showed us up to this point, and then the exchange sacrifice on e3 happened.
Yep.
On e3, and it looks the king is just too weak.
Yeah, if we could get him in the studio to
that'd
share
be
with
cool.
us his brilliance. Okay, well, we are trying to get him into the studio.
Yeah.
Well, of course, it would be fantastic if he did. And, well, what a beautiful finish there. The queen and knight, the deadly duo. Queen h2, queen takes
h2,
h3.
unstoppable, right. Queen h2 or queen takes h3 is unstoppable. So, all right, nice win for Vasily Ivanchuk. And we have, on the top boards, on top 10 boards, we still have 2 games going. So we could check Nepo versus Yakuboyev
let's have a
and
look at that.
Saric against Vidit.
Because this one looks firmly in the middle. It's just that question of pawn structure and which is better, the bishop or the knight.
Yeah. Did you mean the middle of this game? Because that's
No, I'm talking
that's
about the end
move
game.
71. That's move 71. So if it's only the first half of this game, that's a long one. Yeah. Yeah, and they've been playing this one for quite a while without like major changes. In fact, move 47, yeah, Black went to create a counterplay like that and gotten this. Yeah, I think, yeah, okay, that's the last capture on move 50. So in fact, already for 20 moves, there were no pawn moves and there were no captures. And of course, Jan is trying, but it is very hard. And I imagine it's not impossible that even without a B pawn, it'd be very hard to win, simply because like any time you take f6, it looks like a draw. And f4, g5 is hard because h5 is always hanging. And also f4, g5, pawn takes pawn. It's only 2 pawns left, so, well, maybe the maximum you're dreaming of is rook and bishop versus rook, which I imagine you try, but for now, it doesn't look very likely.
Yeah.
Okay, so this will go on. It moves 72, and let's check the other one, because I thought Vidit was getting a winning position. I believe, yeah, Vidit was winning, and I don't know, let's check. Both 10.
Let's
Ivan
head there.
Saric against Vidit. Well,
Both of these players, incidentally, both Nepomniachtchi and Yakuboyev, as well as Vidit and Saric, they're all on 5.5 points.
so with the win, they'd be on 6.5.
They would be on 6.5.
So in fact, half a point behind only.
It is, but unfortunately, neither Nepomniachtchi and Vidit have
A good
particularly
tiebreak.
good tie breaks.
So almost, it's kind of virtually impossible for them to qualify, right?
Yes.
Virtually impossible for them to
Because
qualify.
there's going to be a situation, I think, where the players on 7 are going to be playing each other.
Right, and I have to check one more time on the pairings because it feels like
For instance, I don't think Anish Giri has played Hans Niemann. So I can definitely see our co-leaders, all 5 of them, fighting off against each other.
right. So Evan de Liang is also up there, I think, right?
Yeah, he won against Nicholas Theodore.
So
So
Evan
he
de
would be
Liang is
on
on 6.5.
6.5.
And then Andy Woodward, who beat Parham Masudlu, is on 6.5 as well. So there's quite a few players who are on 6.5 who are...
Yeah. It's been a tale of two halves for Parham. He started off so impressively, out-calculating everyone, just going for the fight every single game. And it all just went wrong in the second half. Maybe one too many risks.
Well, too many risks, and maybe it's like kind of the whole... You know, remember our conversation that sometimes things are going so well for you that you actually don't want a free day. Because he completely ruined the... You know, kind of lost the rhythm. Lost the rhythm, and then it's like everything fell apart.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, so current Vidit's game, I believe. Yeah, there is like no enough counterplay, and the H pawn is gonna go up the board.
So it looks like Vidit will be winning his game, whereas it's going to be a close battle in that fight between Yana Pomniachtchi and Nordibek Yakuboev. But someone who did win in a most impressive style was Vasil Ivanchuk, and he is here with us in the studio, and he's ready to take us through those critical moments with Angelica.
Okay, so this is opening. I played d6.
Vasil, could you stand here a bit? Yeah, like this, because camera is there. Sorry. Okay.
d6 I played. So black has two possible moves, d6 or castle, but there is difference. For example, if castle, if white plays a4, of course it's not only move. If black plays b4, d4, now it's not good idea to take because e5 is coming, so black should play d6. But after here, d4 I can take because e5 I can take already. After knight takes d4, knight a5, black has a quite comfortable game. It was in my game against Nils Grandelius 2 years ago. I was black, so it was this. It was draw.
Was it also at Grand Swiss or?
No. It was tournament in Bydgoszcz.
Bydgoszcz.
In Poland, yes. So he played a5, castle, d3, rook b8, knight d2, it's h6, more or less normal. Okay, in each moment players has choice. For example, here bishop c4 also possible with pawn b3 and bishop b2. But okay, knight c4 was played, bishop e6, h3 was played, queen c8, bishop e3, rook d8, queen e2. Okay, I'm not sure about bishop f8, also queen b7 was totally possible, but okay, I decide that somewhere knight e7 could be possible for me, especially after bishop a4. So he played knight fd2, he's not hurry. Okay, I decide to play g6, improve my bishop. So
you played bishop a4?
Bishop a4, yes, I played bishop d7 because knight e7, d4. I was.
You don't want to allow d4?
Yes. Okay, queen b7 was a reasonable alternative here. But okay, I played bishop d7, he played c3, bishop g7. Now the point is if d4 I can take twice, bc, bc, ed, cd, and d5 is good contraplay, at least it seemed me like good contraplay during the game because my rook's a little bit more active than they run. Okay, so he played this, somewhere even possible to take with rook. Okay, so I decide to take immediately.
Was it possible to take with a rook? Or?
Possible, but my plan was to play queen b7 to prepare knight b4, but not knight b4 immediately because knight b6 is coming. So after rook takes queen b7, next move knight b4, I think black should be okay. So he took with pawn.
You opened up the b file?
Yes, played knight e7. Okay, it looks like logical. but I'm not so sure that my position is so good because he played d4 in correct moment. And now if I take, he take with pawn, if d5, knight e5, and he has initiative. So I decided, okay, he could play some waiting move. For example, f3 was possible here if take with pawn, if d5, knight e5 is reasonable alternative, but he decided to change pawn structure.
Sorry, Vasily, could you move a little bit closer to the right because the board is visible to the viewers. Okay, sorry. I can also help you with the moves.
Structure is more or less typical for King's India, and White has many plans.
You can come closer to the board.
Yes. Rook b1 was possible, for example. Probably the most logical move was rook b1. I don't know which rook, probably even another rook, because in some
this
variation.
One is defending the pawn on
yes,
a5.
and to prevent queen a4 in some moments. So probably White is slightly better, but he played more directly, knight a3. He wants to take, so I played c6. c4, c5, I closed the position. Now he made a little bit strange move, queen d1. More natural looks immediately, knight c2, knight e1, knight d3. But for some reason he played this, I decided to play this. And now he played this, but okay, he lost important tempi. So
now you're starting to attack on the king side.
Okay, not exactly attack because I cannot take with pawn, but my rook is active somewhere. I want to play knight f4, but okay, he played this. Okay, I decide to exchange. So queen d3, I took, and rook b3. So my idea is that I want to play rook b8, and then in some moment I can take on e3 with king h7, h5, bishop h6, or bishop f6, bishop g5, something like that.
So he plays rook b1, trying to kick your rook out?
Yes, I played this. Okay, I was more or less happy with my position, but probably it's just equal because I have no special threat. White can play bishop d2, for example, but he played g4.
Yeah, he allowed you to bring your knight to h4.
Yes, knight h4, of course. Okay, I expected he will play something like king f1 and king e2, but my idea was queen b7, with king e2, rook c3, with idea queen b2 or queen c3. But he played suddenly this. Probably king f1 was more precise after only after queen b7 to play knight g2. Knight e1. But he played immediately. He wants to exchange my very strong knight.
And you don't want?
Yes, I played queen f7 because of this. Now also king f1, king e2 was interesting option.
Sorry, Vasily, a little bit also to the right, because the board is not fully visible. Yeah, okay, yes. I can also help you with the moves if you want, yeah.
So probably king f1 was a reasonable idea, but he played rook b1.
Rook b1 was played, yeah?
Yes, rook a3. My idea is that if he is attacking, I have rook a1. Rook b6, rook a1, if king f1, knight f3 is coming. So king h2. Suddenly he wants to attack my knight. Okay, I should take. It's my chance. Okay, rook b8. I'm not sure that this is the best. Probably White has.
I think knight g2.
Or maybe king g3 even was more precise. So position is totally unclear. Yes, even knight f3. White has complete compensation.
But he played rook b8, which...
Rook b8, idea is that now after king h7, king g3 is coming, and I cannot play g5. So, and after bishop...
Sorry, Vasily, just a little bit to the right. Yeah, thank you.
So, for example, if this, if this, queen b1 and rook b7 is coming, somehow it was...
a bit scary, yeah?
Yes, so I decide... so I played bishop f8. So what he played?
Queen b1, yeah, here.
Queen b1. He played.
So here maybe knight g2.
Yes,
one more chance.
Yes, but he was also in time trouble. Important that he cannot take because
F2 is hanging. Yeah, he played queen
yes,
b1.
So queen b1, and I played g5. Very important that after rook b7 I have rook a1.
Oh,
It's very important.
very nice.
Yes.
So knight g2 was played, but a bit too late, yeah?
Yes, but now knight f3. And I was happy that it was move 41.
Now you were able to think, yeah?
Yes, and I realized that rook a3 is quite strong. Knight d4 is also possible, but rook a3 is stronger.
Suddenly all your pieces are looking at the king.
Yes, and important is after rook b7, knight d2.
Oh, wow.
This is critical idea.
This is beautiful.
Yes, I'm just winning.
And queen b2 was played.
So queen b2, rook d3, queen b1, rook b7. He played queen f6. Now he cannot attack my rook because e4 and queen e5 is coming. But he played waiting move, and now it looks like. So knight d2 I calculated. It was my first idea. Computer doing this, but. I calculated this, queen f2, king h1. Okay, computer doing something, queen g3, knight f3, queen h3, but it wasn't so
easy.
And Vasil, did you think that at this point you were going to win?
Yes, my first idea was this, and then, but this doesn't work because
queen g6, queen
no,
h7.
e4, of course, I block it, but now this, check, king g7, check, king g6, and knight f4 is gone. G takes f4, queen takes d6, and this is perpetual check.
Yeah, wow,
So
incredible.
It was very important not to go to this trap. So
you played knight d4?
Knight d4 also possible, also maybe possible was just play a5, but I'm not so sure. Idea if queen a5, knight d2, maybe, but it's very difficult to play this because this is not forcing move, so I decide to play knight d4. Looks more logical. Idea that now my threat to play e4 and queen e5.
Yes.
So I defend,
here you already
defended my
king side.
Да, мою дамку на большаке.
Yeah, like the queen on the long diagonal. Yes, yes.
Дамкин, это большак называется по-русски.
So this is just fantastic position for you, yeah. And
so e4 is threat. So knight e1, it's only move because of...
And were you calculating at this stage, or was it just feeling the position?
No, I calculated, yes.
And how much did you see in advance?
Yes, knight e1 I have seen, and I decided this is important check to king h2 only move, because if king g1 I can take with check, so now... So I calculated this, queen e3. Very important that I have threat queen e1 in some moment. And knight f3, knight c2.
And everything is coming,
is winning, so he played...
Queen b1?
Queen b1, I played e4. So now...
Here, knight g2?
Yes. If rook b2, knight e2. Okay, if rook b2...
Vasil, if I could ask you just to move a little bit, because it's such a beautiful position. I want to see.
e1 is winning and knight f3.
Knight f3.
But maybe even more simple to play knight e2 with mating threats. So, so he played knight g2, and now my idea works because white has no pawn on e3.
Oh, that was the difference. So that position, there is no knight f4 in this line.
So last chance, but but there is no pawn on f3, and this idea doesn't work. Okay, so.
And now knight f4.
Knight f4 I will take with queen, yes. And,
yes.
And after this, only capture.
With a pawn.
Because I cannot take with queen. Queen d6, I cannot take with knight because queen g7 and stalemate.
Oh, wow.
And also this doesn't work because after this, check, king f4, knight g2, I even losing.
Oh no.
Oh,
Wow.
H4.
The only take.
Was only take, but sufficient.
But he didn't also play this line.
Yes, he played this line, and after knight
Yes.
H4,
Yes,
G takes
exactly.
H4, he resigned.
Yes, here. Wow, incredible game. Vasil, thank you so much for showing us. How is it for you playing here? I mean, we have seen quite some nice games for you, also defending some tough positions. How is going?
Nice feeling. Okay, I want to say thank you for organizers for such a big event. And okay, but tournament not finished, so tomorrow last round I need to eat now, to relax, and then next game will be tomorrow.
What is your motivation in this tournament?
Okay, you just play next game.
Every time just coming to next day. Thank you so much, Vasil. Jovanka,
Yeah, I was going to ask, a beautiful game. I mean, how important is it to you to play a beautiful game?
Yes, it's always important for me.
Yeah, is that your... And what's it like also playing this new generation?
Yes. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, I respect each of my opponents, so it depends of his or her age.
But do you find there are some differences with this younger generation to the players of before?
Well, but there is no general portrait of young generation, because there are many different young players, and everybody of them has his or her own style. So there is no
age,
no model which works for everybody of young or for old players as well. Or, for example, for players from one country, for example, if players are living in same country, it not means that
the style is the same.
Same style.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And
good luck.
Congratulations and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
And there we have the legend that is Vasil Ivanchuk playing a beautiful game against Jakob Bjerg from Denmark. And we have seen so many highlights from Vasil Ivanchuk. We can all remember his game against Vidit with that study-like draw. And the sheer delight it gave us in the studio breaking down this entirely insane opening and endgame, and also just those beautiful moments at the end. But it is the endgame. And I reference that because it's the end game in 2 of the games that are outstanding, or is it only
in one of the games, because Vidit has converted his advantage. So I think that was the last time we've seen it, and it didn't take him long. So King D6, I imagine, was an attempt to kind of round the white king, round the black king, maybe create some checkmating threats. He ran with the king to A7, and then white is trying to get in some checks, but he is the one who gets into this pin. Check here, king runs to A6, and black is ready to take on C6 twice and then run with the H-pawn. So a win for Vidit. He joins
the pack on 6.5.
The pack on 6.5, but there's relatively low tiebreak, right? Relatively low rating.
Yeah, I would say that there was a minimal chance of him qualifying to the candidates again, but he's certainly in a good position to net himself a hefty prize, because remember, first prize wins $90,000. That's a nice amount of cash to be earning.
Right. So in fact, from the top 20, or dare I say even top 30 board, the only game that we have in progress is Nepo against Yakuboyev.
And this is an interesting one, because Nepo has done what he always does. He plays quickly, he puts the pressure on his opponent, and he's trying to use the clock against him. Because this position is pretty level. I mean, right. I'm also looking at the first recommendation is to go bishop takes knight.
Yeah. But look, this position is pretty level until you blunder. Like, for instance, here, it's a check, and the check, and the check, and why don't we go rook b1 so that our pawn is defended? Believe it or not, but rook b1 loses.
Does it?
Then white goes g5.
But you take it.
You take, and white is left with only one pawn. But then g6 happens. You don't have a check on the second rank. You don't have a check with the knight. It's a threat of a checkmate. So you gotta go king f8. There is nothing to do. And then white goes rook f7, king here, and rook f5. And then if you were to go here, bishop takes, pawn takes, rook takes, and believe it or not, but you cannot stop the pawn. Here, and somehow the king marches off the board.
Right, because I guess
Black
the rook
king
goes
is
back.
cut off.
Because the whole point is that
If the rook goes back,
the king
you're
just
running. Yeah,
advances.
okay, well actually g7.
and then rook
And
f8.
rook f8. Yeah, and when I've discovered this kind of sudden line, that, yeah, it looks very normal to go rook b1, and the line is so long that you're not even suspecting white having this sudden chance. So it was possible to blunder. Yakuboyev didn't do so. He went rook d1, which I guess kind of makes sense because he still has those checks on the d file.
Right.
So if you were to go for the same line, what happens now is takes out. Well, first of all, you have moves like rook d5, getting yourself a rook endgame, but also knight h5, g6. Well, among other things you can do, you can drop the rook back and then put the knight on f6.
Yeah.
You know, right. But anyway, but theoretically, you're like one move away from a disaster.
Right, and you have to understand as well that the pawn on b5 isn't actually on prise, because white also has weaknesses on g4 and potentially h5. And is there any chance that Nepo could try to squeeze something by utilizing a mating net?
No, I mean, there's also a question about this rook endgame. Like, is there any like?
But don't you just sit with your rook on d7, I was going to say?
Maybe. But just go to d7 and just
bad,
go
and then
here.
king to g7 and just
Yeah, and
wait.
then you wait, and then you wait, and yeah, white.
Give yourself maximum checking distance, and then
You go here though.
rook check, and then the king will slide over.
Yeah, like if you give a check, it's king e6, right?
This is not that
I mean,
easy.
no, you're kind of still fine.
No, this is not easy.
Wow.
Don't go into this.
I know this one, and you're only fine because I had something very similar. You're only fine because you can still wait.
Yes, because after...
Then this pawn, king and pawn game, there is f5.
I know.
And on this resource, you're making a draw like that. So you're right. This one is not very promising. That means capturing on f6 is not great. What else can we do?
Well, I think eventually... Oh, the problem is, and this is why I think eventually bishop takes knight might have to be tried, there's no way for the white king to snake its way over to f5.
Yeah, this is where you want to be. f5, g6, right?
Yeah. And unfortunately, e4 has been mined. Yeah, it's covered. So maybe you can go king f3.
Check.
And this is a big problem as well.
Yeah, you're getting cut off on the third rank as well.
I mean, like even somehow if you could have an endgame where you'd have bishop takes knight and then the white king coming to e4.
Yeah, if you could take here and then go king e4.
Exactly.
But then, yeah, if you try to do it this way, you take, you go king f3, I believe. Yeah, I mean, first of all, you can do this. And that's such a... And then you just wait, right?
Yeah.
And after this check, you go back. Wait, and I think you can actually go... Can you go king f3?
Can you do that?
No, rook h7, right?
Rook h7?
Rook h7, and you still have a 5 trick, right? Have a 5, g takes, and even being 3 pawns down. No, wait. Can this be right?
Well, hang on a second. King g3 played.
Yeah, let's go back.
And
g3 played.
We've seen
rook to g1,
rook to
king
g1.
f3. Now be careful, because bishop takes on king e4, right? But he goes with a check. Where does the king go?
Well...
Oh, wait, we've seen this one
We
just a second ago.
King to g2.
And Nepo went king g2.
But he could try king e2.
Can he go king e3? check and
Knight.
king e2 now, so that now you hit the rook, you hit the knight, and you hit g7. Rook f2, king e1. I'm not letting you to protect the g7 pawn. I thought this could be something. So at least it changes this kind of the setup. So now black has to play it differently, right? White does get to win the g7.
Well, hang on a second. You could. I mean, it still says it's a draw, but it's not entirely clear
like
how you have to go rook to g2.
You got to go here, yeah.
Rook takes
g7 and king f8, and I guess it's a draw because you unpin and you then threaten the various perpetuals. But I mean, the game would kind of unfreeze from the same, because otherwise you're getting stuck here with white. You can't really make any sort of progress.
Yeah. And Nepo has 26 minutes on
Well, I
the
actually
clock.
have other version, Yovi. You take and I go to e4. Does this
But
make
knight
any,
takes bishop.
Does this make any sense? Yes, but I get a passed pawn,
Correct.
which doesn't do me any good. You go here, and if I push,
You go king f8.
yeah, you have to go king f8. That's
Very
important.
important. But
Yeah,
I was-
not the blunder check.
He's gone king to e2.
He's gone king to
You
e2.
might as well try that direction.
Yeah, king e2 now. Is there any move to lose with black? I don't think there is. I don't think there is. Yeah, now if you go to b1, this g5 thing doesn't lead anywhere, I guess, because... Oh, wait a second. Why do I keep recapturing automatically where white possibly has this h6? Huh. Yovi, let me tell you something. So if this was to happen, once again, I deliberately put the rook on b1. But now if this was to happen, it's kind of a draw. But in order to achieve this draw, you, or not you, but Yakuboyev, will have to defend rook and bishop versus rook. So again, the mechanism is such. We get king e2, rook goes... I went to b1. Maybe that was stupid. But then after g5, pawn takes and h5, h6, there's no other move. You have to take the pawn on h6, sacrifice your knight or give away your knight, and gf4.
Yeah, but do you want those extra 50 moves of suffering?
Yeah, but find another move. I don't know. Like rook g1, there's still same thing. g5, you take h6. Here though, no, because the rook is on g1, you can take
you can
f4.
take on f4.
Wow. Is it the only thing? If I went to h1, then there is no h6. Then there is no h6 because rook controls it. So I guess rook b1 is the only silly move. Other good moves.
But there's definitely danger there, and black will not be wanting that transition because that feels less clear-cut.
That is less clear-cut for sure.
Yeah. So, rook to g1 played.
g1? Yeah, the rook is on g1.
Yeah,
But also it makes sense because this was your way of kind of repeating the position. We had rook g1, king f3 once. We had
how many king f3s?
rook g1, king f3 twice. So now that we have rook g1, king f3, black will be able to claim a draw, for sure. So now the position has to change. Position has to change. You can capture and go king f3, that's sure, but you can no longer return to kind of same plans.
But as we saw, actually, that after bishop takes knight,
pawn takes.
Well, this is what we're seeing, a change in the position.
And king f3, right?
King f3, you have to protect g4. And now what you must never ever do in a situation like this is check your opponent's king to the destination it wants to go to.
Yeah, if it loses, yeah, king e4.
Because I've seen this happen so many times.
Wow. Yeah, people do play a lot of weird checks in the rook end games.
What happens is that it normally happens when you don't have too much time on the clock, and it somehow your brain just doesn't function properly. And you start checking, and then your opponent's like, well, thank you.
Yeah. So, but I have a question. Yeah, I understand it's a draw in many, many ways. And in fact, the move that was played was rook e1. Was there f5? Because I thought, yeah, rook e1's fine, but was there f5? Gf5 and rook h1. I thought it would be just an automatic draw, because you can't really save this guy.
Well,
right?
rook e1 was played very confidently. So I think he's going to go rook e7 and do it this way. And he's basically arguing that it's difficult for the king to cross.
Ah, right, but you also cut the king off on the e file. But wait a second, so I go here.
I know what you're trying to do.
And I go rook e3, and then I'll start being annoying. Well, at least I hope to be annoying.
You step up with the king.
King e7, rook e3.
And now you put the rook on a7 because you want maximum checking distance.
Yeah, and when the
and then we keep on going.
You can go king e4 because there'll be checks.
Yes.
And if you go here to be able,
you go to
and now you're kind of in a pass, and then the king goes to e6 and block. No, but then you immediately go back and cut.
Exactly, cut the king off.
Here, rook far away.
I guess you could
here.
And
check.
Yeah, check to the side.
No, wait. Check to this.
Well, hang on a second. There is.
No, I don't see it. I just think it's the fortress. You can do much.
We've seen a lot of fortresses this event.
So Jan, what did he do? Rook b4. He wants rook b4, rook e4. But
yeah, but you just go.
You still go king g7, I guess.
King g7. He plays king f7. Notice.
No, he has king f7, king g7. Yeah, you can do much. Yeah, there is nothing you can do. It seems there is nothing you can do.
And I was thinking just now that today we started off with 4 leaders in the open and 1 leader in the women. The amount of leaders has grown by 1 in both sections.
Yeah, but also if you were a statistician and you wanted to pull some cool numbers, you would say the amount of leaders in the women's section doubled after this round. You know, it's all about the presentation.
And in the open, what's
just increased by 20%.
That's,
steady growth.
So he goes rook to d4. So he's been tricky. He's kind of saying, let me wait a little bit. But you can also wait with the king. You can just go king to g7 as black.
The cool thing is, we now can identify that move 85 was the last capture. And patiently wait for move 135. And by then, something will have to happen.
But I feel like the position is relatively clear-cut, so that once black demonstrates the drawing mechanism, then...
Oh, well, do we do it right? He went rook a...
Yeah, his idea is...
rook d4, rook a7.
So his idea with king f7 is actually really sneaky.
So he covers... Yeah. And now you have, like, 0 ideas, really, because, like, what do you want to have? You want to have...
If you go rook to d8...
rook to d8, but yeah, you just wait, right?
Yeah.
Because rook h8, you will kick the rook away and return to f7 immediately.
Okay, well, very nicely done.
Let's say, I mean, first of all, I have like this check or that check, but I'm waiting. And then you say, haha, I'm getting on f5, and I'm waiting. And I get to f5, and I'm waiting. And there's nothing to be done because the king is on e6. So there is no king e6 even. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. You keep the king on f7, and then you shuffle on the 7th rank.
Yep.
That is it. And if you were to create a passed pawn, it's the worst passed pawn possible. The H pawn. There is not a single position that is.
The G pawn is pretty bad as well.
Yeah, the G pawn is pretty bad. Well, but with the G pawn, at least, like one famous theoretical position is the Lucena.
Yes.
Right. You're not getting the Lucena in,
No, you're
in
not
this
going to
one,
get
but
that here.
at least, like theoretically, H pawn, I'm arguing, bad for every single endgame. The queen endgame with the H pawn doesn't win. Like the endgame with the wrong color bishop doesn't win. It's hurry the H pawn should be exchanged or sacrificed in the middle game.
But one of the things about the G pawn is that if the black king is in front of that particular pawn, you can even wait on the back rank, but you can only do it with a G and H pawn. If you do it with an F pawn, you're going to be in trouble because there's room for maneuver around the other side.
Yeah, but you don't have to go for the Philidor position, right, or Philidor method.
No.
You can just like sit and wait.
You can just sit and wait with a G pawn. As long as your defending king is in front of the enemy pawn, you can just set up together with the rook and the king, stand on the same line, and it's impossible for the rook to actually dance and create problems. Because the problem is that there is no room for maneuver, say, on the right side. But that's what it'd be in this situation. Because if the pawn were an F pawn, then there's one line. There's the H line for the rook to worm its way in.
Rook c4. Okay, so now what he'll try to do, I guess, if black just sits and waits, he can try going king d5, then black waits, and he goes king d6, I guess. And if you wait one more move, it could be that we lost.
Oh, king is coming up.
No, I don't think we lost even here, right?
No.
F5, and it's still a draw. Okay, it's a tricky draw, though, because, now you no longer can trade the rooks, and you'll have to go for something active, like rook a1. After this check, you'll have to allow king e6, so it's a bit trickier.
Mm-hmm. Well, I agree, there's a limit to how far up the board you want the white king to advance to. So...
Oh, wait, he went to f5. Okay,
Yeah.
but this one, that literally nothing to be
he
done.
might as well try it.
And then return to the
Right,
king d5 idea. And then
This is especially useful when your opponent doesn't have that much time left. So what you do is you wait, and just when their clocks tick down, that's when you go for the most tricky
go
line.
in, Going in a critical time is actually, the art that endgame grinders usually perfected to an
It's
absolute.
also the art of psychology as well. I mean, there's a lot of kind of getting your opponent to think that the coast is clear, no problems, and then that's when they set the tricky idea. And there's also this whole thing of tiring you out. There's no shame in endgame grinding.
No.
And okay, so we see the rook.
Rook went to a7, king comes back to e4.
And now, I guess he's gonna. Okay, he throws in a check because you have.
Now
to
you have to keep the f pawn. Yeah. So king here. I guess you can go check, and if king goes to d4. You are actually allowed to go rook g3 because white is not in time to get. Oh wait, after
Careful.
that takes this. Still a draw though.
You go rook h4.
Check.
But it's tricky because.
It kind of is, but.
No, it's also.
How do I lose?
Well, don't put the king on f8. Whatever.
I guess also fine because
Or
then
G8.
I take f4 with a check. G8's also fine because here I'll have rook. Like I lose this if not for rook g4 check. Yeah, anything. Okay. I mean, this one would be a loss.
Well,
5. But that's too much of cooperation from black.
Mm-hmm.
So king e4, king f5, and back to a7 and rook to c4. I guess it's important, like if Black figured out the setup, it's important not to lose one's nerve and not to go for this, even though it's a draw once again. But yeah, not to change the setup that works. If you're sure that the setup you've gotten is a draw, just don't change it.
Yeah. And he's not changing. Rook A7, he's kind of found a very adequate mechanism. Wait.
7.
And they're on move number. Just pull it up. Number 96.
96. Precisely.
And Yukabov actually is gaining some time on the clock. There was at some point, 9 minutes, and now it's relatively straightforward for him.
Okay, give the check.
Now,
maybe this is the time to kind of try to go in.
But you can throw in another check. So if you go up, throw in another check. Go.
Yeah, like if I go to the C5, it's a very, very strange place to go, to be honest.
Yeah.
Right? Why do you need to go to C5? What does it do there? Okay, and let's. I don't think Rook E7 is kind of the cleanest way, but let me go Rook E7. Oh wait, there's still there is nothing, right? Because King D6, you'll have Rook E6 check. And check, and the king goes back, and you just go back. I mean, there's absolutely nothing to be done. Of course, you try from different...
Well, Nepo is actually trying
King C6.
What we are suggesting.
Right. King C6 makes more sense, because after Rook E7, maybe this is what he wants. And like at least after this check, there is Rook D6. That's what I thought.
But now Rook to D... For E4.
Is this lost?
Or you're trying to get F5 in again.
Yeah, takes, F5 is still a draw.
There's been some developments because the Rook has come all the way down to
Rook went to D1 with the king on C6.
F5 has been played, so
F5
now
has been played.
Restart our 50-move counter. Rook to...
Yes, but now no pawn moves anymore.
Right, and... The big question, though, is...
What do you do, right?
Right, because you got to be a bit careful, because if you go Rook to G1, which is my first instinct, keep some connection, the dream scenario for White is if you were to get a Rook to be on C7, and...
So say, I go King D5 and you forget to give me a check.
Yes.
And you would think it's a cool thing to do. But then I go here, and you go check, and King G8, and you made the tone of progress, and then it's a check, King E7, King G7.
Yeah.
And there's nothing to be done.
But wait. You can fine-tune this idea by first up having the Rook on the D line, so that the Rook
with the king
is
on
always ready to block.
I get it. Like with the king on E6, you block Rook D6, and somehow you win this F6 pawn. Yes, but it's already too many ifs, too many buts. Yeah. Okay, F7, Rook on E4 doesn't really. Now Rook B4.
So, in the top 10 in the Open, so far we've just seen two decisive games.
Hans and Vidit, right. All the rest being draws, drawn board 11, but then, Liang beating Theodoro, Woodward winning against Maksudlu, and this is it. Then lower boards, people were on 5 points.
But it's not been a day of calm, easy draws. I mean, even the draw between Alireza Firouzja and Anish Giri.
A rather short one, but it was so eventful, right?
Exactly.
A new opening and unexpected, and Firouzja got so disappointed.
It felt like he got tricked by Anish, right? He did not want the draw. He was gutted not to have been able to push.
Computer was claiming that Black didn't have to play Bishop B7, and in fact, Rook B8, Computer kind of slightly favored Black. But I imagine Alireza would not mind playing that position, because he gets the chance to kind of play on and outsmart Giri later and so on. So he really felt like missing this Bishop B7 was a terrible, terrible idea. Okay, so something's happening. And Jan is blocking a check with the rook. Okay, not a good idea would be to trade. That's for certain. Like all of a sudden I decided to trade on d4.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
No, I was just thinking, could you trade
In some...
in a situation, say for instance, if the
You
king...
trade and you go king d6, you have the opposition. This
That's
is,
what I...
this is a
That's...
draw, yeah.
But even then, is it a draw? Because the king,
Hang
white
on,
king can
you go
wander.
king e4. No, wait.
No, it is a draw.
Now
No,
you
it's a
made
draw.
me kind of... Yeah, okay. So I take, you take, and I go here. And now I know king c5 wins. Yes,
Yeah.
I understand that. But yeah, but this is a draw. This is a draw. So if black has the opposition, it is a draw.
And if the black king was somehow to get to d6 and the white king stands on d4, then probably you have to be a little bit careful as white.
Still a draw, yes. Your only move, I imagine, is this one in here.
Yeah.
And after king c4, the only move is king to d6.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is you have to keep the opposition. Yeah, I was about to come up with some super clever reason.
No.
That I couldn't find one. And I said, okay, you have to keep
Simple is as simple does. And it's more than good enough. Okay, the rook comes to g1.
Comes to g1.
Eyeballing the pawn on g4.
Okay, so now what you could do is you could go here, and after this check, go to d8.
d8.
And then nothing happens.
No, because you got rook to d7.
So I go here,
Yeah?
you go rook d7, and I go king f8.
Yeah, you
and this
block out
guy's
the white
hanging.
king. Rook.
Rook d4, king f7, yeah. So
There's a draw,
there's
yeah.
nothing.
Like it's only
You
a
go
win.
Here, and there is even check, like driving this king even further away. Yeah, but well, theoretically, you've changed the position, you're still up a pawn. I cannot go king g7, right, because check.
Because the dream for white is actually to get the white king on e6 and then be able to get that check
to
in.
take f6 pawn with the king, not
Yes.
f6 pawn with the rook. Agreed.
So, king c7 played.
King c7 played. Yakuboyev, I guess,
Well,
decided to take a short break.
well, he's built up enough time to
course.
dash and get himself a cup of coffee, get a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, so apparently there are 2 more games in progress on lower boards, like board 47, board 40, no, board 40 and 41.
Yeah. Between
Yeah, so it's Wojtaszek against Nair and Gumulaj against Frederick Swana. And I think this is it, right?
yeah.
All the rest are done.
Yeah, and this is where, for both of these players, for Nepo, I can understand why he's pressing, because a win gets him to 6.5 points.
And even if he doesn't qualify, still...
It's a healthy amount of money to win.
Absolutely.
If he wins again tomorrow.
I'm looking for Alexandra Goryachkina. Who did she play today? Do you know? I don't know.
She's been doing very well. She beat Gelfand yesterday.
Yes, she won 2 in a row.
So she was on, I think, 4.5. Is it 4.5 out of 10? Where?
Can't find her.
Hang on. I'll have a look. She drew with Ray Robson.
Wow.
And that's on board 25.
That's on board 25.
So, actually, a fantastic event for Goryachkina here.
She must be winning a lot of Elo points. Well, I'm checking the Turkish youngsters, and Erdomush made a draw against Maurice Macandria. So 2 young players facing each other, and Edis Gurel lost to Sam Sevian. I think Angelica showed us a few moments from that game.
And Goryachkina's on 5 out of 10.
Quite
So-
a reputable score, I gotta say.
Very good
And she
score.
must be winning a lot of ELO points.
Certainly looks that way. And I think the biggest earner in respect of that, it has to
Must be Abhimanyu.
Abhimanyu. And also the impact in terms of his confidence is
Right.
incredible, because
Yeah.
he's been fighting the best players in the world.
Can you read out loud, like, his opponent starting from round 1? Because he plays...
So he plays
not a Swiss
Yakubov.
event, but,
He plays a draw with Yakubov. He beats Alexis Arana, beats Yangyi, draw with Praggnanandhaa, beats Gukesh, draw with Bluebaum. I mean, he's now in a drawing rut with Bluebaum, Giri, Abdusattorov, Hans Niemann, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Yeah.
incredible. Absolutely
So
incredible.
he's played how many 2700s? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7 out of 10.
27
2700s.
plus, yeah.
Quite impressive, gotta say.
And it's quite fascinating, because tomorrow, Abhimanyu is one of those players, even though he's half a point off the lead, if he wins, he has one of the best, or if not the best, tiebreak.
He probably has the best tiebreak in the tournament.
I was just hedging my bets there. I think he does.
Wow, that's one very long game, I guess, but now there is no potential of dragging out. And you know what, Yovi? F5 was played precisely on a move number 100.
Oh, perfect.
Round numbers, we love to operate with round numbers, so you don't really have to do any math.
Yeah.
Right, 100, I mean, 150 is the magic number. So king c7, I think check was given, and king went to d8, and then, yeah, okay, you just go back, I guess.
But how much do you press? If, for instance...
But how do you press even? Like
Exactly.
the check. I guess this would be
No,
not
don't do
very
that, because
clever.
it's king to e7.
Not
and
very clever.
suddenly
King e7, you take
this
the
is
take.
complicated.
And now, like, I mean, funny enough, like Compi says it's still a draw, but you never, ever do this.
No.
Never, ever do this. Can you somehow prevent... No, he goes rook g1.
Yeah.
That means Jan can try this.
Yes.
It's not the greatest, but he can try this. So here, check, king c7, I guess.
Yeah. And now I think it's important to drive that white king one row away from the action.
I
And
think
now
you
king.
go here,
Yep.
check, and you go here, and you should be in time to collect the pawn
Do you
break.
have any funny business with h6?
h6, there
No.
is funny business, but then I attack this one.
Okay, I was thinking.
And then h7, I changed my mind. I go after the other pawn.
I was thinking rook g7.
So if I go here, do I lose? Yes,
Yes.
I do lose, because after h7 I cannot stop the pawn. Yeah, very easy answer to my question.
It's been a long day, not just for the players, for us as well. So, but
Yeah.
it just goes to show there are pitfalls.
Yeah,
Everywhere.
no, but rook f4 should be like more or less automatic draw. So now you can give a check. I go here, but if you go rook g1, I can go here. No, wait, I shouldn't be that silly. Well, anyway, back to reality. So check played, king f8, rook h7 played. This is where we are headed. So now Yakuboyev just needs to find a, nah, not rook g2. Needs to find the correct
And it's a given.
setup. Yeah.
It's a given that he'll take the pawn.
Check and go here and go here. And after h6, I should actually do this.
Yeah. Could you do, for instance, chase the f pawn and then after h6?
No, but that's white to move here, right?
Okay. So after
It
h6,
automatically gets, yeah, to
after
being
h6,
white
you
to
just go rook f5.
move.
Or rook f4, sorry.
That's possible, but I think this is kind of a clear way of doing it, because I first target this, and my next move is rook h5.
Yeah.
I don't see how white keeps both pawns alive. Yeah, the king is not in time. I mean, even if king would be in time, say rook h5, king e4, it should probably still be a draw. Not probably, but surely.
But what about this one? So if that king...
Ah, you mean now I go here,
Now you
and
throw
you give
in
me a
rook to
check, and I
g7.
go here, and you go
Yep.
king e6. And when I take, you do... How do you win this one? It's a kind of Philidor's position ready, pretty much. And you try to set up... No, wait, you go here, and then I'm in the zugzwang, and I'll have to give up a pawn, and luckily I have this move, and then just...
King takes pawn?
Check.
Let's show...
Check. Don't go to the G
Yeah,
file.
but let's show the pitfall, for instance.
Ah, you mean, let's do
Yeah.
this, and then what should I
Okay,
do
so-
to be super silly? Go here,
Yeah, and then rook to
then you
b1.
threaten the checkmate,
And you
I
step back.
defend against
Yes.
the checkmate.
I mean,
This is how I lose. That's true. Go, yeah, okay, and you wait, and then the rook gets here, and you wait, and f7 would be not ideal, but there is a check, followed by a check, followed by f7.
yep. But instead, we have the Philidor's position to help us there.
Yeah.
And what you do is you drive the king off the 6th rank.
Wait, something else is, no, come on, king d7 by Jan. Ah, he is trying to go to e6. Clever played, by the way.
But can you cut the rook?
I guess, wait, so if I go here, king e6, you can still take on h5, right? But Jan plays it in a very clever way, because it is quite annoying. So now if you were to go to e8, it's not good.
No.
You got to go to g8. Rook goes to a7. Now, rook h1.
He's going to go rook a8. I've got it. What
Rook a8 here,
Rook
and you...
f8.
Rook, they need rook f8.
Oh, I don't need to go.
You
I
can
don't
go,
need to
yeah,
go.
you can go
King
here.
F.
You can go here, and the trick is to go on the long side, so-called
Right.
long side, and give checks from a side.
Wait. It continues though. Rook to e8. We're going to
e8.
build shelter for the king.
Yep. So h5,
F6.
6, h4, I guess.
Now rook to e7.
To e7, and this is where I think there is one position where I kind of have to be precise and go rook b8, but not with the h pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do the unthinkable. Let's somehow lose the h pawn. Okay, let's not do it. You know what? I changed my mind. Let's not do it.
Well, you could both simply said no. The king is not approaching.
And wait. And I think he's doing a clever thing, because now when you take, he goes rook e5, attacks this. You take the second pawn, and he goes here. And you go rook g6, and he goes here. And he takes one of the pawns. Is it right?
Yep.
Here, king f6.
Simpler.
Oh, and it's so nice. Look, yes, I mean, if the rook moved rook f5, it's easy, but white can try h6. And then king takes, and white goes h7, and white is similarly promoting. But then you give a check. White king cannot, has to stay on the 7th rank.
But
so
wait,
white goes
goes
here,
forward.
check, goes here, check, goes here, hides. And then you go rook a5. But the queen promotes, rook a7, rook a8.
Let's show that on the
Yeah, so
board. I mean,
that's-
this is actually really poetic.
And this would be kind of the proper end to this game, right? So
Absolute
they've
genius.
tried everything, and yeah, let's
Okay, we
see
might
if
see
this.
this.
Yeah, no, precise, but because it makes the most sense.
Right.
It makes the most sense. So Jan has to try. Jan has to try. Now king g8, strangely, I mean, the problem is, like, the problem in analyzing this with an engine that is f and h pawn are like a draw, unless you've done like something crazy. But do you really want to
King
kind of stop
G7?
the game? Right, you really want to stop the game. So you go king g7. Now, in order not to lose the pawn, yeah, rook g6 is the only move. Now, king h7 would lose, I imagine. But king f7, very natural.
And now, let's try rook to g5.
Rook to g5. Anything else? I think it ends pretty fast. That there is, yeah, like you lose, and you lose the f pawn, which is kind of more
critical, right?
Yeah. So you go rook g5. Black goes king f6.
h6. Ha ha ha.
There is like h6. Anything else?
I was thinking also king d6.
King d6. Fair. Rook e1 though, and I'm able to take it next move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think
now h6 doesn't.
I think that h6 is the best.
h6 is kind of the best try. h6 is the best try, and then only move.
Yes. King takes rook.
Takes rook.
If you haven't
h7.
suddenly panicked like crazy, and
then
now
only move rook d5. And then king. There is nothing you can.
Could you do any? No, you can't.
King
do any
e6. No.
With.
Check. So this is the way for you to hide. Yeah.
We're gonna see this one in action if king f6 is found.
Yeah. Again, it's very logical. So king f6. King f6, the rook is, yeah, I think the line that we've shown is, yeah, a perfect end to this game. King f6. I'm wondering if anything else can be done, so I could try, yeah, well, rook g8. Black can still take on f5. I was thinking, yes, maybe rook g8, rook f8, but you can still take f5, and after this check, not that, but rook f8, you are still in the square of the h-pawn. You are still in the square of the h-pawn. Right, and king f6 is on the board. I love the fact that Jan casually accumulated half an hour on his clock. Well, and yeah, but there is nothing to it. There's nothing. Well, one last try. After this check, by the way, you can go back to f7. I just realized we've been there, because I was wondering, like, if you take, it's still a draw. Like, anything is a draw in this position, but right. Yeah, so king versus king, right? Yeah, I believe, yes. This line and ending with king versus king.
And will that appear? What do you think?
h6.
h6.
On the board.
We got our wish, Miro.
King takes g5, and you see he has calculated the entire line, because he went king g5 so quickly. He wasn't surprised as slightest bit.
Now the players, they have to play this out to the finish. It's the most spectacular form.
Yeah, does king e6 lose? Yes, it does. No. I mean,
yeah.
better not to try any silly things, because the chances of you winning with a move like king e6 are non-existent. But yeah, like if you go for like flashy study-like draw where you are the defending side, all of a sudden,
it's not necessary.
You shouldn't do it, because yeah, it could turn out that somehow.
It was a beautiful try by Nepomniachtchi.
Jan actually found the way, because when it was this 3 versus 2 and the pawn was on f5 and there was no pawn breaks, you would feel like, yes, he can hover around for 50 moves, but nothing can change. And he found a way to actually try, yeah? And yeah, it turned out it's not enough.
It's not enough.
Great defense by Yakuboyev, I gotta say.
Yeah, and to spot that whole idea of going king f7, blocking out the king on e6, and then just to casually work out that this position is in fact a draw. And I really do hope they play this one out to the finish, because the ending is a thing of beauty.
Right.
And it deserves to be there in the history books.
Right.
Because the worst thing is that if they just agree a draw there and then, somehow the pattern doesn't get registered. It's there in the footnotes of history.
That's one thing, but also, like, I think, why bother offering a draw if there are literally 3 moves left? And after king f5, well, in all fairness, after king f7, you make your opponent to play the only move, right? Well, here, yes, it's not the only move. Any move on the 5th rank, well, not rook e5, or any of these squares is enough. But then after you promote it to a queen, it's once again the only move to give a check. Yeah.
But you know what could be a nightmare scenario?
Which
is this?
King g6 here?
No. How much time does Nepo have on the clock?
Ah, you mean like him
sitting there?
Would he do this? Why would he do this to himself? Well, I understand you sometimes, I don't know, it makes you a mean person, but sometimes you want to kind of quote-unquote torture the opponent. But this is where you play a match against said opponent. You face him tomorrow. So you are tired, but he's tired as well. And he or she is tired as well. But here, doesn't make any sense.
Okay,
well,
the king slides
goes
over
to d7 for now.
And that's simply going to be followed by a check.
There's a check.
And the white king cannot approach.
Goes to e7. Will he repeat the moves?
Or will he go king to f7? No,
yes,
we're just seeing a repetition. Incredible defense there from Yakubov. Yakubov making the claim in the correct way.
After that, and the check, and king g8, black should not get ambitious and go here, because some people fall for it. The queen is really badly placed, but there is queen h1 covering a8. And there are, by the way, studies where white would have a pawn on h3 and then black is winning.
Yeah. But, okay, in the end, fair's fair and a draw declared. But, well, what a sensational day here at the FIDE Grand Swiss. It's the penultimate round. We have 2 leaders in the women's, 5 tied in the open. And we truly have a scenario where anything can happen tomorrow. So let's take a look at the results of the day. And in the open section,
a lot of draws. So
a lot of draws, but we went on quite the wild ride. It was mainly on the board 2, where Vincent Keymer, so close to getting a win against Matthias Bluebaum, blunders, and in the end, he stays there in the joint lead. And Yangyi being again very close to defeating Arjun, Erigaisi and Nihal Sarin.
Was like having an advantage straight from the opening. And at some point it was overwhelming. Remember the moment when he could take on f6? That was a win.
It was a win, and someone who did win was Hans Niemann. His defeat over the #1 seed Praggnanandhaa keeps his hopes for qualifying to the candidates alive, and he joins the leaders on 7 points. So let's take a look at the standings. And in the standings, well, here, pay attention to this particular order, because we have Matthias Bluebaum at the top because he has the best tiebreak.
Alireza Firouzja is the second.
Anish Giri third.
Niemann and Vincent Keymer, who could have been a sole leader. It turns out that he has the worst tiebreak out of these 5 leaders.
Yeah, today's result may come back to haunt him, but everything hinges on the play tomorrow. It is going to be the final day at the FIDE Grand Swiss, and so much is uncertain. All we can always say is, like, expect the unexpected. And that brings us to our player of the day, because we decided that one of the best games was from one of the living legends himself, Vachier-Lagrave, for his victory over Jakob, and Vaishali's very bold risk-taking that led to her victory over Maria Muzichuk. What worthy winners, and that just sets the scene for what is going to be an incredible day. And it has been an incredible event. And
there's something more that I wanted to mention. The poll of the day was not getting resolved because the game fizzled. Yeah, the poll of the day for today was how the game between Alireza, Firouzja and Anish Giri will end. And we've gotten the answer very, very fast. So
a draw.
It wasn't, yeah, you know, guys, it was a draw.
Well, it's been an incredible day of action. It's been an incredible tournament. And this would not have happened without the support of the co-organizers, the sponsors and partners whose support have frankly made the FIDE Grand Swiss 2025 in Samarkand possible.
So we thank the Uzbekistan Chess Federation, the Youth Affairs Agency of Republic of Uzbekistan and Ministry of Sports of Republic of Uzbekistan for their dedication and leadership, as well as our partners, the Al Malik Mining and Metallurgical Complex, Uzbekistan Airways, China Datang and AMEA Power for their commitment to promoting chess in the region and worldwide.
Well, today's round has only sharpened the race, and with just 2 tickets in each section up for grabs from the candidates, everything is set for what is going to be a stunning finale tomorrow. Thank you for being with us, and remember, tomorrow's action does begin 1 hour early, so set your clocks, put on those alarms, and on that note, let's relive today's action with the highlights. Until tomorrow, goodbye.
See you guys. See you tomorrow.
Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.